attention, please. Please do not leave cases or parcels unattended anywhere on the station. Any unattended articles are likely to be removed without warning.
Order. Order. Questions to the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs, Tonia Antoniazzi.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK regularly discusses the violence in Cameroon with international partners, including France and the United States. I welcome French support for the recent UK-Austria joint UN Human Rights Council statement about the deteriorating situation in Cameroon.
Antoniazzi.
Southern Cameroon voted to join French Cameroon as federated states equal in status, but this is clearly not what has happened. They are treated as a region made up of second-class citizens. The UK has a duty to the Southern Cameroons to use all available instruments in order to find a solution to the growing crisis, a solution which takes into account the wishes of the people of the Southern Cameroon. Will the Secretary of State meet with me and a delegation of Southern Cameroons to discuss possible solutions?
Minister.
Well, can I start by congratulating the Honourable Lady for getting this number one on the order paper today, because it has been a worsening crisis and the UK has been strongly engaged with our international partners to try and find a way forward. With respect to the territorial integrity of Cameroon, of course the UK recognises the territorial integrity of Cameroon, but we also believe that where there are calls for more autonomy in the southwest and the northwest, that the government of Cameroon needs to engage in an inclusive political dialogue, because currently the violence from both sides is leading to really serious situations for civilians on the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In her discussions with US counterparts about the worrying situation in Cameroon, has the Minister been able to ask them about suggestions that have been made, that resources that they've given to help the Cameroonian government in the fight against terror, Boko Haram, may be being diverted and misused and used in attacks on some of the communities in Cameroon?
Mr. Speaker, as I often find myself saying in these questions, I'm happy to be accountable in terms of what the UK government has been doing. I can confirm that the UK government has extensive discussions, not only with the government of Cameroon, who, as my right honourable friend will know, are a partner with the international community in terms of the fight against Boko Haram and the Islamic State of West Africa in the north of the country. But also, of course, we have discussions with international partners about a way forward in terms of the views expressed with increasing violence by those of a separatist tendency in the southwest and northwest provinces.
Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of my constituents is a member of the South Cameroonian diaspora and is deeply concerned with what's going on. A recent Amnesty report noted the presence of arbitrary arrest, a torture in detention and the existence of secret and illegal detention facilities in Cameroon. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that such activities are a stark violation of the Commonwealth Charter? And if so, what efforts has she made as a Minister to engage with Cameroon through the Commonwealth?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to raise the range of different human rights violations and abuses that were noted in the statement that we were very pleased that 39 countries signed up to at the most recent UN Human Rights Council. Specifically with regard to the Commonwealth, I can tell the House that Lord Ahmed, the Minister for the Commonwealth, wrote to the Commonwealth Secretary-General recently to share UK concerns about Cameroon and press for further Commonwealth engagement on the matter.
Mr. Philip Holloway.
The UK's aim is to be the largest G7 investor in Africa by 2022. Will any of this investment be going to Cameroon?
Minister.
Indeed, my honourable friend states the UK's policy in terms of aiming to be an ambitious investor in terms of inward investment into African economies. And I can confirm that there are UK companies that invest in Cameroon, and certainly that is absolutely something that businesses are free to choose to do. I think in terms of the political track, though, that we are trying to engage with the government of Cameroon. I spoke to the Prime Minister there recently to encourage them to find a way forward in terms of political and inclusive dialogue that can address some of the concerns that are being raised.
Michael.
Speaker, I spent time in Cameroon in 2013 as a political volunteer with VSO, and it breaks my heart to see what is happening to that beautiful country today. It seems to me we have a very potent mix of contemporary challenges and the long tail of our own and indeed French colonial history here. Can we have a two-pronged approach to this? Can we first of all have our colleagues in DFID tackling the urgent crises that there are with displaced peoples in conflict, and then from her own office a proper effort to get a diplomatic solution here?
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right that there is an ongoing humanitarian crisis, and earlier this year I did authorise that we would work through UNICEF to provide the immediate assistance in terms of humanitarian needs. Over 400,000 people have been displaced in this crisis, over 30,000 have fled into Nigeria, and I can say that DFID is working in terms of programming, and we're also urging the government to allow access for humanitarian actors into all parts of Cameroon.
Liz McInnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Human Rights Watch said last week, and I quote, "Government forces in Cameroon's Anglophone regions have killed scores of civilians and torched hundreds of homes over the past 6 months. So can I ask the Minister of State, how many more innocent civilians need to be slaughtered for Cameroon to be suspended by the Commonwealth?"
Well, she's absolutely right that there have been human rights abuses and human rights violations from all sides in this conflict, and there have been hospitals burnt, there have been villages that have been torched, and we drew attention to a range of these different issues in terms of the statement that we made at the United Nations Human Rights Council, which the UK sponsored. And in terms of the Commonwealth, I can confirm that obviously the UK is one of the members of the Commonwealth and has, through our Commonwealth Minister, written to the Commonwealth Secretariat and suggested that the Commonwealth Secretariat encourage discussions on this topic in terms of future meetings.
Order. Before we move to question 2 in the name of the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Cleethorpes, I hope the whole House will want to join me in extending a very warm welcome to Gareth Evans QC, who served with great distinction as a Cabinet Minister in Australia from 1983 to 1996 under, if memory serves me, the Hawke and Keating governments. And as we've just been talking about human rights, let's not forget that he was a key architect of the United Nations responsibility to protect. We celebrate that achievement, and many people around the world, sir, will be thankful to you for your leadership on that front. Question 2, Mr Martin Vickers.
Number 2, Mr Speaker.
Foreign Commonwealth Affairs, Secretary Jeremy Hunt.
Mr Speaker, it's a pleasure to interrupt a mammoth Cabinet meeting to enjoy the harmony and consensus for which this House is famous. With permission, I will take this question with questions 4, 17 and 22. The UK has long championed freedom of religion, but I think we should do more for the estimated 240 million Christians facing persecution for their faith around the world. So I've asked the Bishop of Truro to do a review, which I'm hoping he will deliver in the summer.
Martin Vickers.
I thank the Secretary of State for his response. He will no doubt be aware of an Open Doors report that predicts a 14% increase in persecution of Christians during this current year, and that North Korea is the most dangerous place to practice Christianity, where it is seen as a threat to the communist regime. What work is the government doing with these non-democratic countries to try and ease the persecution of the Christian community?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for mentioning the Open Doors report, which I think has some very stark statistics. For example, that 80% of people suffering persecution for their religious belief are Christians. And I think the most striking thing about that report is that the vast majority are in the very poorest countries. So this is not a problem of people living in affluent countries on the whole. He's right to mention that countries like North Korea are singled out, and the purpose of this review is to make sure that we use all the diplomatic leverage the UK has to highlight these issues and put pressure on these regimes to change.
Prentice.
Mr Speaker, the Open Doors report says that about 245 million Christians are suffering high levels of persecution at the moment in 73 different countries. Where is the UK focusing our help?
Well, one of the things I want to make sure is that we exercise maximum influence where we have that influence. And I think the striking thing about that report is, notwithstanding my honourable friend's comments about North Korea, some of the worst offenders are in the Middle East, notably Afghanistan, Libya, Sudan and Somalia, where the population of Christians has fallen from 20% to around 5%. And a number of these countries are countries where we have big aid budgets and a lot of influence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The UK has a proud history of standing up for the rights of minority faith groups, both in the United Kingdom and overseas. As the Secretary of State indicates, we do have a budget of over £2 billion which is being allocated to the Middle East and to Syria, where the situation is particularly appalling. How can we use that budget to protect Christians from the appalling persecution they're facing?
Well, I want to actually pay tribute to DFID, who have allocated £12 million recently specifically to promote freedom of religious belief. But I actually think the gist of his question is right. Where we have a large aid budget with a country like Afghanistan, for example, it is absolutely essential that we make clear to the government in those countries that we are expecting progress on freedom of religious belief, because we need to remember that many of the worst conflicts in the world have happened because people of different religions have clashed. So promoting harmony between religions is one of the best long-term ways of promoting peace.
Masterton.
This is, as Foreign Secretary, share my concern that often the persecution of Christians doesn't get the amount of attention that it deserves. It's almost like there's some kind of bizarre hierarchy of victims whereby they're not deserving of the same degree of attention as others. And actually, if we're serious about tackling freedom of religious belief and expression, we need to ensure that much more attention is given to some of the awful examples of persecution of Christians right around the world, and for government not to be ashamed to step up and call it out.
Yeah.
Well, I think my honourable friend is right, and I think it's fair to say there has been some hesitation in the past in us embracing the issue of persecution of Christians, whether from a misguided concern about our history and the role of missionaries, I don't know. But I think now is the time when we have to put all that behind us and say that freedom of religious belief is an essential and indivisible part of freedom, full stop, and the UK should always be on the right side of that issue.
Derek Twigg.
Clearly, Christians are some of the most persecuted in the world, and clearly we have to do more to help. And I welcome what the Secretary of State has said, the Foreign Secretary has said in terms of Workers' Commission. But is it also a case that Christian women often have double persecution, both for the religion and gender, and that needs looking at very closely as well? It needs to do more work around the world with governments to tackle this problem.
I think he's absolutely right, and I would actually widen it even further and say that women are double victims from all religions, not just Christian religions. Where there's persecution of any religion, often women are the ones who come off worst. And I think the most inspiring example of courage in the face of that persecution is Nadia Murad, the recent Nobel Peace Prize winner and Yazidi campaigner, who suffered absolutely horrifically but is an inspiration to persecuted women all over the world.
Jones.
Could the government go one step further in contesting the persecution of Christians around the world by making it clear that Asia Bibi, who has been persecuted for many years for her faith, will be offered asylum in this country for herself and her family, should she wish to accept it?
Well, can I thank her for her interest in the Asia Bibi case, which I know is shared on all sides of this House. And can I reassure her that making sure that she is safe and has somewhere safe to go for is a top priority for this government. We have had numerous discussions in private with the Pakistani government about how to progress this. I don't want to go into the details of those discussions, but we are making progress, and I'm very hopeful that this will have a positive outcome.
Chris Evans.
In my constituency is a large Egyptian Coptic church which many worshippers travel to every weekend to worship. Many family and friends are subject to terrible persecution in Egypt and have been, as the Secretary of State will know, subject to terrorist acts. What reassurance can he give my constituents and those who travel to the Coptic church that everything has been done to stamp that out?
Yeah. Well, I think the atrocities suffered by the Copts are some of the very, very worst suffered by Christians anywhere, and there have been a number of examples of that in Egypt. I would say, though, that I think Egypt is trying very hard to address these issues. They recently opened a brand new cathedral, and that is a big step forward for any country in the Middle East, and we obviously want to encourage them on that journey.
Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see the Foreign Secretary's come to the Peace Zone, which is the chamber, this morning. Mr. Speaker, China continues to be one of the most dangerous places in the world to be a Christian. Non-approved churches are being closed down, pastors are being jailed. So I'd like to ask the Foreign Secretary how he intends to strike the balance between valuing China as a post-Brexit trade partner, while at the same time standing up for those people whose human rights are being abused for their religion in China.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to thank her for asking that question, because, of course, China is a very important country with whom we have critical relations in the world, but having those relations also means that you have to be able to raise issues of concern when you meet your Chinese counterparts. And that's what I did when I visited China in August last year. I raised concerns about freedom of religion in Xinjiang province. We also have the Universal Periodic Review in November of last year, and concerns were also raised at the 40th session of the UN Human Rights Council. And we will continue to raise those concerns with China at every opportunity.
Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3.
The rules-based international system has made the world collectively massively safer and more prosperous than it's ever been before. This country played a major role in setting it up and will always defend it, as we did when we held Russia to account after the terrible attack in Salisbury.
Lamont.
It's now been 5 years since the annexation of Crimea by Russia, and since then Putin has repeatedly proven to be one of the greatest threats to the rules-based international order. Now, the UK has led international efforts to try and make Russia see sense, and this battle is very much taking place online and in the media. So with this in mind, will the Foreign Secretary join me in urging members of this place to think twice about appearing in Russia today, which remains a tool of propaganda for the Russian state?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend's comment. He could not be more right. And I think it's incredibly important that when Russia does things like invade neighbouring countries, as it did in Crimea, no one in this House says things like the leader of the opposition said, which is that Russia has more right on its side than Ukraine. That is quite wrong, and that is giving permission to people to do that kind of thing again.
Mr. Stephen Twigg.
Climate change is the biggest challenge facing the world today. Can the Foreign Secretary tell us what the government is doing to maintain an international focus on this? And in particular, what representations has he made to the Trump administration in the United States on this crucial question?
Well, we've been investing a huge amount in our global leadership on climate change. And we are the G20 country that has the biggest drop in emissions per unit of GDP. And we are bidding to host COP26, which is the next big climate change conference, which will be the 5-year anniversary from Paris. And we have a different view to the Trump administration, and we're very open about that with them. But I think it's all the more important for those countries that don't share that view, that do think that we have a responsibility to future generations, that we stand proud in our support for this vital agenda.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend has made powerful comments about the role of the United Kingdom as a network player in the international rules-based system. Could he tell the House a little bit about the work that he's doing with our European partners, certainly after the committee published a report about a year ago on how to work or how to look forward to working with our European partners on supporting the international order and the international rules-based system that Britain was so important in building?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising that issue, because in all the debates we have about Brexit, and I've now met my counterparts in every EU country, the one thing that comes across loud and clear is that the part of the world that has suffered most from not having adherence to a rules-based international order is Europe. And that is why European countries say to us constantly two things. First of all, they want to continue having vital strategic and military relations with the United Kingdom, whatever the outcome of Brexit is. And secondly, they want Britain to play a strong and influential role in upholding the rules-based order across the world, and that is what we'll do.
Mr. Thomas.
The rules-based international order would be strengthened if countries were seen to be held accountable for adhering to the conclusions of the UN Human Rights Council. So what steps are ministers taking to hold Sri Lanka to account for its failure to bring to justice those guilty of perpetuating major human rights abuses?
Well, this is something that my honourable friend, the Minister for Asia, has been doing an enormous amount of work on in his contacts with the Sri Lankan government. The honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise that issue, not least because there are many members of the Sri Lankan community in this country who have a very great deal of concern about that. Overall, the picture in Sri Lanka is better than it was, remarkably better than it was a decade ago. However, there will never be lasting peace unless there is justice and accountability for the things that went wrong.
Speaker, is it not a matter
of the greatest regret that our most important allies, the United States, are in clear contravention of United Nations Security Council Resolution 497 by recognising Israeli sovereignty claims over the Golan. As annexation of territory is prohibited under international law, will he send a very strong message to the United States that the British House of Commons condemns unreservedly this breach of the rules-based order?
Well, I am happy to do that, because my right honourable friend is absolutely right. We should never recognise the annexation of territory by force. That has been one of the great achievements since the founding of the United Nations. And I say to him, I do that with a very heavy heart, because Israel is an ally. It is a shining example of democracy in a part of the world where that is not common. We want Israel to be a success, and we consider them to be a great friend. But on this, we do not agree.
Much, Mr. Speaker. If we're to maintain a rules-based international order and strengthen it, I'm sure he will agree that reciprocal arrangements for our constituents when they go abroad or when citizens from other countries come here are absolutely vital. My constituent, Deborah Pearson's niece, Julie, was killed, murdered by her ex-partner. We now know in Eilat in Israel at the end of 2015. I have raised this with a number of his predecessors, but we are no further forward. We now know police were called 5 times and they palmed her off, saying that she was a nuisance. We now know that she had 78 bruises on her body and lost over a litre of blood. Will he meet with me so that we can get justice for Julie and Deborah, my constituent?
Well, I thank her for raising that case, and obviously our heart goes out to her constituent's family over a truly terrible incident. The Minister responsible is very, very happy to meet her and make sure that we're doing everything we can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I join you in welcoming our distinguished and learned visitor, Gareth Evans, who continues to make such a vital contribution, as he has done throughout his career, to the concept of the rules-based world order. And on that subject, Mr. Speaker, we must note that today is 6 months to the day since Jamal Khashoggi was brutally murdered by Saudi agents in their embassy in Istanbul. But the greatest tribute that we can pay to him today is not to look back at his death, but to look at the murders of innocent children in Yemen whose lives he tried to save with his journalism and whose lives matter just as much as his did. Sorry, perhaps I should just... I realise that's not a question, so let me say this. So in that light, can I ask the Foreign Secretary, what possible justification can he offer for the Saudi airstrike last week on the Save the Children supported hospital in Qatif? A hospital that was clearly marked on the Saudi no-strike list and which killed 3 children. 4 children, 3 adults and an innocent child just aged 8 years.
Well, let me tell my opposite number that is exactly why we are doing everything we possibly can to try to create peace in Yemen. It's why I'm the first Western foreign minister to meet the Houthi side, even though they were the ones that were the cause of the conflict when it started 4 years ago. I'm the first Western foreign minister to visit Yemen to actually see where we could progress the Stockholm Accords. But I'm afraid I'm not prepared to let Labour pose as the great humanitarians here, when their foreign policy is to support an evil regime in Venezuela that stops its own people accessing food and medicine. It just doesn't work.
You need to speed up as progress is very slow. Alex Shelbrooke.
Number 5, sir.
Further question, did she? I didn't realise that. Very well, briefly.
So I'd like to thank the Foreign Secretary for that answer, but can I ask him, does he understand the frustration that we feel in this House when time and time again over the last 4 years, including on Jamal Khashoggi, we get the same response from this government, that they regret what has happened, they want a proper investigation by the Saudis, they promise real consequences, and nothing ever happens. There is no investigation, there are no consequences, and bin Salman carries on with complete impunity. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary yet again what it will take for this government to finally tell bin Salman that he cannot keep getting away with murder?
Mr. Speaker, she is just not reflecting what has happened. So thanks to action by this government and other governments, we now have a judicial process that has started in Saudi Arabia. It started on the 3rd of January, and we are sending observers to what happens. We have a UN Special Rapporteur, Agnes Kalamar, who is responsible for looking at extrajudicial summary or arbitrary executions, and she's leading an independent international inquiry. And when it comes to Yemen, let me just say to her that when I became Foreign Secretary and she was Shadow Foreign Secretary, we didn't have a peace process in Yemen. Now we do, and that is thanks to the UK and a huge diplomatic effort that we have been making.
Sir Alan Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 5 and 18 together. On the 4th of February, I attended a Lima Group meeting in Ottawa at the invitation of the Canadian Foreign Minister. And at that meeting, I spoke with the foreign ministers of Colombia and Brazil about the crisis in Venezuela. I've also spoken recently with the Chilean Foreign Minister Ampuero and Peruvian Vice Foreign Minister De Zella. We continue to work very closely with the Lima Group, with the Organisation of American States, with the US and with like-minded European and international partners to try and find a peaceful solution to the crisis in Venezuela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The party opposite in its leadership have an unforgivable defence of the Maduro regime, so toxic that people have cited it leaving the party. Can my right honourable friend assure the House that this government condemns the human rights abuse, the regression of democracy, and will continue to promote freedom, democracy and offer support to the surrounding countries dealing with the refugee crisis as a direct result of this abhorrent regime?
I can give assurance to my honourable friend on all of those things. We're working very closely with all international partners to try and find a resolution to the fact that the Maduro regime has completely bankrupted his country and made it destitute to the point where 3.6 million people have fled that country into surrounding neighbours.
Mr. Speaker, throughout my visits to the region, it has become abundantly clear that the humanitarian situation in Venezuela is having a huge impact across Latin America. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to address the consequences of continued political humanitarian abuse?
I first of all congratulate my honourable friend on all the work he does in the region as such a very effective trade envoy, where he's built up some very good relationships to our benefit. We are, of course, working with DFID to deliver a humanitarian aid package. It's over $6.5 million, which is on top of the multilateral activity to which we always contribute in such a significant way.
Mr. Speaker, in its declaration last month, the Lima Group called on the UN Human Rights Commissioner to publish a report on human rights abuses in Venezuela. Can the Minister tell us what discussions he has had with the United Nations about this? Because while it has been vociferous about the impact of sanctions on the regime, it has been strangely silent on curtailment of freedom of the press and other human rights abuses in Venezuela.
Well, I'm delighted to hear a member opposite raise the topics of the abuse of human rights and freedom, on which we have been speaking very loudly and on which we're working very deeply with the Lima Group. The fundamental issue, though, in the country is its poverty. People cannot get basic goods, and the fact that President Maduro is blocking aid from getting into his own country is just so contemptible. We should all across this House speak with one voice in condemning it.
Gregory Campbell.
Speaker, given the continuing humanitarian and political crisis in Venezuela, will the Minister agree that we need to ensure that both the Lima Group and other government agencies in North and South America additionally add pressure to President Maduro and ensure that food supplies are delivered to the people of Venezuela?
Yes, indeed. I think all countries across the world have got to do their bit. Canada is doing a lot. Through the European Union, the International Contact Group is doing a lot. We all have to work together. And one of the most concerning developments at the moment is that President Maduro is trying to strip Juan Guaido of the immunity he enjoys as a member of the National Assembly. We in this House should send out a very clear message today that that would be utterly unacceptable, and Juan Guaido is the interim president who we recognise. Mr. Speaker, since 2016, Colombia has made significant progress on its peace process. The FARC are a political party, and the last elections were the safest in decades. I reaffirmed our full support for the peace process with the Colombian Foreign Minister on the 4th of February in Ottawa, and the UK has expressed concern to the Colombian government over delays to the transitional justice system, which is a critical part of the peace process, and we continue to support this process through the Conflict, Stability and Security Fund.
Christian Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, I understand there were a couple more paramilitary killings last week, but did the Minister see the report of Michel Forst, the UN Special Rapporteur, who says that the national landscape continues to be plagued by violence, particularly gender-based violence? Will the Minister put on the agenda for the PSVI conference in November this problem of continuing structural gender-based violence in Colombia?
Yes, I think I certainly can say that, because preventing sexual violence against women is one of the UK human rights priorities in Colombia, and indeed members of the Foreign Office met the Honourable Lady, the member for Bishop Auckland, to discuss this recently, and I hope once again that illustrates the extent to which we are really trying to work together across this House to tackle all of these very vexed problems at all levels in every way we can.
Emma Lewell-Buck.
Number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
I visited Saudi Arabia most recently on the 2nd of March. We have a long history of close cooperation in support of regional stability, alongside frank conversations on areas of concern, including human rights.
Mrs. Emma Lewell-Buck.
Thank the Foreign Secretary for that answer. A UN human rights expert has said the court proceedings in relation to the murder of Jamal Khashoggi have been secret and fall short of international standards. And it's been reported just today that Saudi Arabia are paying his family so they continue to show restraint in their public statements. Can the Foreign Secretary update us on any conclusions he's reached from the promised credible investigation into his murder?
Foreign Secretary.
Her that right from the outset we have been clear that what happened to Khashoggi is fundamentally against our values, and there has to be full accountability. There has to be a transparent judicial process that meets international standards. That process has started. We will continue to monitor it. We're sending observers to see what happens in the trial process, and we continue to exercise our strong views on this issue in private as well as in public.
Paul Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leaked medical reports published in The Guardian last weekend showed Saudi political prisoners being subjected to torture, some with malnutrition and others denied access to medical care. Is the government silent on this?
Absolutely not. I raised the issue of detained women campaigners when I was in Saudi Arabia recently. The Prime Minister's raised the issue of Raif Badawi, the blogger who was sentenced to 1,000 lashes. I think the interesting thing about that report, if it's true, is that it was a report commissioned by the King, who wanted to understand what is going on in prisons in Saudi Arabia in order to make sure that they meet international standards of humanitarian justice.
And Clwyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Foreign Secretary confirm that in the last week 3 human rights activists, women human rights activists, have been released conditionally on bail in Saudi Arabia? And can he tell me what this government is doing to press for the release and discharge of other women in prison?
Well, I actually hadn't heard that particular report, but it would be excellent news if that is the case. And I want to reassure her that I raised this issue when I met the Saudi Foreign Minister on my recent visit. We have asked to have access to the trials. That's been denied. We continue to follow this case very carefully and press it at every opportunity.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very concerned by the recent violence in Israel and Gaza and welcome the Egyptian efforts to de-escalate this situation. The UN Security Council on the 26th of March, the UK condemned the rocket attacks which injured 2 British Israeli citizens. We regret that loss of life, including the death of 4 children in protests over the weekend when, mercifully, fears of major violence were not realised. Our diplomats in the region, Mr. Speaker, urge all parties to continue to demonstrate restraint in the tense days that lie ahead.
Well, I thank the Minister for his response, and I would associate myself with his comments. But last month, over 60 rockets were fired from Gaza towards Israel. 2 were intercepted above Tel Aviv, whilst another one destroyed a residence in central Israel, occupied by a British-Israeli family, resulting in injuries, including an injury to a 6-month-old baby. What steps, therefore, is the government taking to support our ally Israel as they fight this terrorist attack on the country?
May I say this to the House, Mr. Speaker? I think all of us recognise Israel is an important strategic partner for the United Kingdom, and we need to collaborate actively on issues of defence, security and intelligence. In October of 2018, the government launched the UK-Israel counter-terrorism dialogue to share best practice and insights on a wide range of capabilities. And we're now committed to holding such a dialogue annually, which I think will help complement the already strong operational relationship between our countries.
Russell Moyle.
2 weeks ago, the UK abstained at the UN Human Rights Council on a motion to support the accountability of violations of international law in the occupied Palestinian territories. Since then, another Palestinian health worker, Sajid Majir, has been shot and killed by Israeli forces. This is the fourth just in this year. Does the Minister agree that the killing of Palestinian medics is fuelled by the impunity of not voting at the UN HRC, and will we use our vote in the future?
Two issues at stake, if I may, Mr. Speaker, just in some detail here. We abstained on that UN Human Rights Commission resolution calling for a commission of inquiry on the basis that the substance of such a resolution must be impartial and balanced. We could not support such an investigation that refused explicitly to call for an investigation into non-state actors such as Hamas. May I also say, because, Mr. Speaker, this comes up in question 21, we have and will continue to stress the importance of protecting and delivering medical services, particularly in Gaza. As recently as the 28th of March, DFID announced a new £2 million package to the International Committee for the Red Cross, which I think will contribute to the delivery of urgently needed supplies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What action has my right honourable friend taken, given that Hamas are organising children and women to go to the border between Gaza and Israel, and therefore provoking violent confrontations?
Clearly, we want to try and avoid violent confrontation at all costs. And as I said in my earlier answer, mercifully, the protests this weekend, which we felt could have been a lot more serious than they were the major concerns about violence were not entirely realised. Clearly, on the ground, my honourable friend will recognise that we do all that we can to try to defuse some of the tensions that are there. That's an important part of our diplomatic work, along with other countries, of course.
Can I utterly condemn the latest rocket attacks that the honourable member for Aberconway has raised? We know that Hamas is being given tens of millions of dollars a year by Iran to fund these terrorist acts. What steps is the government taking to stop the Iranian regime funding barbaric Middle East terror groups such as Hamas?
Well, lady is absolutely right, and should be recognised that Hamas is one of a number of Iranian proxies in this particular region. Our position is that Hamas must renounce violence, recognise Israel, and accept previously agreed and signed agreements. We condemn Hamas and other terrorist groups for firing rockets in the way in which he has described, both into Israel from Gaza, but also elsewhere. And we believe they must permanently end these attacks against both civilians and defence forces.
Excellent.
Number nine. Mr. Mack. Come on,
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. With permission, if I may answer both questions 9 and 15 together. We regard the UK as a soft power superpower. This is widely recognised in independent international surveys and reports. A few more tongue twisters, I'll be anyone's, I think. It's the sort of thing you want to do at 11 in the morning, not 11 o'clock at night. But, Mr. Speaker, I may say the FCO vigorously continues to support this through the funding, amongst others, of Chevening Scholarships, of the British Council and the BBC World Service.
Alan Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Commonwealth is one of the driving forces of UK soft power around the world. What steps and plans does my honourable friend's department have to capitalise on these relationships to improve our power and security?
Yeah, very good.
No, my honourable friend is absolutely right. The UK has, in my view, an unbreakable connection to the Commonwealth and the democratic, inclusive values that it upholds. And we've discussed earlier on the importance of maintaining a rules-based international order, particularly in these very uncertain times. The Commonwealth also proudly represents some of the fastest-growing economies and accounts for 1/5 of global trade. We shall continue to work, of course, closely with all members of the Commonwealth to ensure that it really realises its full potential in this regard, and also for a more sustainable, more prosperous and more secure future.
Craig McKinley.
Speaker, Royal Yacht Britannia played a key role in promoting UK trade around the globe during her years of active service. Over 50 members of this House believe that that would be enhanced post-Brexit, and also to promote our international humanitarian role. This would all be enhanced by a new national yacht. Will the government now support our campaign in this brave endeavour?
Now, I fear I'm going to be disappointing my honourable friend, who, of course, represents a coastal constituency, and as someone who's a regular to Broadstairs in his constituency, I know what a wonderful part of the country it is. But I have to inform him there are no plans to commission a new royal yacht for the royal family.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, can we include in soft power the work of the CPA and IPU? Could he help us breathe life into those organisations so that we could get meaningful dialogue about the issues that really worry us? When we're talking about rights for Christians, persecution of Christians in Pakistan, why aren't we having that sort of debate here?
I'd like to think, if I may, to the honourable gentleman for Huddersfield, that we do with the CPA and IPU, and I appreciate for many members who wish to get more engaged, it obviously is difficult travelling because of the nature of the electoral arithmetic that we face at the moment. May I also point out the incredibly hard work that goes on for the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, which does an incredible amount of work, particularly at trying to get constitutional change in many parts of the world. A lot of those programmes, of course, are done on a unified basis, on a cross-party basis, which I think, again, makes a very positive stance both for UK democracy abroad, but also, hopefully, will enhance aspects of the soft power to which he refers.
Stephen Gethins.
I'm wondering if the Minister can tell us what impact Brexit has had on the UK's reputation, and if a no-deal Brexit will be better or worse for that reputation.
Ironically, a recent UN report showed us going up the Happiness League. Now, I appreciate that some of these surveys can't be relied upon too much. But on a serious point, may I say this to the Honourable Gentleman? He makes a fair point, and it is a concern for all of us as Foreign Office Ministers as we work abroad. I'm always very struck, and it's very easy for us to be a little bit self-deprecating in this country about Britain and Britain's brand across the board. I'm very, very struck, certainly in Asia and the Pacific, and I think now with my new responsibilities in the Middle East, just how respected the UK is and our brand is going forward. Now, they recognise there are, of course, some uncertainties at the moment, but that will continue.
I'm glad that the Minister recognises the challenges. As he might have said in Jaws, you're going to need a bigger yacht. Because in terms of Pascal Lamy talking about the UK's reputation has been much diminished, Jürgen Meyer from Siemens talking about the country's tremendous reputation as an economic powerhouse being wrecked. Yeah. We need to address this, and it's not good for any of us. And will the Minister recognise that before they take us down disastrous no deal?
Is it incumbent on all of us not to talk the country down in what we appreciate are difficult times? We want to see progress. We want to see significant progress in this regard. I'm very struck that obviously there is a slightly hyperbolic, frenzied activity, whether in this House or indeed, dare I say, from some commentators there. As I say, I see what I see on the ground, that we have been respected for many, many decades in the past. There's a huge amount of work that goes on, not least in the soft power area, and I'm sure that's going to go from strength to strength in the years to come.
Mahmood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lord Ricketts, the former head of the Foreign Office and an expert of soft power, said last month, "The Foreign Secretary is making a big mistake if he thinks playing a blame game over Brexit is going to change any minds in Europe. Does the government accept Lord Ricketts is right, and the only ones responsible for this Brexit mess is this government alone?"
I've had a chance of speaking directly with Lord Ricketts in a radio studio only a week ago, and I think he recognises the difficulties that we face in dealing with the Brexit negotiations. Myself, I have been out, not just to Brussels, but I've been to Paris recently at the OECD, and I'm, again, very struck, working with counterparts, that there is an important agenda, and many European countries recognise the importance going forward of the UK. We need to have the strongest of relationships. Clearly, there are uncertainties about the precise nature of our departure from the European Union, but that is part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my right honourable friend commit to speaking with his other partners in government to try and obtain more funding for the GREAT campaign, which plays an extraordinarily important role in promoting the UK and our products and our companies globally?
I have to say the GREAT campaign is a fantastic success. I actually do this part of my role dealing with the communications representing the Foreign Office on a cross-party basis, cross-departmental basis rather, recognises the importance of this particular campaign, and it is something that we work on strongly, particularly with the Department for International Trade.
We're late, but if colleagues are in a caring, sharing mood and are prepared to consider each other, we could get through a little more. Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 10.
So much, Mr. Speaker. I'm ever grateful. As I've previously made clear to the House, the situation in Catalonia is a matter for Spain. We remain clear that questions related to the issue of Catalan independence should be resolved within the proper constitutional and legal channels of Spain.
It's everyone's responsibility, including this government, to uphold human rights. Far from becoming the major global player Brexiteers imagined, the UK appears more and more irrelevant on the world stage. Is it the case that the UK government isn't seeking to uphold self-determination for Catalonia because it needs Spain's help in further Brexit negotiations?
Mr. Speaker, because we uphold the rule of law, as we've been discussing earlier in these questions. We uphold it here and with Scotland, and we uphold it in Spain on Catalonia. And certain accusations that somehow they have political prisoners are absurd. They don't have political prisoners. They happen to have prisoners who happen to be political.
A sentence, Mr. Graham.
In terms of promoting human rights, the tolerance of people of different faiths and sexuality is incredibly important, and does my right honourable friend therefore share the disappointment of many that tomorrow the Kingdom of Brunei, a key Commonwealth partner and long-term ally of the UK, is introducing the death penalty?
No, sit down. The question is about Catalonia. And I've been advised, and the question, I'm afraid, did not strike me as in order. We must move on. You can try again later. Bob Stewart.
Number 11, Mr. Speaker. The UK remains fully committed to helping to promote Lebanon's security and stability. The Prime Minister conveyed that message to Prime Minister Hariri as recently as the 24th of February, and we provide direct support to Lebanon of over $200 million a year. These funds help to secure borders, to provide the opportunity for education and to strengthen service delivery.
Speaker, what specific security assistance is Her Majesty's government giving on the borders of Lebanon?
May I thank my honourable friend, who I know takes these matters extremely seriously. We've invested over £60 million in Lebanese security since 2012. By 2020, we shall have trained over 11,000 soldiers in specialist and essential infantry skills and techniques for urban and rural security operations across the board. This includes significant support for the land border regiments and has helped secure Lebanon's border with Syria for the first time in its history.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, 1.25 million Christians have fled Syria to go to Lebanon. Has the Minister or can the Minister confirm what help he's able to give those Christian refugees in Lebanon?
May I thank the honourable gentleman. I know takes these matters extremely seriously, and I think the House much respects him for it. Clearly, many of those refugees have been in Lebanon, indeed, in waves, going back 20 or 30 years, and some Palestinian Christians as well. Obviously, there's a huge amount of DFID work that goes on there, trying to recognise that many have and will be there for quite some time to come, and therefore trying to enhance their economic opportunities. And the UK played a leading part at trying to ensure tariff-free access for EU markets for many of those individuals.
Mr. Speaker.
Lesotho continues to experience political fragility, democratic and development challenges. Together with the Southern Africa Development Community, we're working to support the implementation of governance reforms.
Ian C. Lucas.
Prime Minister Tom Tabane and Minister John Mazarabani both admitted to Channel 4 News that they had received payments into their personal bank accounts from Mr Aaron Banks. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss governance in Lesotho, its current position in the Commonwealth and the advice that she is giving to British companies who are operating in Lesotho about the Bribery Act?
Well, can I welcome the question that the honourable gentleman makes, and can I also welcome the strong links that exist between people in Wales and people in Lesotho. And of course I am delighted always, Mr Speaker, to meet with the honourable gentleman. And as far as the allegations that were made on Channel 4, we do urge anyone with evidence to give those to the appropriate authorities.
Topical questions. Lloyd Russell Moyle.
Mr Speaker, I'd like to start by paying tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for North East Bedfordshire, who stepped down last week, served twice as Minister for the Middle East, was immensely respected and liked in the Foreign Office, which doesn't happen to all ministers, and also respected in this House for his integrity, wisdom and kindness. Tomorrow also marks the 3rd anniversary of the detention of Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe in Iran, and I know I speak for the whole House in hoping that the Iranian authorities will see beyond the differences between our two countries and allow this innocent woman to come home and join her family.
Today, Imam Sis is on his 107th day of hunger strike. Myself and the Honourable Member for Enfield Southgate visited him in Newport East this weekend. He is one of 1,000 Kurds around the world on hunger strike, demanding, of course, that Abdullah Öcalan is allowed access to his lawyers and removed from solitary confinement. Turkey is a NATO member and has the highest number of MPs and journalists in prison around the world, following, of course,
Order. I'm sorry, this is an abuse of the House. What we want is a one-sentence question with a question mark at the end of it. Lots of other colleagues want to take part. One question, Mr Russell-Moyle. Now.
Has the Foreign Secretary raised this with Turkey, and will he send the representation to the Council of Europe following the Welsh Assembly's resolution?
I am very happy to look into that case in detail for him, and let me just say this. Turkey may be a NATO ally, they may be a very important friend of the United Kingdom, but that does not stop us raising these very important human rights issues.
James Cleverly. Thank you, Mr Speaker. What assessment has his department made about the validity or otherwise of accusations of vote rigging in the recent Nigerian elections? And further to that, what support will he give to the integrity of the judiciary and the independence of the judiciary in Nigeria and the upholding of the rule of law? Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, the UK was one of the funders of what's known as a parallel voter tabulation exercise, so like a kind of extensive BBC exit poll, which we believe does give a consistent result with the results that were officially declared, and our Prime Minister has called President Buhari to congratulate him on his re-election. But we are aware of, from our own observers and from others, that there were reports, and we took a strong stand against election-related violence. Yesterday, in my meetings with leading Nigerian opposition leaders, I reinforced that they needed to take concerns through the judicial process and that the independence of judiciary is incredibly important in Nigeria.
Fabian Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, as my honourable friend and colleague said earlier in respect of Cameroon, if Brunei does not abandon its barbaric proposals to whip or stone LGBT plus individuals to death, will the Minister of State give us a guarantee that the government will ask its counterparts on the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group to consider Brunei's immediate suspension?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I raised my concerns with the Bruneian government over the introduction of the Haddad punishment to which he refers, most recently on Friday the 29th of March in a letter to the Deputy Foreign Minister. And this issue was discussed in the imminence of Sharia penal code when I was out in Brunei last August. Our High Commissioner Richard Lindsay in Bandar has also received assurances that both common law and the Sharia penal code will operate in parallel for all nationals and residents, including British citizens, and be the primary means of administering justice in Brunei. And we will continue to lobby to ensure that any British citizens who are out in Brunei will be subject to the common law rather than penal.
Can I thank the government for securing UNHRC Resolution L1 on Sri Lanka? But do ministers share my grave disappointment that 10 years after the horrors of Mullivakal, no one has been brought to justice for war crimes in the Sri Lankan conflict?
May I reiterate the comments made earlier on, if I may, from my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary. We do welcome Sri Lanka's co-sponsorship of a new resolution of the Human Rights Council in March, continuing its reconciliation and accountability commitments. But I do understand my right honourable friend from Chipping Barnet when she speaks, obviously, for many of her constituents who obviously come from the Tamil aspects of a part of Sri Lanka. As a penholder, the UK has played a leading role in trying to bring parties together, but whilst we accept there have been positive steps, much faster progress is needed, and we shall continue to urge Sri Lanka to fully implement its commitments under Resolutions 31 and 34/1.
Jamie Perkins.
I draw the attention of the House to my register of interests. The Foreign Secretary has already spoken about the pernicious role of the Iranian government in various disputes around the Middle East, not least in support of the Houthis in Yemen. What more can he tell us about what Britain is actually doing alongside his counterparts around the world to bring serious pressure on the Iranians, not only on their human rights abuses in their own country, but in the appalling role that they play right across the Middle East?
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. Iran's human rights record remains a matter of great serious concern. On the 17th of December, the UK co-sponsored a UN resolution on human rights in Iran, highlighting its failure to meet a whole range of international obligations in these areas.
Leo Parish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The newly elected President of Zimbabwe, Mnangagwa, is not restoring good governance, public human rights or rooting out corruption in that country. What more can we do as a soft power superpower to actually make sure that the Zimbabwean government recognises, roots out corruption, recognises human rights, brings in investment to return prosperity to that great country of Zimbabwe?
Well, can I welcome the question from my honourable friend and reassure him that we are doing everything we possibly can, that we summoned the Zimbabwean ambassador to the UK to register our concerns about the human rights violations and abuses that were noted in the recent January fuel protests. Also that I travelled to Southern Africa and met with a range of Southern Africa neighbours to encourage them to be sending the same message as Commonwealth countries to the government of Zimbabwe. If the government of Zimbabwe would only follow through on the things that they have said they would do, then we wouldn't be in this situation.
Would the Secretary of State consider hosting a major conference on the rights of women? Is he not disturbed by the reports of rape being used worldwide against women as a punitive measure? It's scandalous, and the Lion woman's brave activity in revenging the rape of her daughter, I think, should be celebrated, cautiously, of course. But could we have an international conference looking at the rights of women?
Yes, we can, and indeed we are, because this November we will be hosting a major conference on the prevention of sexual violence as a tool of conflict. I met both Nadia Murad, the Nobel Peace winner, and also Dr. Denis Mukwege, who is the other Nobel Peace Prize winner, who have campaigned on this issue, whether it's Colombia, the DRC, Iraq or Burma. We are absolutely clear that this has to become an international taboo.
Philip Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, what advice would my right honourable friend give to those opposite, particularly on the front bench, who regard the regime in Venezuela as a leading exemplar of government, despite sending 2 million refugees into Colombia, putting up roadblocks to prevent aid coming into their country, and inviting in Russian troops to keep the peace?
I think what I would say to them is that the Shadow Chancellor was absolutely right when he said that Venezuela was socialism in action.
Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the end of the civil war in Sri Lanka. Can the Minister say what he's doing to promote the civil rights of the Tamils in Sri Lanka?
If I may refer to the answer earlier on to my right honourable friend for Chipping Barnett, we are doing a lot as penholders, playing a leading role in trying to bring parties together. We are pleased to see that Sri Lanka is co-sponsoring, as I say, a new resolution at the Human Rights Council in March in Geneva. But I appreciate that we need to see some genuine progress in this regard, and I very much hope that the international community can come together and bring that about.
Greg Hands.
Speaker, I know the Foreign Secretary and I will both welcome the House's decision last night to reject an EU customs union. Could he tell us what assessment he's made of the foreign policy implications of such an arrangement were it ever entered into?
Well, I think people would see it as very curious that a country that voted to take back control is choosing to cede control in a number of areas of vital national interest. And I think they would also be concerned that it would not resolve the national debate on Brexit, because many of the people who voted for Brexit would not see this as delivering a true Brexit.
Would the Secretary of State recognise the incredible action by thousands of young people across our country in striking for climate change? And would he recognise that we're not only facing a global emergency on climate change, but would he declare a national emergency on climate change, just as the Labour Party have done as well?
Well, I welcome very much young people being involved in climate change issues. I don't welcome quite so much them missing school to do so. But what I would say is that we are making a lot of progress in this country. In fact, I think we've done more than anyone else in the G20 on climate change, but it isn't enough. And we still, as a global community, need to do more, which is why we want to host COP26 and to get the world, galvanise the world to take more action.
Whittingdale.
Is my right friend aware that already another 7 journalists have been killed in the course of their work this year, coming on top of the 80 who died last year? 2 of those were in Mexico, which is one of the deadliest countries in the world for journalism. Can he say what more can be done to press the Mexican government to take action?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for raising this issue and indeed raising it consistently. He's absolutely right. Mexico is the most dangerous country in the world to be a journalist. The Mexican government has taken action. We are in touch with them closely about what they're doing. But we need to raise the world's attention to this issue. 348 journalists, according to the latest figures I saw, were arrested or detained last year for doing their job. And so that's why this summer, jointly with Canada, we will be hosting the first ever international ministerial level conference on media freedom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What steps is the Foreign Office taking to guarantee the human rights of people in Sudan, especially since the year-long crisis has been declared by the President in Sudan?
I'm very glad you got a chance to raise this, because it is a very serious situation that we are engaging strongly with the government of Sudan about the issues that he raises. I most recently had a phone call with the Foreign Minister of Sudan, where I particularly raised the attention of the women who were due to be flogged, and I'm very pleased to hear that they have subsequently been released.
Blunt.
Tomorrow, Brunei introduces a penal code which includes death for apostasy, death for adultery, stoning to death for homosexuality. I suppose at this point I should declare my interest in all 3 counts. But very much more seriously, what are we going to do with our super soft power to make clear just how much this is a total violation of the standards we should share?
We have and will continue to make representations, and obviously there are grave concerns about the nature of the Sharia penal code if it were brought into play. And as I say, as mentioned earlier on, we are raising concerns about the introduction of the Haddad punishment. May I just say this? We have a strong bilateral relationship, underpinned, of course, by military presence, as my honourable friend will be aware, in Brunei. And we hope that will mitigate the potential impact of the Sharia penal code on UK forces, associated civilians and their dependents.
Reynolds.
What pressure can the Foreign Secretary bring to bear on the Indian government to ensure that UK nationals in prison there have their human right to a fair trial respected? The Honourable Gentleman for Western Bartonshire has been a powerful advocate for Jagtar Singh Johal. I have a similar case of an elderly constituent in prison since 2015, and his family are seriously concerned about his health.
I accept the Honourable Lady. It has been hugely frustrating, the time with which the legal process drags on in many India consular cases, and obviously I'm very happy to meet up with her in relation to this particular case. And if I may say, in relation to the Jagtar Johal case, I know it's been an incredibly distressing time for Mr Johal and his family. Very much respect the hard work of the constituency member of Parliament. As he knows, we have met with the family on 3 occasions since he was in prison at the beginning of 2018, and he's going to meet the Foreign Secretary on the 24th of March.
Mr. Speaker, this Sunday is the 25th anniversary of the terrible genocide which took place in Rwanda, a country my right honourable friend knows well. The Honourable Lady for Wirral South, the noble Lord Poppet, and I will be at the ceremonies on Sunday in Kigali representing our Parliament. Does my right honourable friend think the UN doctrine of the responsibility to protect R2P, so well developed by Gareth Evans, is yet sufficient to ensure that such terrible events could never take place again?
I hope the greatness of Gareth will be properly celebrated in the chamber today. Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for raising this, and I'm hoping to join him as the UK government representative in Kigali this Sunday. I think the world can never forget the events that happened in Rwanda 25 years ago. I think we have made progress as a world in making a vow that we will say never again to these sorts of incidents of genocide, but I think we must remain alert and we must remain engaged to prevent these kinds of things happening ever again.
Ignoring or dismissing the ICJ ruling on the Chagos Island enhance the United Kingdom's reputation as a soft power superpower or uphold the international rules-based order?
Well, first of all, it was not a ruling, it was an intermediate decision, not non-binding. We are discussing, of course, with Mauritius, but we fully uphold our right to take the position we have over the many years in the past.
Fiona Bruce.
The UK has a duty to prevent under the Genocide Convention. Mass atrocities are invariably preceded by red flags, early warning signs, such as the persecution of minorities as happened in Burma against the Rohingya, or indeed as we saw in Rwanda. What is the FCO doing to help identify and act on such red flags?
Well, we're doing lots, but what I would say is the most important thing we have to do is to make sure that when there has been genocide or alleged genocide, there is accountability. And Burma is a case in point where we hosted a major meeting at the UN General Assembly on that very issue. But if there is no accountability, then people think they've got a chance to get away with doing it again, and that mustn't happen.
Further to the answers on Brunei earlier, can I just say we're talking about people being stoned to death for being gay, having rocks thrown at their head again and again to draw out the process of death by blunt trauma. Surely the Minister agrees that this is barbaric, inhumane, contrary to Commonwealth values. How can the government reverse this appalling state of affairs?
As I've pointed out, I think that the Sultan of Brunei himself has become more religious as he's got older, and one of the reasons he wanted to bring in the Sharia penal code. I was out there in August last year, and it was very clear to me in speaking with him and his advisers that they did envisage that the common law stream would continue as well. I appreciate that the headlines about, and the very concerning headlines, are such that not only have I written, and indeed I've made it very clear to their representative here in the UK, that this was going to cause massive parliamentary and media concern, which obviously has come to pass over the last couple of days. But I know that our excellent High Commissioner out in Brunei, Richard Lindsay, is on a day-to-day basis making clear the grave concerns, and of course I know they have been expressed during the course of this morning's questions here in the House.
Robert Courts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 70th anniversary of NATO falls on Thursday. What message does my right honourable friend have for Member States with regard to strengthening this alliance, which has done so much to keep peace over so many years?
Well, NATO has, I think, been the most successful military alliance ever, and it has been the foundation of the rules-based international order that we have. But my message would be very simple. We must not be complacent for the future, and there is a fundamental imbalance when one half of the alliance is spending 4% of their GDP on defence, and the other half, the European side, is spending between 1 and 2%.
Order. Thank you, colleagues, and I'm grateful to all who took part, but we must move on. Demand, as usual, massively exceeds supply. I had notice of a point of order from the Honourable Lady. Yeah, I'll come to the Honourable Lady. A point of order, Patricia Gibson. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make this point of order, advance of which I have given you. I've had a smear perpetrated against me when a snapshot of frozen film footage was printed about me in a tabloid paper, namely the Scottish Sun, suggesting that I was asleep during proceedings in this House. I contacted the journalist concerned, who had not shown the courtesy of contacting me before publishing this piece, to inform him that the filming of the proceedings demonstrated categorically that I was not asleep, but had for a second or two thrown my head back, appealing to the heavens in despair. Chancellor chancelling it in the chamber, whilst one of my colleagues had been speaking. As a result of this misleading article, Mr. Speaker, as a result of this misleading article, I face an outpouring of personal abuse against me over the weekend, which continues with words like whore, bitch, lazy cow being liberally sprinkled through messages, particularly on the Scottish Sun's Facebook page. These remarks are still online, and these comments have not been removed, as far as I am aware. Comments on a site in my own constituency, Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of great importance.
Order. Let me say to the Honourable Lady, I absolutely accept the importance of the matter, and it is for that reason that I'm very happy to hear her point of order. But with the very greatest of respect, I will be the judge of how long a point of order lasts, and everything said in this chamber is important. It is not for the Honourable Lady to presume that she has just as long as she wants. There are a lot of other colleagues wishing to speak, a lot of other matters to be debated. I'm extremely sympathetic to the Honourable Lady, and I already have in mind a very sympathetic response. But please don't say to me, it's important, and that means you can go on as long as you like. The answer to that, I'm afraid, is no. Patricia Gibson.
The point I wish to make, Mr. Speaker, is that this story was printed, if you can call it that, in an atmosphere of febrile political tension when MP security is a matter of great concern. And this story has been reposted and the comments online continue to sit. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of importance to all of us, as an attack on one MP going about her duties, and a false attack at that, is an attack on all of us. Whipping up hatred against any one of us plays into the narrative that we are not real people and can be attacked.
I'm sorry, I must ask the Honourable Lady, upon what is she seeking an adjudication from the Chair? I cannot just have a speech on the subject, and I will not have it. If the Honourable Lady wants to ask me something in a sentence, I will respond, but I'm not having a speech. If she wants an adjournment debate on the subject, I can happily afford her that, but I'm not having a speech now. It's not happening. Please.
Mr. Speaker, given that these posts continue to be available on this publication's social media platforms and continue to perpetrate this untruth, I ask you, given that the evidence shows otherwise, what course of action you suggest where I might seek an end to this apparent campaign to perpetrate a dishonesty and stop this tidal wave of abuse which has been unleashed, which is an attack on all of us.
The Honourable Lady in answer. First of all, let me thank her for raising the matter and giving me advance notice of her intention to do so. Secondly, I underline and reinforce her concern that it is indeed an extremely serious matter, not just for her personally, but for all colleagues and institutionally for the House of Commons. False allegations against members should not be allowed to gain traction. It affects all of us and the reputation of the House if such allegations are not robustly refuted. To be fair, she has just robustly refuted the allegation. The concern that she has would be serious at any time, but it is a particular concern in what I think she described as the current febrile political atmosphere. She has put her view on the matter very clearly on the record. And what I would say to her is this. If the honourable member considers that the allegations made against her might conceivably constitute a contempt of the House, she should write to me setting out the facts, and I will adjudicate upon that. That's the first answer. The second answer to the Honourable Lady is that if she wishes to stage an adjournment debate on this abuse, of which this is an example, but of which there are many other examples, she might find a friendly chair will facilitate an adjournment debate for her, possibly of up to an hour and a half, in which other colleagues could also take part, and in which she would indeed have a full opportunity to make such speech as she judged necessary. Thirdly, I would say to the Honourable Lady, my advice to her in the short term is to get her hands on a copy of the official report of today's proceedings without delay, as I'm sure she will do, and to ensure that it is circulated to all the outlets responsible for propagating this slur upon her good name. And fourthly, I want to say to the Honourable Lady, in terms which leave no scope for misunderstanding, that I have got a good vantage point in the chair. I say that to all members and to those observing our proceedings. I have never, in my time in the chair, observing the Honourable Lady, seen her fall asleep. She is a veritable parliamentary Zebedee. She is constantly jumping up and down, and that, as she knows, is a compliment, not an insult. She is one of the most alert members of Parliament. She is one of the most assiduous chamber attendees and participants. She is without blemish so far as her parliamentary commitment is concerned. And I'll let her into a secret. I was once, not in this chamber, I was once watching a tennis match at Wimbledon, one of the most exciting matches I've ever watched. Momentarily, I closed my eyes, not because I'd fallen asleep or because I'd drunk alcohol, because neither of those things was true. I had momentarily closed my eyes in sheer suspense. In sheer suspense. And the camera caught me, and the next day it was suggested in a newspaper that perhaps I'd fallen asleep. The notion, as the Honourable Lady knows, that I would fall asleep watching a tennis match is just inherently absurd. So I don't treat it with levity, it's extremely serious. But as far as I'm concerned, it is monstrous and ridiculous, and she should circulate the official report which testifies to the Chair's view of this matter. And I've got a better idea than those other commentators for the very simple reason that I observe members every day from the Chair, and she wouldn't fall asleep. Amen. End of subject. Period. Point of order, of course. Point of order, Lloyd Russell Moyle.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Secretary of State for Asia and the Pacific said that he wanted to correct me with my question, saying that the UK didn't have army personnel or RAF personnel in Saudi control centres. Last year, the MOD responded to other members saying they did, and they responded to me saying they had squadron leaders and lieutenants and even listed the names of personnel. How do I get the Secretary of State, who hasn't responded to my letter, the Minister, who hasn't responded to my letter asking him to correct the record, to come here and correct the record that we do have RAF personnel in Saudi control centres?
As to whether the Minister corrects the record, it's incumbent upon a Minister who thinks that he or she has erred to do so. But it is not incumbent upon me to act as arbiter of whether a correction is required. I'm afraid that must remain a matter for the Minister. But meanwhile, the honourable gentleman, by the sedulous use of a bogus point of order, has taken the opportunity to put his own interpretation of matters clearly on the record. And if I may say so, he looks mightily relieved to have done so. Point of order, Susan Ellen Jones.
Speaker, just today's hearing of the Welsh Affairs Select Committee, I asked the Secretary of State for Wales why he had voted differently to some of his Cabinet colleagues on the extension of Article 50. The Secretary of State for Wales informed me at that hearing that he had abstained because he had been elsewhere and had not been around at the time of votes. It subsequently transpires that the honourable gentleman cast his vote by voting in both lobbies, thereby abstaining. Could I ask the Speaker, firstly, if the Secretary of State has declared to him any intention that he will come and make a personal statement on this matter, or if he has not done so, I wonder if there is any advice that the Speaker could offer me in terms of how to proceed and deal with this rather unusual discrepancy.
Well, I've not received any indication from the Secretary of State for Wales that he intends to come to the House to make a statement on that matter. I wasn't entirely clear whether the Honourable Lady was suggesting that the explanation she'd had from the Minister was outside of the chamber, or whether it was inside the chamber.
In the Select Committee, sir.
Oh, it was in the Select Committee. Well, it was in the course of a parliamentary proceeding. Well, I suppose the Secretary of State may think that he was elsewhere than being in one division lobby because he was in two division lobbies.
Outside, he said outside of the House.
outside of the House. Oh, very well. Well, if the Minister feels a responsibility to correct the record, he'll do so. If not, knowing the eager beaver that the Honourable Lady is, I've got a feeling that she will be penning a letter and ensuring it wings its way to the Secretary of State before very long. Whether the Secretary of State will await that letter with enormous enthusiasm is open to doubt. Point of order, Sir William Cash.
Could I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker? The next business is the presentation of bills, and it is to do with the European Union Withdrawal No. 5 bill, which the Honourable Lady will be presenting. Would it be appropriate for me to raise a point of order on it now or after she's presented the bill?
Thank you. I think we move on to the presentation of bill. Order. Presentation of bill. Yvette Cooper.
European Union Withdrawal No. 5 bill.
Second reading what day? Tomorrow. Thank you. Order. Point of order, Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek your guidance on something that I raised yesterday in relation to the business motion, concerning my very grave concern, I think shared by many, many people throughout the country, let alone in this House, about the idea of a bill effectively being rammed through in one day of such importance as this one, which is entitled "A Bill to Make Provision in Connection with the Period for Negotiations for Withdrawing from the European Union." In short, Mr. Speaker, this is a reprehensible procedure in the context of this vitally important issue of our leaving the European Union. It is unconstitutional. It is inconceivable that we should be presented with a bill which can be rammed through in one day. And I want to make that as a point of order and to ask you if you do have any observations on the point I've just made.
My observation is really twofold. First of all, that the honourable gentleman is of this view was made very clear to me by his oration yesterday. Indeed, I say in no spirit of discourtesy to the honourable gentleman that I rather imagine anybody within a 50-mile radius of this place would be aware of the honourable gentleman's views on this important matter, given the force and frequency with which he has expressed them. Secondly, however, the House voted yesterday to give precedence tomorrow to a business of the House motion which has not yet been tabled, so we await that. And thirdly, I would just say that although this is, of course, an unusual state of affairs, it is not unknown for a bill to be pushed through the House in one day. For a bill to be brought forward by a backbench member is very unusual, but it is consequent upon a decision of the House. Bills being brought forward and taken through their various stages in one day in government time are not particularly unusual at all. For example, Northern Ireland legislation has often been taken through the House on that basis. Now, I know that the honourable gentleman wouldn't object to that in the way that he objects to this, but I don't think it's as unprecedented as he supposes. It is unusual, and it is a bit different from those other examples, and it grates immensely with the honourable gentleman, but that doesn't of itself render it disorderly. Upsetting the honourable gentleman is displeasing, but not disorderly. I think we'll have to leave it there for now, and we come now to the 10-minute rule motion. Mrs. Helen Grant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring a bill to require the Bank of England to meet standards for the representation of ethnic minority people on banknotes. I bring this bill, Mr. Speaker, because I believe the Governor of the Bank of England now has a unique opportunity to address an archaic stereotype, one that completely undermines the credible efforts towards diversity and inclusion that are indeed taking place at the Old Lady of Threadneedle Street. I must first of all pay tribute to the inspirational Zara Zaidi and Dr. Patrick Vernon OBE for their excellent Banknotes of Colour campaign, and I'm glad to say they are sitting in the gallery today. Their campaign, Mr. Speaker, aims to secure the first ever ethnic minority person on a British banknote, and their efforts have already won very broad support both inside and outside of this House. The Banknotes Diversity Bill seeks to persuade the Governor of the Bank of England to designate black, Asian or minority ethnic person to feature on the new £50 note, a decision that he is due to announce this summer. There have been 24 banknotes featuring a notable person on the reverse side since the same was issued in July 1970. Of these, all but 3 have been historic white men. The notable exceptions being 3 women: Florence Nightingale, Elizabeth Fry and Jane Austen. As you all know, Mr. Speaker, the 2011 UK census showed that 14% of the UK population were from a black, Asian or minority ethnic background. And like everywhere else around the globe and around the UK, the population will become even more diverse in the coming decades. We talk so much of cohesion and integration and of active, engaged citizens. But for this to be achieved, people and communities need to see that their stake in Britain's past, present and future is universally recognised. To include a person of diversity on our banknotes would show a fundamental shift from a national stereotype, a real move to a modern, socially inclusive attitude in one of our oldest and most traditional institutions. Such positive action, Mr. Speaker, would underline the pride that we have in this country's great multiculture. It would also help to defeat the despicable influence of hatred and division that seek to destroy our libertarian way of life. The Bank of England, Mr. Speaker, has a duty to support and promote integration and diversity. In fact, the bank's own guidance states that its banknote characters should reflect the diversity of the UK society. It's therefore very disappointing and very surprising that the bank have so far failed to recognise the ethnic diversity of our population on our national currency. This bill would make sure that that changes. Over the course of the last century, our diverse communities in the UK have undoubtedly made a seismic contribution to the making of modern Britain. In business, in public services, in the NHS and yes, even in politics. And there are so many examples. Mary Seacole, the Jamaican British nurse who supported British troops during the Crimean War. Her contribution has been recognised as equal to that of Florence Nightingale. Noor Inayat Khan, a Muslim of Indian origin. She was the first female radio operator to infiltrate enemy-occupied France in World War II. Sophie Duleep Singh, the prominent Indian suffragette who was a member of the Women's Social and Political Union. And not forgetting Sir Charles Cow, the British-Chinese scientist who won the Nobel Prize for Physics. He also pioneered the use of fibre optics in telecommunications. There are, of course, so many other examples, but all of these individuals represent some of the very best of Britain. The choice, Mr. Speaker, on the face of the new £50 note is a wonderful opportunity for the Bank of England. It will send a message from one of the greatest institutions in the land that the contribution of diverse communities to the building of Britain really does matter and is truly valued. In doing so, they would also ensure that the UK's currency is reflective of the diverse, inclusive, tolerant, modern Britain that I know and love.
Order. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. If the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mrs Maria Miller, Janet Davey, Dame Caroline Spellman, Caroline Lucas, Eddie Hughes, Kate Green, Clive Lewis, Jeremy Lefroy, Preet Kaur Gill, Helen Whately, Rachel McLean, and myself, sir.
Helen Grant.
Banknote Diversity Bill.
Second reading what day?
5th of April 2019, sir.
5th of April 2019. Thank you. Order. The Leader of the House has tabled a motion on a matter of privilege, which I have agreed should take precedence today. To move the motion, I call Mr. Paul Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I beg to move the motion, standing in the name of my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House. In a week of constitutional innovation, we have one more whereby I am standing in for the Leader of the House. She does send her apologies. I understand she has been in touch with the Chair of the Privilege Committee and the Chair of the DCMS Select Committee to explain the reason for her absence. Mr. Speaker, the House as a whole respects deeply the work of select committees across the House. They do incredibly important work on behalf of all the peoples of the United Kingdom. The government remains a very strong supporter of the independence of the select committee system. In accordance with traditional practice, the Leader of the House brought forward motions on Thursday the 7th of June and Thursday the 28th of June 2018 to raise the action of Mr Dominic Cummings as a matter of privilege following his refusal to obey with the GCMS committee's order to attend it and by his subsequent refusal to obey the House's order of the 7th of June 2018. It is vital to the work of select committees that they are able to obtain full and accurate evidence from witnesses as part of their inquiries. I thank the members of both the Committee of Privileges for undertaking this report and the members of the GCMS committee for their own work on behalf of Parliament. The report from the Committee of Privileges concluded that it accepts the GCMS Committee's views that the evidence they sought from Mr Cummings was relevant to their inquiry, and that his refusal to appear constituted a significant interference with their work. The report states that Mr Cummings committed a contempt both by his initial refusal to obey the GCMS Committee's order to attend and by his subsequent refusal to obey the House's order. The committee recommended that this House should admonish Mr Cummings for his contempt, and it is for the House to determine whether to endorse these conclusions. Mr Cummings himself has raised further questions as to the enforceability of the House's powers and those of its committees to secure evidence. I know the Committee of Privileges intends to look at this further, and we await their conclusions. However, today's debate underlines the right of select committees to undertake their duties as assigned to them by this House. Mr Speaker, the Government has full respect for the privileges of the House of Commons, and we will continue to uphold them. They are crucial to the independence of Parliament and the strength of our democracy, and therefore commend this motion to the House.
The question is as on the order paper. Before the debate gets underway, I just want to say this. From experience, I am very clear in my own mind, and I am reinforced in my view by the specialist advice of the clerks, that the focus of this motion is narrow, and the Minister rightly stuck to the proper focus of the motion. This is not an occasion, repeat, not an occasion, for airing all the arguments about the conduct of the referendum campaign, vote leave, tactics used, fake news. That is not for today. Repeat, not for today. This is about the rights of this House and the appearance, or as the case may be, non-appearance of witnesses, the issue of compliance with the express wishes of the House, and the issue of consequences for violation of our rights. So if people have got speeches prepared in which they want to try to rehearse all of those arguments about the referendum campaign again, I suggest the speedy and liberal application of the blue pencil. It is not required, and indeed it is required not to happen. We mustn't play games with the House's procedures. So I'm extremely grateful to the Minister who moved the motion. The question is as on the order paper. The Shadow Leader of the House, Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank, I think he is the Deputy Leader of the House, for presenting the motion. And note that the Leader of the House is occupied elsewhere on important matters. Can I place on record our thanks to the Committee of Privileges chaired by my honourable friend, the Member for Stretford and Urmston, and all the members for all their work on producing the report. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first committee report on the conduct of Mr. Dominic Cummings. On the 5th of June 2018, the Digital Culture, Media and Sport Committee published a special report stating that Mr. Cummings had been first invited, then ordered by the committee to give oral evidence as part of its inquiry into fake news, and that he had failed to comply with that order. The House resolved on the 7th of June 2018 that Mr. Dominic Cummings give an undertaking to the committee no later than 6 p.m. on the 11th of June to appear before that committee at a time on or before the 20th of June 2018. But on the 20th of June 2018, the chair of the DCMS committee, the Honourable Member for Folkestone and Hythe, reported to the House that Mr. Cummings had failed to comply with the order of the 7th of June 2018. The Leader of the House brought forward a motion on the 28th of June 2018 that the matter be referred to the Committee of Privileges, and the House resolved to support that. Mr. Speaker, the committee have very helpfully set out in the annex to the report at page 11 the process that they would follow, inviting Mr. Cummings to provide the committee with oral and written evidence. So Mr. Cummings has had due process. They made a number of recommendations, and the Privileges Committee accepts the DCMS committee's view that the evidence that they sought from Mr. Cummings was relevant to their inquiry, and that his refusal to attend constitutes a significant interference with the work of that committee. The committee rejected Mr. Cummings' argument as to why he did not appear before the committee. Mr. Cummings had been offered a series of dates for a hearing, and he had not supplied any evidence which suggested that he was at significant risk of prosecution. The report stated that the fact that a prospective witness takes a different view on policy or political issues from a select committee does not constitute grounds to refuse to appear before that committee. Often, many of us on select committees hear evidence from all sides, and that's the right of a select committee to do that, to hear the evidence from all sides and to form a view based on that evidence. The Committee of Privileges accepts DCMS's view, the committee, that the evidence they sought from Mr. Cummings committed a contempt both by his refusal to obey the DCMS's committee order to attend it and by his subsequent refusal to obey the House's order on the 7th of June. The Privileges Committee states that attending the hearing and defending his position when called upon to do so would have been the right thing to do. The committee recommends that the House should admonish Mr. Cummings for his attempt. The admonishment would take the form of a resolution to the House. This resolution, if agreed to by the House, should be communicated to Mr. Cummings by the Clerk of the House. I want to once again thank the committee for their work and support the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Damian Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Deputy Leader for his statement, and also for the Leader of the House for giving me notice that she would be unable to attend the Chamber today, and for the words that were read out by the Deputy Leader on behalf of the Government. And thank also the fellow members of the DCMS Select Committee and the Chair of the Privileges Committee and her colleagues as well for their investigation. We are not here today as a consequence of a rush of blood to the head. of the at-whim decision of a parliamentary committee to order in a private citizen to make them give evidence in front of us. We are today at the end of a process that has run for the best part of 10 months, from the committee's first attempt to invite a witness to attend, to then the process of the committee ordering that person to attend, to it then being reported to the House, and the House also ordering, and then reported to the Committee on Privileges to investigate. And I'm pleased that the Privileges Committee has agreed with the report of the DCMS Committee that we were within our rights to call this witness and that the witness should have attended. Indeed, the witness himself, Mr Cummings, was critical of the committee's inquiry. He was critical of other witnesses that had attended and the evidence that they'd given. And the main reason that we wished him to attend was so that he could respond to the allegations made by other witnesses. Now, that is a very important part of the inquiry and also demonstrates the desire of the inquiry to hear all sides of the story. But we are frustrated in that process when witnesses refuse to confirm dates, put up spurious reasons for why they cannot attend, and then then seek to behave in a way, in correspondence with the committee, which certainly was contemptuous of the committee's work and therefore, through that, the work of the House. Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and chair of the committee. I mean, this is really the heart of the matter to a certain extent. The fact is that the report states that many of his communications were highly inappropriate and outside this place as well. And he didn't do himself any favours in this respect. I personally wanted to hear what he had to say. And I believe, honestly, that many in the committee had a very open mind in that respect, and we want these questions answered. And isn't it true as well that, effectively, we were very questioning on the other side of the debate, such as Mr Crystal Wiley, who we questioned very closely about his desire to hawk information to vote leave?
Indeed. I mean, the questions we wished to put to Mr Cummings were highly relevant to our inquiry, highly relevant to other evidence presented by other people in the inquiry as well, including organisations that had worked with Mr Cummings in his capacity as Director of Vote Leave. And I think it's right that we should have had the opportunity to put those questions as a relevant part of our inquiry and the work of the committee. And it cannot be for individuals to seek to, as the Privileges Committee says in its report, seek to interfere with the work of a parliamentary committee. We should regard that as a really serious matter. Yes.
I understand the point that he's making, but isn't there also an issue of consistency here? And that I understand that Mark Zuckerberg also declined to give evidence to the committee on that same inquiry. But also it's quite common for ministers to decline to give evidence to particular inquiries, in particular some of the devolved administrations, for instance, the devolved assemblies. So I think it's very important that the point that he makes is a consistent one that's applied across the board for all potential witnesses, and that we don't fall into the trap of singling out one individual.
I don't believe we're singling out one individual in this case. I mean, it's highly unusual for anyone to behave in the way that Dominic Cummings behaved towards the committee. With regards to this particular inquiry, my honourable friend's quite right. We did issue an invitation for Mark Zuckerberg to appear, but that's all we can do. We didn't issue a summons for him to appear or an order for him to appear because we don't have the jurisdictional powers to do so. He's not a UK national, he's not resident in the United Kingdom. We can only issue those sorts of summonses to a foreign national if they happen to be in the country, and we said that we would do that, but obviously we don't have the opportunity to do it, so the circumstances there are very different. We did, on the day we issued the order for Dominic Cummings to appear in front of the committee, we also issued an order to Alexander Nix, the Chief Executive of Cambridge Analytica, to appear, and he chose to accept. And actually the personal circumstances of Mr Nix at the time, in terms of the investigations into him and his former company, gave far greater reason for him not to attend than they were for Dominic Cummings, who wasn't under personal investigation at all at that stage. And therefore there were no reasons in law why he shouldn't appear. The normal sub judice rules that protect witnesses from incriminating themselves didn't apply in this particular case. The committee sought legal advice in that regard. And I think it is important that when we've gone through a thorough process and there's no particular grounds why a witness shouldn't appear, if the committee believe and the House believe that it's important that a witness should appear, then we should do so. The matter for ministers and the privileges of ministers is a different point. I would agree with them on that, but it is very different in terms of the rules of the House and that for private citizens.
Can he confirm then that it's his view that it is illegitimate for any government minister ever to claim that they cannot give evidence to a committee because there are legal proceedings underway on a particular issue?
Well, the House does have rules in terms of matters that are before UK courts that may prevent witnesses giving evidence. I agree with his principle, though, that I don't believe a minister should claim special privileges to not give evidence to a committee, but ministers do have a different status. And I don't think that, therefore, because there is this different status for ministers, that should give an opportunity for any individual in the country to ignore an order of a committee or a summons to appear in front of Parliament simply because they happen to take exception that ministers have some sort of special privileges they don't, as indeed do members of the House of Lords.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I just wanted to pick up that point of consistency, because it isn't just his select committee who may have problems with calling witnesses, important witnesses, to take part in inquiries. And indeed, the Women and Equality Select Committee is currently going through a similar process, but we're only 1 month in to requesting an individual to appear before us. Would he agree with me that it might be helpful if there were perhaps more explicit guidelines on the process to be followed here, so that it can be done in a more speedy manner? Because I certainly wouldn't want my inquiry on non-disclosure agreements to drag out for a further 10 months.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. There does need to be more clarity on the process, both within the rules as they stand at the moment, but also more clarity into what the rules of the House and the powers of the House actually are in this regard. We do have ancient powers, but it's a basic belief that in modern law they can't be enforced, and they've not been replaced with anything more suitable.
To my honourable friend for giving way. As a chairman of the Select Committee, I'm sure he will have shared my experience that the difficulty in getting witnesses to appear isn't necessarily around private citizens who usually are very willing to appear before a Select Committee. It is around encouraging ministerial colleagues on occasion and public officials certainly to come before Select Committees. That's where the resistance is. And does he not agree with me? There should be at least an equivalence of rules regarding the appearance of private citizens and elected individuals and publicly accountable individuals to appear before Select Committee. We haven't got that balance right yet.
Well, as I said to other members, I am sympathetic to any Select Committee that seeks to interview a public official or a minister as part of their inquiry. I've never, in my experience of 3 years as chair of a Select Committee, had that problem before, but I know others have done. But of course, there is a big difference between a minister of the Crown and a private citizen, in that a minister is a member of Parliament, and a minister can be questioned either in this House or in the House of Lords as part of their ministerial duties. The only opportunity we have to question people outside of Parliament as part of an inquiry is to invite them to appear in front of the committee. There's no other avenue, be it a ministerial question time or debate, where we can pursue that person. That's why I think the rules concerning private citizens are particularly important. I think I would be very sympathetic to the idea of looking at the rules for ministers, but at least there are other avenues that are open to challenging a minister as part of parliamentary process. Yeah.
On that point, I recall being a minister and having agreed, for instance, to give evidence to a committee of the Welsh Assembly, and being told that it was not government policy for ministers in Westminster to attend such committees, since they had no right to hold us to account. Does he think that, bearing in mind what he's just said, perhaps a different set of rules should apply for the devolved administrations, and Westminster ministers should maybe be required to attend those hearings in other devolved assemblies?
Since my honourable friend earlier on, I think there is a basic principle that committees conducting inquiries on behalf of, with Select Committees in this House, on behalf of the House, with powers delegated to them by the House, there should be a presumption that witnesses should attend, and be that a government minister. I also believe that a member of the House of Lords who might choose to use their special privileges as a parliamentarian not to be summoned in front of a committee, that wouldn't be appropriate if that member of the House of Lords held an important public position, as many members of the House of Lords do. I completely agree with that. There are other options available to question other members of Parliament and ministers as well that aren't available to question private citizens. The only forum we have to question a private citizen as part of a parliamentary inquiry is by inviting them to appear in front of a Select Committee. And that power is incredibly important, because the role of a Select Committee is not just to scrutinise the work of a government department or a public body. It is there to scrutinise other matters of public interest, where a committee believes there should be a case for government intervention or new rules, new laws or legislation, or something that we believe is important. But it's up for the committees to determine that as part of the scope of work of their inquiries, and that witnesses should attend when required. And it is very rare, that witnesses choose not to. Give way.
I'm grateful. Of course, Mr Cummings cannot be with us today and didn't want to be with us on another occasion. Did he give any indication that he thought there was some legal reason why it would be better if he didn't attend?
Grateful for our honourable friend, is part of the correspondence between myself as chair of the committee and Mr Cummings is published in full in the committee's report. So any member can read that and make their own judgment as to the case that Mr Cummings made. And obviously it's reviewed by the Privileges Committee as well, who also sought Mr Cummings to come and speak to them as part of their inquiry, which he declined to do so. Mr Cummings stated that there were other cases involved and that he'd been guided by the people he'd spoken to that he shouldn't appear. But there was no reason in law for that. He was not himself under personal investigation. He was not likely to be charged with an offence. He may have all sorts of private grounds for not wanting to do it, but unless there is a barrier, unless there is a particular legal reason why he should not appear, then I do not believe it is good enough for witnesses just to create reasons why they'd rather not give evidence. Otherwise, that undermines the whole process. If a witness is declining to give evidence simply because it's unsatisfactory to them, I don't think we should accept it.
Does he not at least, though, have some sympathy for the argument that Vote Leave was under investigation by the Electoral Commission, which was a full-scale legal investigation? And given that that was an ongoing investigation, a request to say that he would give evidence after that had concluded is not at all unreasonable.
Well, we had similar issue with other witnesses during the inquiry, in particular when Aaron Banks gave evidence to the committee. There were some aspects of Leave.EU's work that were relevant to the committee investigation, that were under investigation by the Electoral Commission at that time. And again, the Honourable Friend can check the official record of the session. We said to Mr Banks in that session that we wouldn't question him about matters that were under investigation from the Electoral Commission, as it wouldn't be proper to do so. But there were a very large number of other topics where there were relevant lines of inquiry that we wanted to pursue. And it was exactly the same with Dominic Cummings as well. We could have reached such an accommodation, but he was not prepared in principle to attend. And during the course of our correspondence, we set out why we thought he should attend, and it became quite clear that once he was aware that we were determined to issue an order requesting he appear on a certain day, that he would refuse point blank to appear at all, and then started to make all sorts of other conditions that he wouldn't appear in front of the DCMS committee, he might appear in front of a specially constructed ad hoc committee of the House, that the members of the committee should swear an oath before questioning him, as well as him swearing an oath as well. Now, this is a nonsense. We either respect our rules and the powers that we have, or we don't. And it's not just, I don't think my committee, the chair of the Privileges Committee will speak for himself, I'm quite sure, about her inquiry. If you look at the report done by the Treasury Committee before the referendum, when different parties in the referendum were invited to give evidence, they too are scathing about the experience of dealing with Mr Cummings and the general contempt that he showed to that committee as well. And we have to accept, if we don't really take our own powers seriously, other people will behave in a similar way. Other people will look at this case and say, well, actually, you can just ignore it, you can ignore their requests, there's nothing they can do. And there are often very important reasons why committees will wish to call in private citizens to account for their work. And in Mr Cummings' case, he's not just a private citizen going about his business in a quiet part of the country. He's someone who's held a series of important offices, someone who's a former government special advisor, someone who was director of an incredibly important national political campaign. The work of that campaign had been referenced already in a parliamentary inquiry, and we wish to ask him about the evidence that had been given, of which he himself was critical and felt there should have been some right to reply. I will.
One looks over committees over the last few years. You see the likes of Rupert Murdoch appearing in front of committees. You see Sir Philip Green appearing in front, not wholly successfully, in front of committees. Surely if people of that stature are prepared actually to come and face a committee, others of lesser stature should do too.
Absolutely right. And if you consider the case of, I was a member of the committee when Rupert Murdoch came to give evidence in response to a summons of the House to give evidence. That was right in the middle of the phone hacking scandal, with legal cases left, right and centre, massive challenges for that business, and yet he regarded it was his responsibility, and the proper thing to do would be to respond and come and give evidence in person and answer all the questions the committee have got. And, if it's good enough for someone of the stature of Rupert Murdoch, I'm sure Dominic Cummings could find time in his busy schedule to fit it in as well. And there was no reason why he shouldn't have done that. I believe there will be other occasions, and I think of the work of the committee as well, other times where we've struggled to get witnesses to attend, and they attend at the last minute, and we're going through that process now with some companies. There may be other organisations that we wish to call in as well. We saw during the course of our inquiry other political campaigns where, like the shadowy Mainstream Network, which was advertising last year on on Facebook seeking to lobby, seeking to get members of the public to lobby their MP on what they should or shouldn't do on the Brexit withdrawal agreement. There are other organisations like We Are the 52% and Britain's Future doing that right now. We may want to call in people like that in the future as part of investigations, and I think organisations like that would look at the behaviour of Dominic Cummings and say, well, we're disinclined to come, and actually there's not very much you can do about it. People often cite the ancient powers of the House to lock people up in a prison under Big Ben or lock people up here, and those powers do technically still exist, but would be rightly considered to be unenforceable. So I think the House does have to debate now and decide what we want to do when witnesses decline to attend. There should be a proper process. It shouldn't just be down for the arbitrary summons of 11 members of Parliament deciding to call people in, but a proper process to check, as the Privileges Committee have done here, that they were following a due process, that they had good grounds, that there was a public interest, that the witness should attend. And then when they fail to attend, there should be some clear sanction. In other parliaments in the world, there are rules in place in this case, be it a referral to the court or some other body that makes the final decision and imposes some sort of sanction. And I believe we need those sorts of rules now to be clearly codified, both on the summoning of witnesses, the ordering of papers. I give way to
I'm interested in this. So what kind of sanction does he think would be appropriate and might make a difference?
Well, I think that is ultimately a matter for the House to determine. But in other jurisdictions, I believe in Congress in the United States, there ultimately can be a fine or other form of sentence, I think up to a 3-month custodial sentence. I believe the Scottish Parliament has something similar, but members may correct me if that is not the case. But there are other legislators where a process has gone through and there are clear sanctions in law that can be applied if a reasonable request for a witness to appear or for documents to be served has not been met. I don't believe that politicians should sit in judge of private citizens and start ordering those penalties, and it's probably right that some independent body or outside body does do that, as exists in other areas of public life. But I believe we should determine what we believe our rules should be, and that if we believe that if a reasonable request is made for a witness to appear or papers to be issued to a committee, that should be done so. It's reasonable to believe that if someone is asked to give evidence to a committee, that they're doing so honestly and truthfully, and if they're proven to be knowingly lying and misleading to a committee, then there should be some sanction for that as well. There's then a separate debate about who should enforce that sanction and what the range of penalties should be. But I think it should be, if we want to use these powers responsibly, and we expect people to comply, I'm afraid we look at the case of Mr Cummings and say there has to be some sanction if they don't.
I'm following this argument with great interest, but does my honourable friend not agree with me that there's a very real danger, given the nature of Dominic Cummings, and I don't think, incidentally, the way he's behaved towards the Select Committee is any way different from the way he behaves generally, that he will actually regard an admonishment from the House of Commons as a badge of honour, and that indeed there has to be some alternative measure by which future witnesses think that an admonishment is not the only thing that might face them.
I think that is right. It's an important point. There has to be some penalty. Now, for some people, that is damage to their reputation. If you are running a public body or a regulated industry, then your reputation may be damaged because you've behaved in a way which is inconsistent with upholding the high standards of your office. With the private, clearly Dominic Cummings doesn't particularly care about those things. I think there is a question to say, is it appropriate that someone is found in contempt of Parliament or admonished by Parliament? Should they be an appropriate candidate to hold a public position in the future, to be a government advisor or a member of a public body in the future? Should there be a bar on that? I think that would be...
Would you envisage a similar bar, for example, of being a bankrupt?
No, absolutely. I think that's my honourable friend, fellow member of the committee, makes an excellent point. And it's a good example of how there are clear penalties in place for people who find themselves in a particular situation of which they are the cause, that restrict their future actions and activities. Not necessarily their liberties, but certainly restrict the things that they can do. And I think someone found in contempt of the House should face some sort of real-world sanction as well, in terms of their appropriateness to be a fit and proper person, to hold certain positions and roles, or certainly to be appointed to a public office, or if he was ever again asked to be a government advisor or a special advisor. I think these sorts of things should be taken into account. I'm sure they would if anyone so sought to do that. But I think there also needs to be a further sanction in law as well. A range of penalties depending on how severe the offence was, that someone would have the authority to adjudicate and then enforce. And that is my the right honourable lady, the chair of the Women and Equalities Committee, said that there should be a clear process as well, so we understand how long this takes. and that ideally a witness could be compelled to come within the scope of an inquiry, and not certainly as I believe Dominic Cummings intended to do, which was initially to offer the prospect at some point in the future, someday he might come, knowing full well that that could be 1 year, 2 years later. Indeed, I don't believe the conditions he set out in his initial email have yet been met, and he probably still wouldn't be coming here, to the committee more than a year later. And I think we have to consider whether that is acceptable at all. That is massively impedes the work of parliamentary committees if they cannot summon witnesses who are relevant to their inquiries. And in this case, we were asking him to come in direct response to evidence that the committee had received that was relevant to him and our inquiry, and I think we had very strong grounds for asking him to come. I know there are other... Yes, well, finally, yes.
I'm very grateful for him in giving away a second time. I mean, the only thing I'm slightly concerned about, and I know we've touched on this earlier, and my honourable friend has spoken about Rupert Murdoch, but there really was a very serious criminal inquiry going on at the time with Vote Leave. And surely my honourable friend would have sympathy, at least, if he thought, well, there is a danger that if I were to appear before the committee, then I might prejudice my own defence should a criminal investigation then be occurring.
I certainly think those conditions certainly applied in the case of Rupert Murdoch, because he was asked expressly what he knew about the practice of phone hacking at his newspapers, and that was a major part of the hearing, as indeed was Rebecca Brooks, who gave evidence on the same day as well. These were people who could have used that excuse. But I think there's different questions. The right to non-incrimination, if you yourself are likely to face court proceedings, if you're likely to be charged with a particular offence, or have been already, or indeed that would already be covered by the House's sub judice rules. So I think there are already quite clear rules in place there. In this case, Mr Cummings was not being directly charged with an offence. There were other ongoing investigations. As I said, we had other witnesses where, in one moment I will, we had other witnesses where we agreed that there were certain things we wouldn't discuss as being on topic so as not to interfere in other inquiries that were going on, but we nevertheless managed to conduct a proper hearing with those witnesses and gain valuable evidence. There was no reason why that couldn't be done in Mr Cummings' case. I give way.
But the argument he's making is a curious one, because Dominic Cummings obviously was the director of Vote Leave, and there was an investigation of Vote Leave that was ongoing. And as the former director of that, he had every legitimacy to have a concern that he might prejudice the case and the investigation that was ongoing, in much the same way as a minister, while not being directly charged with anything, might nevertheless have concern for proceedings being made against the government.
Well, it sort of depends on what Mr Cummings thought he was going to say. I mean, whether he thought he was likely to be in that position. But as I said, there were a range of issues and topics that the committee wished to discuss with him that weren't at that time being expressly investigated by the Electoral Commission, certainly. Their investigation was largely to do with funding issues at the time and the coordination between Vote Leave and other campaigns in the referendum. But there were lots of issues around Vote Leave's work with aggregate IQ, their involvement in data analytics, the way data was being gathered, stored and used during the course of the campaign, which were highly relevant to the campaign, to the inquiry that we were running at that time, and that he could have come and discussed. But I mean, I think if there were no grounds for him not to appear, and he just didn't want to appear, then I don't believe the House should accept that as an excuse. I give way.
Isn't there? Would my honourable friend not concede there would be a difference had the gentleman in question not wished to appear on account of perhaps being prejudiced against some ongoing inquiry into something he was associated with, as against not recognising the legitimacy of Parliament to summon him to appear? I suspect in this case it's the latter, not the former, but might be a difference.
There is a difference. I don't believe he did ever accept the legitimacy of Parliament to ask him to appear, which I think is a matter we should take seriously in its own right, and that I think from the very start it looks clear that he thought that he should give evidence on his own terms, in his own way, on his own date, and that it was no business of and even to his own committee. It was no business of ours to actually set parameters for the special ad hoc committee of the House to be assembled just to question Dominic Cummings. There was no, that is a ridiculous way for us to expect someone to behave if they've been asked to give evidence. If he had said at the beginning, well, I'm willing to give evidence, but there are certain topics because of other investigations that I'm associated with I don't feel I can discuss, but I'll discuss other things, that would have been a very different matter. The Privileges Committee might have taken a different view if that was the case. I think it's interesting that he declined as well to give evidence to that investigation, which was some time after the event. It just shows a general contempt for this House House and its practices, and that it's no business, we've got no business to ask him difficult questions or to pry into his affairs. And I believe we do have the right, we do have the business, and where the House is working legitimately and it legitimately seek to summon witnesses to give evidence to inquiries, and it's rare a summons is issued, most witnesses come willingly, but we should have that power, and when that power is refused, when someone shows contempt for us, there should be a sanction. We should have a power to act further. And I believe today's debate is not really about the end of the discussion about whether Dominic Cummings should or shouldn't have come in front of the DCIS Select Committee. It is about how we take this forward and how we formalise the powers of the House and make sure that we're not in this position again in the future.
Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the SNP to support the resolution and to urge the House to vote for it. But sadly, I have to say, without any great hope or expectation that doing so will have a great deal of effect. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Speaker cautioned us at the beginning of this discussion to try and restrict our comments to the narrow business under consideration. I had wanted to put this question in the wider context of the debate on Brexit and to consider the wider political considerations, but I won't do that, and I have taken the Speaker's advice, and in my imagination I have applied a blue pen to much of what I was going to say. But I do think it's appropriate for us to note why it was that the DCMS Select Committee wanted to hear from Mr Cummings in the first place. And that is because many of the concerns that were expressed about the Vote Leave campaign exemplified some of the concerns about the debate on fake news that they were having an inquiry into. And I don't want to, as I say, I shan't go into any great detail about this, but I think as a matter of record, we have to say that the Vote Leave campaign does stand accused of engaging in lies and propaganda and willful distortion of the facts. It is a fact that it has been found guilty by the Information Commissioner of breaking the regulations on the gathering of personal data, and it is a fact that it broke the law and has been fined by the Electoral Commission for its expenses. Now, it seems to me that it would be legitimate for Mr Cummings to engage with the committee to talk about those things, and it seems to me also that his refusal to do so and to come before the committee, and that being the reason why this motion is here today, does indicate to me that maybe he has something to hide, or that he is not able to mount a defence of the accusations that have been put there. And that seems to me something that should concern this House. Others have said that, and I think it's true, that we need to be concerned, what does admonishment actually mean? What sort of sanction or leverage is this really at the end of the day? I fear it is not a very great one, and I do think this instance and others should lead us into reflection about whether or not our procedures are adequate for House of Commons inquiries into matters of public concern, and whether we need additional powers to be able to compel people to give evidence when it is in the public interest to do so, as indeed many other countries have. I make no suggestion as to how that might happen, but I simply want to put on the table that it should happen. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do think we are entitled, without going into the detailed political debate, but we are entitled to form opinions and to perhaps draw conclusions as to the intentions and attitude of Mr Cummings from what we have heard described before us in the motion. Now, I, and I think many other colleagues, will have watched the recent BBC drama, the Brexit, the Uncivil War, which, to my mind, has a very generous and sympathetic portrayal of Dominic Cummings. It suggests that he is some sort of tortured genius. I'll take it in a moment. It suggests he is some sort of tortured genius, a radical, a free thinker, an iconoclast, someone who wants to engage in the noblest notions of sovereignty and democracy, and who wouldn't debase himself for a moment with gutter politics. But I'm not sure that's entirely the case. And before I suggest an alternative, I will happily take an intervention.
Does he not understand? I think the direction that Mr Speaker gave at the beginning of this debate was for a very important reason, that this is a serious discussion, an admonishment of somebody for a failure to appear before a committee. And it should be about the facts of that decision to not appear or otherwise. And it should not...
Order. I also know what was said, and I will be the judge of whether it's stretching beyond or remaining within the advice that Mr Speaker gave. I can assure you I'm carefully listening. At the moment, we've not tread outside. I think we are coming towards the end of the speech anyhow, and we all know that there are limits which we shouldn't go beyond. I think to mention the person in passing is one thing. What I don't want to do is to get into an argument about the best or the weakness of what the examples are. It's purely about the privilege, I agree, but we certainly haven't stepped outside. But I do thank Tommy Shepherd.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I have been keeping your eye very carefully to try and make sure I don't stray beyond the bounds of the limitations that were set. So I will conclude by simply saying that I have drawn my own opinions from what has happened in this case as to the character of Mr Cummings, and perhaps the truth is rather more mundane. Perhaps he is just a posh boy after all, from a privileged background, who has a sense of entitlement that means he doesn't see himself as having to account to his peers for his actions. And therefore, I rather fear that the honourable gentleman from Lichfield is correct, actually. I rather fear that if we do pass this as we should, that at his next dinner party it will be worn as a badge of honour, and he will continue the contempt of this House, because there are people of his class who regard democratic institutions like this in precisely that way.
Sir Johnson.
Mr Deputy Speaker, along with many colleagues here, I think the Select Committee system is a good one, and it can only operate if we can invite witnesses, and if they don't want to come, if we can summon them. And so I think this is a very timely debate, and shouldn't just be about one particular case or person, but it should also encompass the important issues alluded to by some of the previous speakers, which revolve around what is a compelling invitation and what is a sanction for those who refuse the invitation or the requirement that they should come to attend and answer. Now,
I'm sorry to interrupt so early on my right honourable friend, but I want to just probe him a little bit on this. Because earlier in this debate, people have talked about what happens in other countries, and for example in the United States there are sanctions if you don't appear before a House committee. But then you get into a position whereby witnesses say to the committee, "I'm sorry, I won't answer this because it may incriminate me." Does my right honourable friend think we've got to be careful we don't end up with that situation arising either? It's getting the balance right.
I agree it's about balance, and he's inviting me to get to my conclusion before I've gone through my argument, but cutting to part of the conclusion, yes, I think we do need to look at sanctions, and I think what would be good to come out of this debate is that the relevant committee goes away and considers practice in other good democratic institutions around the world and looks at which ones are most effective, because I think we need to be seen, as we are, as a serious body with every right to require any UK citizen to come here and to explain themselves and to be able to enforce that in a sensible and proportionate way. And I don't think our current enforcement is proportionate if someone has no good reason to refuse or to deny. But I just wanted to develop one or two exceptions to this rule, and I think at the heart of this particular case is the issue of whether or not there are any legal proceedings underway which could in any way be prejudiced were the witness to come here and to speak too widely about the things that the authorities were investigating. And there is a sub judice rule. It's always a matter of judgment for any individual who may be facing that kind of proceeding. It's also a matter of judgment for the various lawyers involved in the prospective cases. But I don't think we should ignore that. This could be an important part of this particular case, and it certainly can be a crucial part of any future case where if someone is having to answer because there is a general worry about their past conduct, and I'm not talking about Mr Cummings, I'm talking about a future case, then it is quite likely there could be a legal inquiry as well as the wish to have a parliamentary inquiry. So if we're going to hire sanctions, as I suspect we should do, we need to be even clearer, I think, about what are the legitimate legal grounds. And that brings me on to my second point, which is I think that when people do something that is very contentious with the wider public and with members of this House and splits opinion in the country, there is a danger of too many inquiries, because suddenly they're all across the media, they're on the front pages of the newspapers, everybody's talking about them, and people then chase the ambulance. They want to chase the excitement, and there's a danger in this House that we get several committees wanting to make an inquiry into largely the same thing from a different departmental perspective, wanting to hone in on exactly the same key witnesses because they are so newsworthy at the moment. And then we may get into the position where we are overloading the potential witness and we are actually getting in the way of the inquiry so that it can add to our understanding rather than just adding to glamorous media reports of our involvement.
Right, honourable friend, I know he's talking in general terms about a future case, but I think just the record to state in this particular case of Mr Cummings, there was not a case of a competing select committee seeking to ask him to come and give evidence. We were the only committee that sought to invite him to come, and that we did take, in that case, advice from the House authorities on whether or not the concerns he raised about other cases were relevant to our request.
I understand that, and I explicitly said I wasn't talking about Mr Cummings on that particular part of my talk, because this is about how we enforce in general, as well as being about the sanction the House wishes to confirm by its motion today on a particular individual. And certainly Mr Cummings and vote leave and all the rest of it might have been subject to other inquiries, because there's no doubt about it, there's been huge political interest in this outside and inside this House. And it is a very contentious matter, and so it's the kind of thing where you could get overload of inquiry, and so you get more heat but not a lot of light. So I think when we, in calm reflection, as I know the chairman of the committee and others is undertaking, we need to think about that range of possibilities. So two issues to deal with before thinking of intensifying our sanction regime. One, is there a really good reason that people can give under some kind of legal advice or legal inquiry, because we don't want to get in the way of proper inquiries where there could be serious crimes being investigated. And two, can we make sure that we don't contribute just to chasing excitement and false allegation quite often, because they're very much in the light of the media spotlight at that particular time, but that there is a serious interest, and maybe it should be one committee, a lead committee, that takes it up and handles that particular person. I also think it is very important to be fair between the different possible categories of witness, because we have to bear in mind that an individual doesn't have the same backup, support, cover for legal costs, cover for other costs which may be involved in being on the wrong end of an inquiry, whereas a representative of a great company has enormous support and will have people writing parts of their evidence for them and drawing on the back data which is needed, and will obviously have cover for the legal expenses.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way and for mentioning the type of witness who appears. And I simply want to put the record straight in the form of a question, if I may. I mean, is my right honourable friend aware that Dominic Cummings' father was an oil rig project manager, his mother was a special needs teacher, and he went to Durham School? So to categorise him, as the representative for the SNP did, as some sort of posh boy, actually is completely wrong.
I think it's always better to deal in facts than into general allegations or misdescriptions, and so I thank my honourable friend for that. But the point I'm making is that I think committees should understand that an individual who doesn't work for a great corporation, doesn't have a well-paid job, or was part of an organisation but is no longer part of it, does not have the same backup and support as someone who is still the chief executive of a mighty company. Yeah.
Honourable friend, he's making an important point. That a chief executive of a big company has got a team of people that can help them prepare their evidence, but it's not required. The committees well understand that a submission from a company might be different from a private individual. There are many private individuals who make written evidence submissions to committees all of the time without any of that support, who freely come and give evidence to committees without any of that support. And all we're asking them to do is come and talk about themselves. And in fact, they have the same legal immunity and protections as the members of the committee do when they seek to give evidence. So they don't have to worry about potentially incriminating themselves or taking legal advice before speaking out, because they have the same protections we do.
Well, I wasn't going to conclude that we should stop asking people who don't have well-backed-up jobs, but I just think we need to understand, as I'm sure my honourable friend does, that if you're asking an individual who was once in an important position with all that backup to come and talk about events a year or 2 years ago, and they don't wish to mislead the committee and they do wish to be factually accurate, they need somehow to get access to the records of their past institution, and they need to go through a lot of preparation. They have to do it all for themselves, or they have to spend their own money on getting advice and legal support.
Does he agree with me as well that we need to be mindful of unintended consequences? That if you were to introduce a sanction, a stronger sanction on witnesses for failing to appear, what if, for instance, the Culture, Media and Sport Committee were doing an inquiry into phone hacking and decided that it would be newsworthy, for instance, to have the parents of a murdered schoolchild and force them to appear before their committee? Now, that would clearly be inappropriate, and clearly inappropriate to use such a sanction in those situations.
Sir John.
I think it's another very good hard case which I hadn't thought of, and it needs to be taken into account as we pursue this general issue of what would be relevant sanction. But I wanted to get on to the third category of people, which is senior officials and ministers who receive salaries from the public via the government, who I think should be more answerable than anybody else, because they are by definition primarily remunerated and spend much of their lives working for the government and the public. And I do have difficulties if we find that committees can't get access to senior officials who are full-time working for the government and the wider public, or if in certain cases, as my honourable friend mentioned before, ministers don't think they should be answerable to elected assemblies because they think it might be inconvenient to give more background or detail to the policy they've been pursuing or the decision they've taken. So I think I would want to weight it a bit more heavily in favour of this House having extremely strong powers to demand the presence of senior officials and ministers and take the view that they should have to answer, unless it's a state secret for national defence or something, but they shouldn't be able to refuse to answer just because it's embarrassing or it might reveal the government's made a mistake or wasted a lot of money, as if those things never happened, Mr Deputy Speaker. But it is our job to tease more of those out, and for that we need direct accountability. Normally our ministers to this House are very good, and they have to be, because the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers will make sure that there are urgent questions, or there will be statements, or there will be question times where ministers have to come and answer, and they normally come to select committees, but it's not perfect. But I think with senior officials it's rather less satisfactory, and there have been occasions where select committees have found it quite difficult to get access to very senior officials who do know a great deal, which is of public interest and should not be secret. And, from my memory as past life as a minister, I think there was a bit too much secrecy in government, and there was a feeling by the official machine that everything that went on before the minister made a statement was somehow private, whereas I felt it was often better as the minister to explain some of that, because if you'd made one of those 51, 49 calls, and you yourself had a lot of sympathy with the 49, because it was a collective decision, I found it quite helpful for me to explain to the House that I could see both sides of the argument, and that we'd had to come down on one side or the other, but it was a marginal call, and I think it's helpful to the House, and sometimes ministers seem to think that the 51 call has to be put out as the only possible answer and all other answers are stupid, and that doesn't really make for good inquiry or good understanding of the difficult and sometimes messy business of government, where you're often making imperfect decisions on insufficient information, but a decision has to be made. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, my conclusion is that out of this incident could come something good, which may be a more general recognition by this House that we need a stronger sanction for anyone in future who has no good reason to turn down a requirement to come as a witness, that we need any UK citizen to feel they should come unless there is some compelling legal reason. But we do need to be sensitive to the different categories of witness and to have proportionate and sensible responses given how powerful they are and how much access they have to support and legal advice.
Kate Green. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Leader of the House
for creating an early opportunity to debate the report of the Committee on Privileges, which we published last week, and for tabling a motion in the terms which the committee had requested. She was good enough to inform me that she would not be able to be present in the chamber herself this afternoon to move the motion, and I also thank the honourable member for Blackpool North and Clevelands for introducing the motion and for his support for the report of the committee. The case has proved rather protracted for reasons that I will come on to, but in essentials it's been a very simple matter, and I'll try to keep my remarks as brief as possible. As the honourable member outlined, Mr Cummings failed to obey first an order of the DCMS committee and then of the House itself to attend an oral evidence hearing. When this was referred to the Privileges Committee as an alleged contempt by the House, we agreed a resolution on process which is appended to our report. This was based on a resolution agreed by our predecessor committee some years ago when considering the case of News International witnesses who were alleged to have committed a contempt by misleading a select committee. And we have adhered strictly to the procedure set out in that resolution, even although this has had the effect of lengthening our inquiry. Mr Deputy Speaker, we invited Mr Cummings to give oral evidence, but despite our giving him ample opportunity to agree a date with us, it proved impossible to do so. In an email to us, and again in his blog last week, Mr Cummings has made various misstatements about this, and I don't wish to detain the House unduly, but I do want to put on the public record a rebuttal of one or two of his assertions. In his blog, Mr Cummings says, talking of the date of a projected evidence session before the Committee on Privileges as agreed in December, and I quote, "We tentatively agreed the 31st of January, but they cancelled the hearing in January and declined to reschedule it." The report sets out what actually happened. At the start of December, we offered Mr Cummings a selection of dates for a hearing in January. In response, Mr Cummings told us that he would probably come on the 31st of January, the latest of the dates we had offered, but that he would confirm to us before Christmas. He didn't. I wrote to him on the 10th of January seeking confirmation. I received no reply to that communication. The clerk to the committee emailed him on the 23rd of January seeking a response. He replied on the 28th of January, again I quote, "Hello, I've just seen this, I will reply this afternoon." There was no further reply. On the 29th of January, with 2 days to go till the date of the proposed evidence session, and having had no confirmation that he would attend it, the committee met and decided that we had no alternative but to cancel the session and bring our inquiry to as rapid a conclusion as possible. In his blog, Mr Cummings says that, and again I quote, my last letter to the committee of the 26th of February is below, I got no answer. Mr Deputy Speaker, that is quite untrue. On the 28th of February, 2 days after his email, I wrote to him, responding in detail to the comments in his email. I received no reply to this. All these letters, emails and responses are published on the committee's website. At an earlier stage, and similar to the experience of the DCMS committee, Mr Cummings had insisted that all the members of Parliament taking part in the Privileges hearing should take an oath. I replied, pointing out that this would not be possible. We were willing to administer the oath to him at his own request, but the oath could only be administered to witnesses, just as in law courts, the judge or barristers do not take the oath. In his blog, Mr Cummings describes this argument as laughable. He also says that the committee, and I quote, replied that no, they didn't want to promise to tell the truth, and sadly they weren't able to make such a promise, but would I come anyway? these comments were completely fabricated. I won't carry on, Mr Deputy Speaker. Anyone who wants to can read our full report and the various letters and emails published within it and make up their own minds as to whether it was the Committee of Privileges or Mr Cummings who was behaving unreasonably. Notwithstanding the responses from Mr Cummings, I want to assure the House that the committee has done our very best to approach this case scrupulously. Our report assesses whether Mr Cummings' conduct amounts to contempt of Parliament. It might seem obvious that a refusal to obey an order of the House or of its committees is a contempt of Parliament. However, in certain exceptional circumstances, it is conceivable that a prospective witness might be justified in declining to give evidence if they had genuine grounds to believe they'd be treated unfairly, or that giving evidence might significantly prejudice future court proceedings against them. Our report considers the arguments advanced by Mr Cummings to see if there were extenuating circumstances that might have justified his conduct. And in particular, as has been raised by honourable members opposite, the risk of legal proceedings against him. It concludes that Mr Cummings had been offered by the DCMS committee a series of alternative dates for a hearing, and that he had not supplied any evidence that he was at significant risk of criminal prosecution, or which suggested any significant flaw in the DCMS committee's inquiry or in their handling of witnesses. Legal inquiries into whether or not he was or others might have been at risk of future criminal proceedings were assessed in the light of assurances that we received from regulators, which led us to understand that he himself was not facing criminal proceedings. We agree with the DCMS committee that Mr Cummings' evidence would have been relevant to their inquiry, and we heard from the chair of the committee a few moments ago more detail about why that would have been the case. And we agree that his refusal to attend was a significant interference with that committee's work. We conclude that he committed a contempt by his refusal to obey first the committee's order and then the House's order. We recommend that he be admonished by resolution of the House to be communicated to him by the Clerk of the House. We do not recommend the old practice of summoning him to the bar, which we believe would merely give him an opportunity to grandstand. The motion before the House, in conjunction with the report which it approves, constitutes the admonishment. If agreed to, no further action by the House will be sought in this matter. Finally, we comment, and this too has been raised a number of times this afternoon, that the case of Mr Cummings has raised further questions as to the enforceability of the House's powers and those of its committees to secure evidence. It is for that reason and others that the Privileges Committee will now return to its wider inquiry into these matters, referred to as in the previous Parliament, and we plan to announce shortly a series of oral evidence sessions. We hope to coordinate our inquiry with the Liaison Committee's current inquiry into Select Committee effectiveness. I'd be very happy to give way to the Right Honourable Member.
Is the Honourable Lady in the committee going to pursue comparisons to see what might be working more effectively in other democratic institutions?
I'm very grateful for that suggestion, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think it's an excellent one. May I also urge Honourable and Right Honourable Members in this House to submit their own evidence to the committee, and we will be publishing details shortly of how to make those submissions. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think it's been apparent to all of us for some time that the current situation is unsatisfactory. I acknowledge that admonishment is a fairly feeble sanction against an individual who does not appear to feel a sense of shame at his own behaviour. The historic punishments used by the House, fining and imprisonment, have not been used for many years, and although they have not been abolished, it's highly unlikely that any attempt to use them now would survive a legal challenge. None of the alternative options, which may be summed up as doing nothing, attempting to assert the House's rights through resolutions or standing order changes, or legislating to confer powers on the House, is, I acknowledge, without objection, which is why this problem is still with us. If the answer had been easy, something would have been done a long time previously. Notwithstanding this, the committee wishes, as I say, to canvass options vigorously, including, as the Right Honourable Gentleman has suggested, looking at how other legislatures around the world have dealt with this issue. We'll focus not only on ways of strengthening sanctions, but also ensuring, as we have striven to do in this inquiry, that the House is fair and scrupulous in the way that it treats witnesses. We intend to report to the House with proposals as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, may I conclude by placing on record my thanks to my colleagues on the Privileges Committee for their assistance in bringing this report forward to the House, to the leader for proposing the motion this afternoon, and her colleague for introducing the debate today. I too urge the House to support the motion tabled in the name of the leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I start by saying that you obviously weren't in the chair, but the Speaker was, when he gave the admonishment, which clearly had an impact on the member for Edinburgh East, who I think felt that it was perhaps targeted at him in terms of not making long speeches about matters that weren't pertinent to the matter we're debating now. But I must say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I felt perhaps like Mona Lisa's eyes, that the Speaker was indeed looking directly at me, and when he made a reference to taking a Liberal pen and crossing out great swathes of speeches, I thought that was directed at me. So my speech is on the back of this. Absolutely, two minutes or thereabouts. So this debate clearly is about the rights of the House and the consequences of failure to observe the rights of the House. I'm very pleased that, in fact, we have the member for Blackpool North here opening the debate, because I must say I would have had perhaps some reservations had it been the Leader of the House, because, of course, she does have a connection with the Vote Leave campaign, and it might have been inappropriate for her in the circumstances to have opened this debate. Now, I think in the circumstances we have heard from the member...
Can I just say, the gentleman... We're discussing somebody who's not here, and I don't think it's quite fair to suggest what that person would or wouldn't do. I think he was right to stick to his 2 minutes about the subject rather than going into the leader. Tom Brake.
Thank you. It may be a bit longer following that intervention, but I will stick to the subject in hand. And I think the member for Stretford, Anne Urmston, did a good job, I think, of setting out exactly how, I think, arrogant Mr Cummings has been in relation to this inquiry and the allegations, false allegations he's made about the way in which he has interacted with the committee. But I'm afraid I do feel that his lack of accountability is rather a pattern of a lack of accountability in relation to the whole vote leave issue. And I know I'm not allowed to speak about that at any great length, but I do think that, for instance, having Gisela Stewart as the chair of Wilton Park, which is in the business of promoting good governance around the United Kingdom, given the role that, or around the world, given the role that she played, maybe that's something the FCO should consider revisiting in terms of an appointment. And also in relation to other key players in that campaign, the co-convener of Vote Leave, Secretary of State for DEFRA, and indeed...
In fairness, we're not going to go through the people involved in the campaign. You're advised, Mr Brake, you know much better than that. You're a much better politician. You don't want to test my patience, the House patience. Let's just move on with your 2 minutes. Tom Brake.
I thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So I really just conclude by saying that clearly the action that the committee has taken, or we are going to take today, is entirely appropriate. It does, I think, as the member for Folkestone and Hythe, it will send a message to others. It will certainly send a message to others if we do nothing. I do have doubts, as others have expressed today, whether in fact the panoply of powers that we have or punishments that we have at our disposal is sufficient, but I think it's right that today we do pass this motion.
Ian Lucas.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This motion is about basic respect for Parliament and basic respect for individual members of Parliament. and basic respect for select committees. The DCMS Select Committee undertook an enormous task under the exemplary leadership of the member for Folkestone and Hythe in undertaking this inquiry. And of course, like all other select committees, we're a cross-party group. We've got members of 3 separate political parties within us, and we work very hard in producing 2 very, very substantial reports which have been widely, and by widely I mean worldwide, approved and scrutinised very, very closely indeed. And in order to obtain that evidence, we received oral evidence from a lot of individuals, many of whom were potentially under investigation, from businesses like AIQ, Cambridge Analytica, and so forth. And we exercised our responsibility extremely seriously under the guidance of the Chair in making sure that none of the individuals concerned, and we thank them for giving evidence, were prejudiced, and we exercised judgment at different times about preventing evidence from being given which might in any way prejudice any other inquiries. In response to that, we've had the actions of this individual, and I invite all members who are here to look at the correspondence which is included in the 2 reports before us, who shows utter contempt, firstly for the chairman of the Select Committee, which is completely uncalled for, and secondly for this institution of Parliament. We are none of us here anything without our office. We're elected to come here and be impartial, honest, and committed in the work that we undertake. All that we ask is basic human respect from those that we deal with. And if you read the documentation and the correspondence from this individual, it's quite clear that he has utter contempt for Parliament, which in many ways is ironic. We can't really allow the situation for individuals to have utter contempt to continue. I know that if, for example, this individual had corresponded with a judge when I used to do magistrates' courts and Crown Court proceedings some years ago, in the terms in which he corresponded with the chairman of the Select Committee or with Parliament, he would have ended up in the cells pretty sharpish. I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm very interested in the work that is going to be undertaken from where we are, because, frankly, we do need to have some form of procedure put into place which isn't beyond the wit of man or indeed woman, and which will really codify the procedure that needs to be followed where important evidence is coming before select committees. And I think that that's quite an urgent task, because we all undertake important work that we want to see done to the best of our abilities. This is a case where a contemptible person behaved contemptuously towards this institution. He should be held accountable properly for that. There should be a proper procedure in place to make sure that the type of disdain that is exhibited to this great Parliament should not be permitted again. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the programme motion to be moved formally. Formally, great. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Mental Capacity Amendment Bill, Lords. Consideration of Lord's message.
No.
Now.
I should inform the House that neither Lord's amendments in the message engage financial privilege. I also remind the House that the motions relating to the Lord's amendments in the message will be certified as relating exclusively to England and Wales. If the House divides on either of these motions, a double majority will be required for the motion to be passed. We will take together government motions to disagree with Lord's Amendments number 8 and make amendment brackets A in lieu, and the government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendments number 25A and to make amendments brackets A and brackets B to Commons Amendments 25 in lieu. I call the Minister to move the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendments number 1B and make amendments A in lieu. Minister Caroline Darling.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House does not insist on Commons Amendment 1 and 25, to which noble Lords have disagreed, and I would ask that this House disagrees to Lords Amendment 1B and 25A, proposed in place of Commons Amendment 1 and 25, and accept the following amendments to the bill in lieu. Mr Deputy Speaker, we now have an opportunity to deliver reforms that will provide quicker and fuller access to protections for the 125,000 people who are not currently receiving them. That is 125,000 vulnerable people without the legal protection that they deserve, 125,000 people whose families do not have the peace of mind, and 125,000 people for whom their care providers have no legal cover to be supporting them. We now have an opportunity to rectify this. In February, the other place considered the 56 amendments made to this bill by the Commons, the vast majority of which were agreed with. However, the Lords did table alternatives to 2 of the Commons amendments, and this is the focus of our discussions today. I'll start with Amendment 1B, which was tabled by Baroness Tyler of Enfield, of course.
I'm grateful. The Minister has rightly pointed out that this would be a great advantage to those who are directly affected. Without being a total sort of patsy for my local authorities concerned, can she explain what benefit this will have to local authorities who have the responsibility of trying to make sure that people's welfare and safety is well protected?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. You know, this particular issue has been a huge burden for local authorities, for whom have and quite burdensome in the sense that they have to do multiple deprivation of liberty safeguards, often for the same people, often when they move from one setting to another, meaning a huge amount of bureaucracy which doesn't offer any actual better protection for the individuals concerned. The new streamlined service will enable local authorities to do this in a much more streamlined, much more efficient way. It will save them money, but it will at the same time offer better protections for the individuals that we all care about. Amendment 1B was tabled by Baroness Tyler of Enfield to set out the meaning of a deprivation of liberty positively, rather than using an exclusionary approach set out by the government. Noble Lords are, of course, absolutely right to want to ensure any definition is understood by people and practitioners. However, a positive definition of a deprivation of liberty would likely to be subject to a legal challenge as Article 5 case law evolves, and it would become unfit for purpose incredibly quickly, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a view not only shared by the government, but also highlighted beautifully in the other place by the esteemed legal experts Lord Mackay and Lord Hope. Amendment 1B does not link the definition of a deprivation of liberty to Article 5 of the European Convention of Human Rights, which creates a risk of the definition set out in statute diverging from the Convention. This would mean that people who fall outside of Parliament's concept of deprivation of liberty, but within the Article 5 definition, could not have their deprivation of liberty authorised under the Mental Capacity Act. For those people, only the High Court would be available to authorise such a deprivation of liberty, which in turn would give rise to excessive delays in accessing vital safeguards. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is precisely the situation this piece of legislation looks to address. There are already far many too people subject to delays when accessing safeguards, and we cannot introduce a provision that would further risk this. Because of these concerns, the Government cannot agree with Noble Lords in their Amendment 1B. However, we know that concerns in the other place are reflected by many across the sector, and we have taken this on board. We've listened carefully to the views of MPs and peers and other stakeholders, and we have decided not to insist on Amendment 1. Instead, I propose that the meaning of a deprivation of liberty is still as defined under Article 5 of the Convention as it is under Section 64(5) of the Mental Capacity Act, but there will not be a clarification of the meaning of a deprivation of liberty on the face of the bill. The bill works alongside the rest of the Mental Capacity Act, so it doesn't impact the existing definition. I would also like to reassure the House that the Government is still absolutely committed to providing clarification regarding the meaning of a deprivation of liberty for both people and practitioners. We will use the Code of Practice to lay out in very clear terms and provide details of when a deprivation of liberty is and is not occurring, and this guidance will reflect existing case law. We will set out the meaning of a deprivation of liberty in a positive framing and in a way that is clearer for people and practitioners, and we will also include case studies in the Code to help bring this to life. Mr Deputy Speaker, the amendment being put forward today prescribes the Code of Practice must contain guidance on what kind of arrangements amount to a deprivation of liberty. Of course.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I'm reassured to hear what she's saying. It wouldn't, for example, be appropriate to put case studies on the front of a piece of primary legislation. Could you perhaps outline what timescale she'd see for bringing that Code of Practice forward?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Code of Practice is being worked on as we speak. It's very important that we take it forward in absolute partnership with all the key stakeholders and those who are really involved at the front end implementing the liberty protection safeguards. So once we are all content that the Code of Practice is robust and fully covers everything that we want it to, it will then be presented to both Houses of Parliament. This will mean that the definition will be considered regularly. It will remain up to date with evolving case laws. It means that we're laying a report of the review before Parliament. There will be a review within 3 years of the subsection coming into force to ensure it's working as intended. The review will extend to all the guidance related to the liberty protection safeguards contained in the Code of Practice, not just the definition. And by regularly reviewing the Code in this way, we'll ensure that there is up-to-date guidance for people and practitioners, and this will support the successful operation of the liberty protection safeguards system. This amendment, Mr Deputy Speaker, will ensure that the Code clarifies when a deprivation of liberty does or does not apply and provide useful guidance for both families, carers and professionals, while also ensuring we don't put a definition in statute that conflicts with Article 5 of the Convention, and I ask the House for their support in this. I'd like to briefly now turn to Amendment 25A, Mr Deputy Speaker, which was tabled in the other place with the admirable aim of ensuring that the authorisation record is provided to the individual and other relevant persons in a timely manner. This followed the government amendment which clarified the responsible body's duty to provide information to the person and other relevant persons. Noble Lords amended the bill to specify that a record must be kept if the authorisation record is not provided immediately, and if the authorisation record is not provided to the person within 72 hours, then a review must be conducted. The government agrees that it is very important to make sure the authorisation process record is provided quickly. However, there are some issues with Amendment 25A that need to be addressed before it can be put into statute. For example, the amendment tabled in the Lords doesn't make a specific person or organisation responsible for recording that an authorisation record hasn't been provided or for completing a review, and this of course means that the duty can't be enforced. So the government amendment put forward today states that after authorisation arrangements, the responsible body must without delay, Mr Deputy Speaker, arrange for a copy of the authorisation record to be given or sent. If the responsible body hasn't done this within 72 hours of the arrangements being authorised, they must review and record why this hasn't happened. Providing information, including in the authorisation record, is so important to ensure that people are able to exercise their rights. The government has listened, Mr Deputy Speaker, and reflected on the concerns of the other place and have brought forward this amendment. And I ask that the House supports it. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to put on record my thanks to the members of both Houses. We set out to really consult very widely on this piece of legislation and to listen very carefully to the concerns of both Houses. Both Houses have very carefully scrutinised this crucial piece of legislation. And I would also like to thank many of the stakeholders who have very much supported its development. I'd like to thank the Bill team, particularly the Bill manager, Sharon Egan, and officials across the UK and Welsh Government who've worked with them to deliver this reform. I'd like to thank the legal team and particularly my private secretary, Flora Henderson. It's through a great deal of dedication and hard work that we are going to be able to rectify a failing system and provide protections to the 125,000 vulnerable people for whom it currently falls well short.
The question is that this House disagrees with Lord's amendments number 1B and makes amendments brackets A to the bill in lieu. Shadow Minister Barbara Keeler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, when we last debated this bill, I was clear that we on this side did not think the bill was adequate to become law. The Minister's just done a lot of thank yous, but we did say that. It contained a number of serious flaws, and this still remains the case. And while improvements have been made in the House of Lords, they do not fix many of the concerns that we still have with this bill. The bill still places more power than it should in the hands of care home managers. From organising assessments to carrying out consultations with the cared for person, the bill means an untrained care home manager or an ineffective one could end up carrying out the process in a flawed or improper way. There was recently a focus on the scandal of abuse which happened at the Mendip House care home in Somerset, with 6 residents who were autistic people with complex needs. Now, the Safeguarding Adults Review carried out by the Somerset Safeguarding Board revealed a host of management failures by the National Autistic Society. The registered manager of that particular care home did not address the unprofessional behaviour of a thuggish gang of male staff, and this resulted in the following abuse being meted out to residents in Mendip House. Residents were ridden like horses by staff, were forced to crawl on all fours, were made to eat raw chilies, and in one horrific instance, forced to eat food spiked with mustard which caused the resident to vomit. The resident was then made by a member of staff to drink the vomit. People living in Mendip House had complex needs, and all would have lacked capacity to make certain decisions, and all required dolls. The CQC had not received any notifications that any dolls had been authorised. Now, on care planning and recording, the review report on Mendip House states, care plans were very poor, with no mental health or best interest assessments recorded, dolls not being followed, recording poor, plans out of date. The Minister has previously said that through this bill, the Government are ensuring that people's wishes are always considered and respected, and that people are safe, cared for and looked after. But I have just cited a case where the care home manager neglected both care planning and safeguarding. So what steps will the Minister take to investigate what happened at Mendip House? And will she ensure that it does not continue to happen under the provisions of this bill, where so much power is given to care home managers? This is World Autism Awareness Day, Mr Deputy Speaker. We must do more than give lip service to showing solidarity with autistic people. A further flaw is that the bill could restrict access to independent advocates, which is an important safeguard, but the granting of an independent advocate is not automatic. Now, an overstretched local authority lacking the budget to pay for advocates following years of government budget cuts could find itself in a position where it is not granting an advocate to everyone who needs one. And it is still the case that the bill does not give adequate protection to 16 and 17-year-olds who are subject to the LPS. Specifically, it doesn't grant their parents a right to veto arrangements which they feel are inappropriate. I feel there remains a real danger that these young people will be detained despite their parents objecting to the arrangements. And I should stress this is not only an issue for 16 and 17-year-olds. Many young people who are autistic or who have learning disabilities and are going to be subject to this bill will still be largely reliant on their parents for support and advice. And cases that we talked about during the Bill Committee, such as that of Stephen Neary and Oliver McGowan, have shown us that parents can find themselves cut out of the process and their views made secondary to those of clinicians or care staff. And that does risk real harm to the younger people who lack capacity. So on these crucial issues, care home managers, advocacy and young people, as on many others, the Government did not see the value of the amendments we put forward. And I am sure that we will be back here in the future debating legislation to rectify these flaws in this bill.
Absolutely.
But we do today have a duty to try to improve the bill where we can now. Now, I'm glad to say the Government does appear to have made some sensible concessions on areas of the bill still to be finalised. And I want to pay tribute, as she has done, to people who worked on the bill. I'd like to pay tribute to my Labour colleagues who did work so hard to try to improve this bill. In particular, I would like to thank my honourable friend, the members for Dewsbury, Nottingham North, Stockton South, Slough and Birmingham Selly Oak for all the valuable contributions they made in the committee and at report stage. And in the House of Lords, I would and I have to say, and our wonderful whip. who's sitting on the front bench now. How could I have forgotten? And in the House of Lords, I would like to thank Baroness Thornton Baroness Wheeler and Lord Hunt and all of our Labour peers across the House of Lords who have persistently made the case against the government's approach to reforming what is very complex legislation. They have always had in mind the interests of cared-for people, their families and those who work in the social care sector. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to first address Lord's Amendment 1B and the Government's amendment to it. The Government's amendment contains two elements. The first removes the definition of deprivation of liberty from the face of the bill. The second is the commitment that the Minister has just outlined to regular reviews of this definition. Now, it is to be welcomed that the Government has relented and removed its previous definition from the bill. That definition pleased nobody and it added nothing to the bill. The definition of deprivation of liberty is set out in European law. Nothing we do in this place will change what Article 5 determines is a deprivation of liberty. Neither the Government's initial definition nor Lord's Amendment 1B can determine that something is not a deprivation of liberty for the purposes of Article 5 of the European Convention on Human Rights. All, in fact, does is decide who can be subject to a liberty protection safeguard and thus receive the safeguards that this scheme provides. Now, submissions to the Public Bill Committee from Doles Leeds and other practitioners made it clear that they did not feel a definition was needed on the face of the bill. These professionals felt they already had a sufficient understanding of the relevant case law and that the definition would be superfluous. So the Government's definition was not for practitioners. The reason the Lords had pushed for a definition initially was to clear up confusion among lay people as to what constituted a deprivation of liberty. But the Government's definition was far too complicated to be understood by cared-for people and their families. The Government knew this but would not simplify it further, saying that simplification was for the Code of Practice. So that initial definition served nobody. Professionals felt it was superfluous and that others would not be able to understand it. The only remaining explanation for its usefulness was that it redefined the scope of deprivation of liberty and thus reduced the burden of applications by removing people from the scope of the LPS. Mr Deputy Speaker, I still feel that the Government would have had more success with this if they had paused the bill and engaged in a detailed consultation on what this definition should have looked like. But since day one, the Government has been determined to drive this bill through as fast as it can. Ministers have ignored many calls for a pause or to take a more measured approach. And these calls have not just come from honourable members in this place and in the House of Lords. Over 100 charities and user-led organisations called for a pause as well. But the Government did not listen to those calls. The Government has seemed less concerned about implementing the right reforms, but more with implementing reforms right away. And that's never the right way to make or amend law. So I'm glad that the Government has now changed its approach and removed its initial definition. I'll say just a brief word about the definition tabled by the Baroness Tyler in the House of Lords. In introducing her definition, she recognised it was not perfect, but it was clearly a starting point around which a better definition could be constructed. Baroness Tyler's definition did have the major advantage that it was easily understandable to someone without extensive legal experience. In removing this, we have to acknowledge that we are making the bill less easily understood. The Government's solution to this, as we've heard, is to ensure that the Code of Practice contains easily comprehensible guidance on what is and is not a deprivation of liberty. For this solution to be workable, we must ensure that the guidance is written in a way that can be easily understood by a layperson. It is not reasonable to expect cared-for people or their families to wade through strings of double negatives or endless pages of case studies. I hope that the Government will take this on board as it moves forward with the promised Code of Practice for the LPS. We still have some reservations about the Government's amendment. As the Government amendment places far more weight on the Code of Practice, it means that we are not now voting on a firm proposal, but rather a promise that details will be forthcoming at a point in the future. I'm sure members on this side will agree with me that it's not the way that we should be asked to make decisions. To judge the merits of the Government's new amendment, we do need to see the guidance that the Government is promising. Because if the guidance contains all the problems that the Government's definition did, then we will simply have moved the problem out of the bill and into the Code of Practice. At the time that the bill was in committee, I was made aware that a set of case studies had been produced containing guidance on what constituted and what did not constitute a deprivation of liberty. These were apparently intended to be a draft section of the final Code of Practice. But they were not widely circulated and were clearly not a final product. Had the government laid this document or something similar before the House ahead of today, we would not be considering this amendment blindly, as we are now being asked to do. Mr Deputy Speaker, the second part of the government's amendment is a positive development. We are dealing with an area which is ultimately governed by an evolving body of case law. Indeed, the reason we are here today is because the original Mental Capacity Act was inflexible on this point. The judgment of the Supreme Court in P v Cheshire West redrew the boundaries of the definition of deprivation of liberty. Significantly, it brought people in domestic settings into the scope of Article 5 for the first time. But the Mental Capacity Act contained no provisions for these circumstances. The Act's code of practice was suddenly out of date, and people were left unsure as to what constituted a deprivation of liberty. In fact, that resulted in large numbers of blanket applications, many of which may not have been needed. The combination of these two factors produced a surge in applications, adding to the backlog that we still see today. If the government in 2014 had updated the code of practice, it may well have helped avoid care home managers making blanket applications for all their residents, regardless of whether that was justified. The government's Amendment A to Lord's Amendment 1B says that regular reviews must be prepared and laid before Parliament, examining the operation of the guidance contained in the codes of practice. Obviously, these reviews will only be useful if the codes are then updated. So can the Minister confirm today what plans there will be to remedy in future any problems that are found with the Code of Practice? Regular reviews of the Code of Practice are welcome and will help align the Code with case law. However, as when we were in committee, we still have not seen the Code of Practice. It's all very well the government saying that it will review the Code, but we have no idea what it is that they will be reviewing. We are still having to ask to see documents which are fundamental to the operation of the new system, and that's simply not acceptable. But despite the reservations we still have, we will not be opposing Government Amendment A to Lord's Amendment 1B. We recognise the government has finally seen sense and taken practical steps to allay our concerns. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to turn now to Lord's Amendment 25A. This is a much-needed amendment, and I am glad the government has accepted the principle behind it. When this bill was in its committee stage, the government introduced a requirement for the cared-for person and others to receive a copy of the LPS authorisation record as soon as practicable after the authorisation had been granted. I want to give just one example of why it is so important that people know as soon as possible what is happening in cases of deprivation of liberty, and that is what happened in the tragic case of Oliver McGowan. The Minister is familiar with this case, and I understand she recently met Oliver's mother, Paula, again, as I did last week. This was the case where a young man, Oliver McGowan, died because he was given antipsychotic medication to which he reacted and which caused his death, despite express warnings about its possible effect on him. What we only recently found out is that the Mental Capacity Act was not used appropriately in Oliver's case. The DOL's authorisation for his treatment was applied for after he was given the antipsychotic drug olanzapine against the express wishes of both Oliver and his parents, and he suffered an adverse reaction to the drug which led to his death. His family were not even aware of the DOL's authorisation at the time. It was only at the second coroner's pre-inquest review, a year after his death, that his parents found out about the DOL's authorisation. Now, the leader review into Oliver's death, itself a flawed process, as I'm sure the Minister would agree, raised concerns about the lack of a best interest decision meeting taking place when there had been a dispute about Oliver's treatment. And Paula McGowan told me the Mental Capacity Act was not applied during Oliver's time in Southmead Hospital, and we were not listened to. That is what this amendment is trying to guard against. A situation where a person is held under a DOLS for weeks without the legal basis for detaining them being explained to their parents or family members. Taken in conjunction with other rights to information contained in the bill, this amendment helps to ensure that the cared-for person and their family can understand the process to which they are subject. What Lord's Amendment 25A does is set a tangible limit on how long the meaning of as soon as practicable applies in relation to the cared-for person and others receiving a copy of the LPS authorisation. This is important because we can be talking about overstretched medical and care staff undertaking this task. They may be working with very many priorities competing for their time. In such a situation, it's all too easy to see that what is essentially an administrative step, such as giving a copy of an LPS authorisation record, could be deprioritised and then could not happen, and that would be unacceptable. The authorisation record could be very important in enabling the cared-for person and their family members to understand the effect of the LPS. And more than this, it will inevitably form the basis of any appeals against the granting of the LPS. It's hard to imagine an appeal against an authorisation being embarked upon before the cared-for person knows what decision has been made and why. As such, excessive waits for the authorisation record will act as a de facto block to appeals being launched immediately. Now, Lord's Amendment 25A sets a firm time limit of 72 hours for the authorisation record to be provided to the cared-for person and others. If this time limit is not met, then there needs to be an investigation into why this didn't happen. The Government's Amendment B to Lord's Amendment 25A retains this important mechanism. In practice, this incentivises professionals to meet their obligations to provide information to cared-for people and their families. We feel that a time limit is the best way to ensure that this task is not forgotten. As I said at the start, we support Amendment 25A, and I'm glad that the Government has accepted the principle behind it. And as such, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will not be opposing Government Amendments A and B.
Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Always a particular pleasure to be called by yourself to speak in the Chamber. But it is welcome to be speaking in this debate, and also just to reflect on a brief bit of background. And that one of the reasons why we need to be having this debate is 125,000 people who are effectively subject to this procedure, but without the appropriate legal safeguards being in place. And that's why I welcome the fact that we're now to a point where the bill seems to be coming to a state where both houses, both ourselves and the other place, will look to support it. But certainly in Rising, I do welcome the Government amendments that have been proposed in lieu of the Lord's amendments, but taking on the main thrust and spirit. As touched on in my intervention to the Minister, it will be interesting to see what the timescale of bringing the Code of Practice in. I accept that it will need to be done properly, consulted on, and have appropriate case studies and examples. But clearly, obviously, a part of supporting this bill is that coming forward relatively quickly so that there is certainty about what this means and what things, perhaps whether the Minister at some point may wish to perhaps put a letter in the library that sets out what sort of timescale. I wouldn't expect a date on the floor of the House. That would clearly be completely unreasonable, and neither would that be appropriate to just have a one day or another just picked out the air. But it would be useful just perhaps to get a sense of the actual timescale. I'm assuming we're talking months, not weeks or years, to be in that case. So I do welcome it. So it would be inappropriate to have specific examples put on the face of a bill, but it's absolutely right that the amendment does look towards having a clear code of practice, and also the review and the opportunities for the House is then at a later stage to look at the reviews, look at what's placed before it, and hold government ministers to account for the decisions that are made. And particularly given this does affect our most basic right, which is the right to be able to choose where we live, choose what we do at a time, and that people actually for ill health will clearly in some cases that will be needed. I did listen carefully to the Shadow Minister's points, and I think the only reflection that came out of them is some of it again raises the issue of how we regulate care homes, how we ensure standards are applied, not necessarily whether every, for example, consultation needs to be done by someone from the local authority. In some cases, are reflected on in my contribution at an earlier stage of this bill, it may be more appropriate for a carer who knows the person well, who they're familiar with, to carry out part of that consultation, rather than someone who just bluntly arrives from the local council to do that. But again, it's about how we ensure appropriate standards are maintained. And we could, I wouldn't say I'll keep to the subject of this bill, of these amendments, but we could have a longer debate about how we ensure regulatory standards are where they need to be to deal with exactly the cases. But as I've referred to, I'll of course give way.
I just reiterate my concern, and that the example that I gave is the case where residents who had lived in a care home for a very long period of time had a care home manager who didn't keep their care plans, who didn't keep any of the documentation, and they suffered terrible abuse. Those things do go on, and I think I'm still very, very concerned that we're giving responsibility to people who are overstretched already, and as we've seen in the case that I cited, are just not able to do a good job or not doing a good job.
So I thank the Shadow Minister for her intervention. I accept the points that are made in first, although a lot of that I would say isn't just in that instance the one she cited. It wasn't just these standards that were being ignored. It was a raft of bluntly criminal behaviour that was able to go on in terms of abuse and in terms of incredibly poor standards. But I think, again, that comes to how we look at how the current regulatory system, if having a longer debate on care homes, we could look at some of my own thoughts perhaps about whether the CQC covering such a wide gambit is the best way of ensuring practices like that do not happen and do not go on. But I do think in terms of this bill for the moment, that's probably something that's a wider discussion to have. And I'm conscious, and I know the Deputy Speaker in the Chair is always keen that we stick to the subject of the actual debate, which is the Lord's amendments before us. So in terms of the first amendment that's proposed in lieu of a Lord's amendment, I do think it's welcome, and I think it's appropriate and slightly better than the amendments that the Lords have sent down. Moving on to the second part, in terms of Lord's amendment number 25A, I do think the amendment proposed by the government makes eminent sense. It does make sense to also record why something hasn't been happened, because again, touching on perhaps there are concerns around management, appropriate, that actually there is a clear duty that they should have recorded why they didn't do it, not just review it, because they could say in theory, I've reviewed it, didn't actually record what I concluded, or try and come up with a conclusion at a later time. Very briefly, because
thank the honourable member for giving way. On that point about the recording, one of the issues which is arising and arose when we debated in committee is about fluctuating conditions. So somebody who had been subject to a DOLS, but medical evidence demonstrated that they may be to be released from the doles at some point, makes this even more important in terms of ensuring that records are kept and there's absolute clarity on the reasons around a deprivation of liberty.
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. He makes a very strong point, is that we shouldn't just assume that once a DOLS is in place, that will be for life. So for some people, it will be a period during a particular period of treatment or a particular part of their condition they have, and he's right to highlight that there are some that will fluctuate, where people will recover, will bluntly recover to a point where a deprivation of liberty is no longer appropriate and where they're able to make their own decisions. And certainly that's one where having, as he says, the appropriate records to ensure that that is properly reviewed and borne in mind, that it is not just a one hit, that you decide one day someone should be subject to this and then that is forever. It is something that should be a rolling review to make sure that those in charge of caring for them and those in charge of overseeing those who care for them are satisfied that it is still the appropriate measure to have in place, given the impact it has on the person's life. So with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't wish to particularly prolong this debate on these Lords' amendments, given there is clearly some consensus across the House, which is welcome. But I would say I do believe that the bill will be better for having the substitute amendments inspired by the Lords' amendments incorporated into the bill. And on that basis, I hope the House will endorse them.
Jim Shallow. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Also, and always a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman for Torbay. On many occasions I do so, and it's a pleasure to be in agreement with what he's put forward and his viewpoints as well. Can I first of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, thank the Minister for her commitment and for our very comprehensive discussions and making herself available for each and every person who wished to have input into this process and thereby hopefully have the changes that the Minister wants to see and Government wants to see. Government has went to some lengths to ensure that this bill to replace and improve the existing legislation surrounding the deprivation of liberty is a matter of pressing urgency. The current system is not fit for purpose. Many people feel that in this chamber and outside of this chamber, and therefore this legislative change that the Minister is bringing forward tonight and Government is bringing forward tonight is what we would want to see happening. The bill implements the Law Commission's recommendations, including the new system for people who lack capacity and need to be confined for care and treatment, ensuring that the system protects vulnerable people, is person-centred and includes a strong role for carers and families. It would also ensure that supported people, and I did mention this to the Minister when I was having a chat to her about it, and their families are supported and included throughout the process. Again, very positive. The supported person will afford their rights through the process by an appropriate person. The appropriate person will normally be a family member. Carers and families will be given a stronger role with an explicit duty to consult with them and the supported person. As one who cares, Mr Deputy Speaker, for my brother Keith, who was in a motorbike accident some 15 years ago, along with my mother and my son and others, I know the importance of the carer's role right across the whole of the process. I'm very happy to. Yes.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. It makes a very important point, actually, because for far too long
families have actually been left out the equation when they should have been involved in the first place. The second point I would want to make to the Honourable Gentleman is there is an argument, in my view, to look at carers training, their suitability, maybe certification, something like that, because really there have been lots of abuses in the past. We've all known it. It's going on for years, and that's something we've got to pay particular attention to. And I think the Care Quality Commission should be improved. I don't think it's got the numbers to do the job, but I very often follow their reports in Coventry. So I've got a good idea, in actual fact, of the needs of the Care Quality Commission as well. Do you not agree with me? These are areas that could be looked at.
I certainly do, and feel in generosity of spirit that the Minister has responded to the Honourable Gentleman's from Coventry, his concerns as my concerns and others, and I think maybe this legislative change that we have here before us says that. And I welcome the moves taken to make the definition of deprivation of liberty as strong as possible, and I think that's very clear what we have done, or sorry, what government has done. It is vital that the definition links back to the European Convention on Human Rights and provides a sturdy basis to protect vulnerable people, and that has got to be good news as well. And again, Deputy Speaker, I make the point, and others have referred to the 125,000 people who are currently deprived of their liberty without the necessary protections in place. I just ask, through this legislative change coming before the House today, which will be unopposed, and the very helpful attitude that has been adopted from the House of Lords and from all sides in this House as well, can the Minister indicate what will be done to reduce the backlog, and will that do it? Government has also, Mr Deputy Speaker, lobbied fairly widely in this here with the Local Government Association, with charitable bodies, with other interested people and groups, and because of that, I believe that we have the vital opportunity for long-awaited reform, which indeed needs to be passed. I just finished, Mr Deputy Speaker, because I did give you my commitment it would be a short contribution, and I intend to keep to that. And I just want to finish with two quick questions to the Minister, please, if I can. Can the Minister explain how the role of the appropriate person will support and protect vulnerable people within the proposed new system? And secondly, will the Minister confirm that the needs of the supported person and their families?
To help, the Minister would need leave to come back, so you are putting pressure on that's not available at the moment. Jim Shannon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I would never put pressure on the Minister, never in a million years. I know my place. But I just suggest very gently to the Minister that perhaps those two things could be looked at. Thank you.
Helen Weckley. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Strangford, who makes such thoughtful contributions. I will be brief as well, as we do appear to have a large amount of consensus about this piece of legislation. I just firstly want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the Member for Gosport, for the work that she has done on this bill, and I think the extremely consensual approach that she's taken to it, the way that she has listened to concerns of people on all sides of the House and consulted very widely with stakeholders, and it's been a real pleasure to work with her on this bill, so I thank her for that. I feel at a headline, it's important to use this opportunity to say how important it is to bring forward this bill and how critical it is, because this bill is to do with some of the most vulnerable people in our society. We've talked about the fact that there are 125,000 people waiting to be processed for deprivation of liberty orders, and the system is not working. But actually there are 2 million people who have impaired mental capacity in the country. So we need to get the system right for all of them, not just the 125,000 people currently being let down by the current system. I think it's also important to say that the bill does build on more than 3 years of work and the recommendations of the Law Commission that's been fully scrutinised by the Joint Committee of Human Rights. The other place has contributed to it, as have members of the Bill Committee. And it's absolutely right, and I've received many emails of support of this actually, that it brings forward a better system and gets rid of some of the old, in a second, old bureaucratic box-ticking exercises in the old system, and should be better both for the individuals who are deprived of their liberty, but also the families around them.
I just wonder about what the honourable member has just said. I mean, the work that was done for 3 years was on a bill, a 15-clause bill that isn't this bill we have in front of us, and we discussed that plenty of times during committee. I think it's fair that we're accurate about it. This 5-clause bill was not the bill that was consulted on, and it was not the bill that 3 years of work. And to claim it is really isn't correct. And I think we spent a lot of time in the committee trying to put right the things that were missing and taken out of that earlier 15-clause bill, and it is better to be accurate about that.
I thank you very much for her intervention. And broadly what I attempted to say is that there has been significant amount of work to go into this. And of course, what I've heard is sort of overwhelming from those working in the sector is the importance to do something about the situation we have now, because what we have now is not working and cannot be allowed to continue. So there really is an urgency on this. I think it's also right that the NHS and social care providers will be given a bigger role in the decision-making process, so that people who are under their care receive better care and their rights are protected. And just the fact that we've just got people outside the system unprotected at the moment clearly cannot be right and cannot continue. During the passage of the bill, I have raised some concerns about how it would work for people with fluctuating conditions, and I've been reassured by the Minister herself that responsible bodies will be required to keep individual circumstances under review, and I welcome the fact that there is further detailed guidance on fluctuating conditions in the Code of Practice. Coming to the amendment, and particularly the debate over the best way to define deprivation of liberty, it feels to me like a sensible conclusion has been reached in order for us to move forward, and the plan to develop definition further through the Code of Practice, recognising that these things do evolve. It's extremely complex, and we need to have a flexible system that meets the needs of our society. But just overall, to sum up, Mr Deputy Speaker, the old system is not fit for purpose. This bill makes important and timely amendments. I think it's better for individuals and all those around them to make sure that they have appropriate protections for the very serious matter of depriving individuals of liberty. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is this House disagrees with Lords in their amendment number 1B and makes amendment brackets A to the bill in lieu. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I must now put the question on the motion to disagree with Lords amendments number 25A and to make amendments brackets A and brackets B to Commons Amendment 25 in lieu. Minister to move formally.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagree with Lords in their amendments number 25A and makes amendments brackets A and brackets B to Commons Amendments 25 in lieu. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. I now call the Minister to move motion number 5 on exiting the European Union. Minister to move.
Beg to move.
No, it's tell them. Come on.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the draft geo-blocking regulation revocation EU exit regulations 2019, which were laid before the House on the 14th of March 2019, be approved. The statutory instrument will revoke both EU regulation 2018-302 and the geo-blocking enforcement regulations 2018 in the event of the UK exiting the EU without a withdrawal agreement. This recognised that in an event of no-deal exit from the EU, there will be no way to effectively enforce the geo-blocking regulation on behalf of UK consumers. Geo-blocking is the term used to describe traders discriminating against customers on the basis of nationality or location of the customer. The EU's geo-blocking regulation prohibits certain forms of geo-blocking. This includes through mandating access to all versions of a website in the EU, preventing discrimination between EU customers when distance shopping, online or otherwise, and preventing discrimination in payment terms accepted. This regulation came into force on the 3rd of December 2018. The geo-blocking regulation does not apply to copyrighted online content such as movies, e-books and video games. The Geo-blocking Enforcement Regulations 2018 enabled the domestic enforcement of the geo-blocking regulation. The regulations gave powers to certain regulators and acknowledged the right of customers to bring claims directly against infringing traders. These regulations came into force on the same day as the geo-blocking regulation. In the event of a no-deal exit from the EU, the geo-blocking regulation will be transposed directly into UK law under the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018 as retained EU law. The Geo-blocking Enforcement Regulations 2018 will also continue to have effect after a no-deal exit unless revoked. It is necessary to revoke both these pieces of legislation, as it will not be possible to effectively enforce the geo-blocking regulation on behalf of UK customers after a no-deal exit from the EU. This is because EU regulators will no longer be obliged to bring action against businesses through EU mechanisms for cross-border cooperation. UK civil and commercial judgments would no longer be automatically enforced in EU member states and courts. And the UK government cannot unilaterally enforce the geo-blocking regulation across the EU. Given that geo-blocking cannot be enforced unilaterally by the UK across the EU in the event of a no-deal, it is not possible to replicate the geo-blocking regulation's benefits for UK consumers in domestic law. The provision of the geo-blocking regulation do not apply to transactions occurring solely within one country. Therefore, there is no benefit to UK consumers in retaining a version of geo-blocking regulation which only applies to the UK. Furthermore, if we do... I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and it's a genuine question. How then do we protect the British consumer in that particular situation? Could the Minister tell us how we can protect the consumer?
Minister.
As I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments. So we are here today debating a no-deal SI, and by leaving the European Union, that means that the law disapplies. So by leaving the European Union, we are moving out of those protections. Furthermore, if we do not revoke the geo-blocking regulation, it would result in a competitive disadvantage for UK traders. They would have to continue giving EU consumers preferential treatment, while EU traders would not need to do the same for UK customers. To avoid this, in the EU's favour, we propose revoking the geo-blocking regulation in the UK. The effect of this statutory instrument is simple. The retained EU law version of the geo-blocking regulation and geo-blocking enforcement regulations 2018 will be revoked in the event of a no-deal exit from the EU. The substantive rules contained within the geo-blocking regulation will no longer have effect in the UK after that regulation is revoked. It is important to note that this legislation will continue to operate in the EU. As such, UK businesses operating in EU markets will still have to comply with the EU regulation when dealing with EU consumers. The changes made to Schedule 13 of the Enterprise Act 2002 by the Geo-blocking Enforcement Regulations 2018 was undone by a separate statutory instrument, and this was the Consumer Protection Enforcement Amendments EU Exit Regulation 2019. Those regulations were debated and approved by the House on the 30th of January and were made on the 6th of February 2019. The Geo-blocking Enforcement Regulations 2018 enable the domestic enforcement of geo-blocking regulation. They also provide for UK customers to bring claims directly against traders who breach the geo-blocking regulation. As the intention is to revoke the geo-blocking regulation in the UK and UK customers will thereafter not be able to rely on it, such provisions would serve no purpose. Failure to revoke the geo-blocking regulation and the geo-blocking enforcement regulations 2008 would not preserve UK consumer rights. Those rights will effectively be lost if the UK leaves the EU without a deal. The only effect would be to continue to impose obligations on UK traders while providing no benefit to UK customers. The subject matter of this statutory instrument is partially devolved in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. This statutory instrument has been consented to by the Welsh and Scottish administrations. The Northern Ireland Civil Service were notified in line with the protocol agreement in place during the absence of the Northern Irish Executive. I would like to take this opportunity to warmly thank the devolved administrations and the Northern Ireland Civil Service for their ongoing cooperation. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, this statutory instrument simply recognises... I will give way.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I do thank the Minister for giving way. I rise as a former chairman of the Subordinate Legislation Committee in the Scottish Parliament. The Minister has mentioned the cooperation between at the civil service level. Can I have the safety of the assurance that there is a similar cooperation at the political level between those who handle statutory instruments here in Westminster and those who do the similar thing in Holyrood?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I would like to just outline that it was given political consent. So the minister in Scotland did write to us to give his consent for the statutory instrument. But the statutory instrument simply recognises the practical effect of no deal exit from the EU. The government seeks to ensure UK traders are not unfairly subject to rules which do not benefit UK customers. So therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that motion number 5 is on the order paper. Bill Esterson.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her opening remarks and for setting out exactly what the existing regulations do, and to be entirely honest, I think she set out the case why, in the event of no deal, what she's proposing makes perfect sense. The regulations in front of us revoke the existing regulations which prevent undue discrimination across the European Union by the blocking of consumers in one country from accessing websites in another member state, or the redirection to the member state of the consumer. Now, a number of questions came from her opening remarks and from at least one of the interventions that she took. She spoke about the fact that these regulations are only relevant in the event of no deal. When she responds to the debate, can she just confirm for me that the government has no intention of applying these or similar regulations, or in this case revoking these regulations, in the event that a deal is agreed? And I hope she heard the question, because I know she's engaged in another conversation and is able to respond to it, Mr Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend from Coventry, who's no longer with us, he's just gone, asked her, I thought, a very good question about how we protect consumers in the UK in the event of no deal. And I think what he gets to is just how important it is we do everything in our power, particularly in these next 10 days, to avoid the disaster of crashing out with no deal, and that is the best answer to avoiding having to revoke the regulations in front of us.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way, and he's just made a reference to doing everything within the power to avoid the UK crashing out. Would he agree that voting for the withdrawal agreement was the best way of doing that?
Well, given that the withdrawal, I think we're probably going to wander a bit here, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think he might be, but suffice to say that that deal's been rejected 3 times. And in the first occasion by the largest amount that the government has ever been defeated in the known history of Parliament. So, quite apart from the undesirability of what's in that deal, I think we should probably move on, because that will come back. I have a sense that's going to come back on another occasion for fuller debate. That question. Just have this sort of just as I have this sixth sense that's going to happen. But I thought that she, in her opening remarks, Minister, in her opening remarks, made a very strong case for cross-border cooperation and for the maintenance of these regulations, and indeed for the agreement of a mutual recognition agreement, so that we can maintain the protections for our consumers and for our businesses. And I hope she would confirm that she does agree with that point when she responds to the debate. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not able to confirm with absolute certainty, of course, that the revocations deliver what the government intends them to do. So we have to accept the word of the Minister that they do so. I have no reason not to, but I don't have the technical expertise, and the papers in front of us don't allow me to say any more than that, so I have to put on record my reservations and the reservations of my party on that point. Because there is no impact assessment, as ever with the statutory instruments that we are being asked to approve. The lack of published consultation responses also makes it that much harder for us to really analyse what we're being asked to approve. Now, businesses and consumers need confidence and certainty, and I note from the explanatory memorandum that a number of business organisations were consulted. So perhaps the Minister can tell us in her response what those business organisations said in some more detail. And on previous occasions she's been able to do that when I've asked her, and I look forward to hearing exactly what it was that was said in those consultation discussions that are referred to. The regulations we're being asked to revoke are designed to prevent discrimination based on location. They exist to stimulate the internal market of the European Union and in support of free movement of goods and free trade through the digital sector. They address the possible restriction on competition between businesses across the European Union market and ensure consumers have access to the best offers, prices and conditions of sale. They limit trade for consumers to goods they do not limit trade for consumers to goods and services in their own country, a very important distinction, and since they came in at the start of last year, that is precisely what they have been doing. For businesses, they prevent website redirection away from businesses which are not in the member state of the consumer. If we leave with no deal, this regulation revokes the geo-blocking regulation completely. No deal ends the protections for UK businesses and consumers, as UK businesses and consumers would not be protected in the European Union. And I thought the Minister set that point out very well in her opening remarks as well. Retaining the regulations in the UK would, as the Minister said, mean we could be blocked but would not be able to block against discriminatory practices from within the European Union. These points are well made in the explanatory memorandum in paragraphs 2.4 and 2.5. 2.4 makes the point that if we did not revoke the geo-blocking regulation, UK traders would continue to have obligations to EU customers under the regulation, while UK customers are unlikely to receive any of its benefits. And that's why 2.5 is needed in the explanatory memorandum, where it says, to avoid this asymmetry of enforcement obligations in the EU's favour, we are revoking the regulation in the UK. I agree, I accept those points, which is why we won't be opposing the revocation. The revocation of the regulations would at least minimise discrimination, and it is a very bare minimum. It is a very, very low base from which to operate, because it would be far better not to have to do this and to have mutual recognition after we leave the European Union, and to continue with an arrangement which protects our businesses and consumers against discrimination as far as possible. These regulations are an example of what no deal means. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, after yesterday's latest failure by members across the House, in some parties in particular, to be prepared to find a compromise to avoid no deal, we are one day closer to the dire prospect of that outcome. Now, of course, the government should have taken no deal off the table, so MPs didn't have to avoid what, in all honesty and reality, are desperate last-minute no-deal preparations, because that is the only way to describe what we are being asked to do today, 10 days before a likely no-deal departure. The CBI was one of the business organisations referred to as having been consulted, and I wait to hear what their response was from the Minister shortly. And while I don't have their response to the consultation at the moment, and I'm hoping I will shortly, I do have what they said to the Prime Minister about the consequences of no deal. Because in their joint letter with the TUC, and isn't it refreshing, Mr Deputy Speaker, to see the leaders of the employers' largest representative organisation and the leaders of the workers' representative organisation working so closely together, signing a joint letter to the Prime Minister, because that, I think, is what leadership in this country looks like, and it is a great shame that so far we haven't seen more of that from politicians. But in that joint letter, they made clear that no deal would be disastrous for the country, for businesses and for workers, and that applies to these regulations should they ever be needed. In that joint CBI-TUC letter, speaking of a no-deal outcome, the CBI and TUC said, firms and communities across the UK are not ready for this outcome. The shock to our economy would be felt by generations to come. Avoiding no deal is paramount. They describe no deal as causing reckless damage, and it's a shame that those members who are commenting from the government benches from sedentary positions didn't support some of the alternative options available to us yesterday. The TUC and CBI describe no deal as causing reckless damage. They call for a Plan B, rejected by those same members who've been heckling me in the last few seconds.
I don't know if you'd like to join me in welcoming the fact that the House of Lords have just passed the Animal Welfare Service Animals Bill, which will give protection to police dogs and police animals going forward, and that was it arriving here.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to welcome the passing of that bill. I wasn't quite sure what that intervention was going to be about, but very happy to do so. I completely agree that is an extremely welcome and important piece of legislation that has made progress in the other place. The TUC and CBI are calling for a Plan B. I hope that tomorrow, as we make further progress in finding alternatives, that's where we get to, so we can avoid the Minister having to invoke these regulations when they pass, because we will have avoided no deal if that is the case. The revocation of these regulations are not the largest single impact of no deal. They are a small example of the consequences, and I hope that they are not needed, and I hope that the Minister and all members can agree with that point. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have just a couple of questions for the Minister in addition to what I asked her earlier. There are, to my understanding, businesses in the UK who currently use hosting services from an EU provider, and I wonder if the Minister is able to provide those businesses with the reassurance about how that access would continue in the event of revocation of these regulations if no deal were to happen. The impact assessment only takes a very narrow view and does not comment on the number of individuals using services from the European Union in this way under these regulations. I hope she's able to give some sort of sense of what the impact would be and what the outcome is likely, and how the government proposes to protect businesses in the event of no deal in these respects. Similarly, consumers who at the moment enjoy being able to buy services and goods from across the European Union, perhaps she can give us an indication of the assessment of an assessment made by the government of just what the impact is going to be.
for example, and if she can give us an indication on that first point again about the not only the access to the service and registration, but whether she thinks businesses in this country will be able to buy services from within the EU if these regulations are revoked in the way that is set out. And I just remind the House in concluding that in addition to the questions that I have raised and that others raised in earlier interventions about just how on a small scale with this one set of regulations the damage that would be done by no deal, they show that the government has failed to prepare. That is one way of expressing this. But another way would be just to remind you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to pose the question to the Minister that really the reason the government hasn't prepared is it simply isn't possible to prepare for no deal. These regulations demonstrate that, as with so much else that is going on at the moment with the looming prospect of no deal, and it is only by avoiding no deal that we can really overcome any danger of the kind of disaster that is available to us. I hope members in all parties will take note of that and try and find alternatives, because the government's deal isn't going to go through. An alternative needs to be found.
Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be called to follow the Shadow Minister, the member for Sefton Central. And I would reflect on some of the comments he's just made around the necessity for this statutory instrument based on whether we have a no-deal outcome. This is effectively a no-deal prep piece of legislation. And he's right to say that actually, you know, there is about wanting to avoid no deal. I don't think there's virtually anyone in this House who would see that as their preferred outcome. It might be an outcome they're prepared to accept if necessary. I don't think you can ever go into a negotiation saying, I'm going to stay here until you finally force me to accept something. That's never going to be a successful strategy. But I would just say that actually there's an easy way for no deal to come off the table, and that's to agree a withdrawal agreement. And one of the ironies of last night's debates is that actually there's only two outcomes you can have without the withdrawal agreement, and the European Union has made very clear its views. The first is no deal, and the second is no Brexit, revocation of Article 50. Now, to be fair to the Scottish National Party, I'm usually exchanging some opinions with them across the chamber, but their view is that they won't vote for the withdrawal agreement because they prefer to go for one of the options that doesn't require a withdrawal agreement, i.e. revocation of Article 50. Therefore, it's slightly strange to be getting a lecture on the deal will never go through from those who last night voted for predominantly for two options that would actually be based on the withdrawal agreement going through as the divorce from the European Union, whilst they're actually wanting to argue about what the future relationship is. Effectively, it's the gateway, the withdrawal agreement is the gateway to those future relations, and of course, happily give way.
My honourable friend is absolutely correct. There is actually bemusement in Brussels, frankly, at why we are dealing with something that's down the line, downstream, the political declaration, so to speak, rather than the withdrawal agreement itself. I mean, as my honourable friend said, it's either no Brexit or it's the withdrawal agreement. Take your pick.
Well, absolutely. If you're someone who doesn't want no deal, if you keep coming into the chamber telling us how no to no deal, great soundbites, not a solution, then actually what you need is the withdrawal agreement to go through, unless you, to be fair, are prepared to stand up and say, I'd revoke Article 50. Now, that's not the position I'm going to take, because I don't think that's right. I think the referendum settled that matter. I'm sure it's not the position the honourable member for Solihull will be taking. And therefore, we do need to look at how we actually get a withdrawal agreement through. And of course, the next future relationship, and I must say I very much welcome the very constructive approach in terms of looking for compromise that the honourable member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, along with the member for Wigan, have taken by being very clear when, and sadly, the motion, the amendment wasn't selected, but hopefully we'll perhaps see it incorporated into the government bill anyway. I've noticed the Prime Minister's comments on this fact, about actually saying about how parliamentary scrutiny will ensure that actually we don't end up being in the situation in future where Parliament isn't happy with what comes out, and that have that in the future relationship. So that then, and the relevance, of course, to this discussion, I can see Madam Deputy Speaker wanting me to be relevant to this statutory instrument, is actually that would allow us not to have actually enact these types of statutory instrument if we actually have the withdrawal agreement in place because this is a no deal, i.e. no divorce deal, statutory instrument, not just a no future relationship. Well, but I'll briefly give way. I'm conscious, obviously, of time, though, but I will happily give way.
I find that he's been very generous with allowing these interventions. I know he's always conscious of the clock. But does my honourable friend agree with me that, in many respects, point 24 of the explanatory memorandum sort of just emphasises exactly how disadvantaged we are potentially by a no-deal Brexit in terms of consumer rights? Because it states here that if we do not revoke the geo-blocking regulation, UK traders will continue to have obligations in EU customers under the regulation, while UK customers are unlikely to receive any of its benefits. That seems like an absolutely ridiculous position to be in.
Thank you, I think I have to be clear that ultimately, and I've always been clear that the 63% of my voters went to vote in the referendum and voted for us to leave, and that therefore ultimately we do have to have no deal as a fallback if all else fails. And again, the honourable members opposite are desperate to avoid that situation. If that's the absolute priority, then they had an opportunity to do that on Friday, and I hope they'll get another opportunity in the near future. But it is actually something that it isn't ideal. Having the transition period, having a period for businesses to adapt would be the right way forward. But again, coming back to the reasoning for this statutory instrument is that if we don't actually pass something like this piece of legislation, we end up in a rather unenviable position where UK businesses are required to do something, are required to follow a piece of legislation, yet the businesses in another 27 member states of the European Union are not. So, in effect, they could have rules saying that actually you can block against access to their websites, their portals, based on the fact that we'll no longer be part of the European Union. Meanwhile, our law would say that actually, no, you've got to carry on. I'll just give him 1 minute. I'll finish responding to his previous intervention before I take another one. That actually, we would have to still keep that access. So, for me, that's why I think we do need to look at the revocation of these. I'll briefly take a moment to it. I'm conscious I need to perhaps move on to some of the main body of my arguments in a minute.
I thank my honourable friend once again for giving way. And doesn't this also emphasise the fact that there are also downstream consequences, not just the one that I emphasise in point 24 of the explanatory memorandum, but also the fact in 2.3 it says UK civil and commercial judgments would no longer be automatically enforced in EU member states. Does my friend agree with me? This would actually have downstream consequences for the premier position of UK legal services as well.
Well, I'm conscious I could probably expand this debate quite widely, but into legal services and the impacts, potentially the recognition of judgments between different jurisdictions. A lot of people forget that actually EU law, the EU is not a sovereign state. I don't want it to be. I know the member for Solihull doesn't want it to be. So therefore, it's actually it's a creature of treaty, and therefore its actions and its rules are only effective via the structures of sovereign the member states, so i.e. recognition of court judgments that enforce EU law between different jurisdictions. So, as he's right to say, that if we are out in a no-deal scenario, then from literally Brexit Day +1, there is unlikely to be that level of cooperation, that level of recognition. Hence why, again, this SI is needed, because you could bizarrely pursue in courts across the European Union, or even your own courts, the enforcement of these European Union regulations, whilst meanwhile a judgment looking to enforce in benefit of a British company was not going to be recognised at all. It would be just basically a bit of paper you'd got. So again, it does, and no, we keep coming back to it, don't we? That if you don't want this type of outcome, then really you've got two choices. You've got the Scottish National Party's choice, which is to revoke Article 50. And hear the cheers coming from that. Or you can put through the withdrawal agreement. That's where we are. And we can talk about whether we think we should be in a particular type of customs arrangement. I will in a moment. You can talk about whether a particular type of customs arrangement, what thing you'd like on security and defence, whatever. At the end of the day, the withdrawal agreement is the gateway to every relationship with the European Union other than revoke or no deal. And I'll happily give way to my friend, the Honourable Member for Glasgow East.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, the Member for Torbay, for giving way. But isn't the case here that we're facing a Hobson's choice, because he talks about the need that we need to support the deal that's before us, But one of the things that I'm struck by sitting in this debate is that we were meant to leave the European Union on Friday, yet we're dealing with a statutory instrument the subsequent Tuesday. But isn't the issue that the government have forced us into this position because the Prime Minister, through her intransigence, set these red lines, literally these red lines, and kept us at this side of the House and saying we don't want to listen. And that's why 3 or 4 days after we were meant to leave the European Union, we now find ourselves being rammed into this position by Her Majesty's government.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. Actually, let's be candid, we're here because there's those in this House who don't want Brexit to go ahead, who voted against the withdrawal agreement, plus those who are, and to be fair, that's a principal position from the Scottish National Party, combined with those who see it as a chance to score some political points. And some others who, and I would say perhaps wrongly on my own benches, who think that there might be a different type of Brexit if they resist the withdrawal agreement. I'm afraid that I think they may find themselves more finding out an outcome that will be pleasing to the member for Glasgow East than themselves if that position continues. But let's be clear, and I'm aware that the Scottish National Party and the Scottish Government in Scotland, originally after the referendum, suggested that basically, as long as we only left fishing, that would be happy with Brexit. Well, I don't think, in terms of staying in the single market and the customs union, and it'd be debatable whether we'd even come out on the common fisheries policy under those. I'll give way again in a moment, so I'm sure he wants to offer a point of clarification, that actually that isn't really about delivering any real benefits from the referendum. And to be fair, I note that the SNP's position is now very firmly that you want to stay in, sorry, I should say, they want to stay within the European Union. It's a respected point. I accept that you don't need the withdrawal agreement for that. But I think where the nonsense comes is the idea that I want one of the outcomes where I have to have the withdrawal agreement, but I'm now going to vote against the withdrawal agreement. But I'll have to give way again.
I'm very grateful, and he is one of my genuine friends in this place. But one of the issues, of course, is, and he's right, that in 2016 the Scottish Government said, right, we campaigned for Remain, we didn't want to leave the European Union, but we realised very early on that because of the democratic deficit that exists in this House, they had to compromise, and that's why Scotland's Place in Europe said membership of the single market and the customs union. So we compromised in 2016 when it was very unpopular to do so, and so almost a process of evolution. We've gone from that compromise to now what I accept as a very hard-nosed reality of the only thing we can do to protect our economy is to revoke Article 50. But would you not agree that in 2016 it might just have helped things if that spirit of compromise had evolved a bit sooner in this place, and we might not find ourselves 3 or 4 days after the scheduled exit debating a statutory instrument that could have profound consequences depending on what happens over the next few days?
Well, I thank the honourable member for Glasgow East for his comments. I think we can all look back over the last 3 years and suggest there are things we might have done differently or changed. You know, what if, what could is always great fun to play. In hindsight's, of course, 2020 as well. But let's also be honest, we are actually dealing with 27 other member states of the European Union who clearly have their own red lines, their own clear points. You know, the idea that if just, let's be candid, either myself or the member for Glasgow East had walked in as a UK Prime Minister and that everyone there would say, it's you. What can we do? What can we do for you? Well, let's offer you a great deal. Is I think for the birds. There would still always have been the 27 states have their own red lines, and clearly, if we want to go to a negotiated deal, and as I say, the only things you don't need a negotiated deal for are complete no deal, or to revoke and remain for very obvious reasons, the latter one, then you do need to go for the prism of a withdrawal agreement. And even if you actually, and there's a strong argument, even if you did go down the no deal exit route, you would actually find at some point, if you want to do a free trade agreement, what's the first 3 items on the agenda of the European Union? Well, it would be clarifying citizens' rights, which actually, to be honest, I don't think is particularly controversial across this House at all. Financial settlement, perhaps where the debate comes in. And then, of course, the third one would almost certainly be arrangements that keep the land border in Northern Ireland open. So whether under a withdrawal agreement now or under a free trade agreement in the future, those 3 issues are almost certainly going to be the absolute basis of any agreement the European Union agrees with the United Kingdom going forward, no matter which of the bluntly panoply of Brexit ideas we've all been treated to over the last year to 2 years. It comes forward finally as the House's decision and ultimately as the country's decision as well, because we are talking that we have the second phase still to go through, particularly of negotiations and in this House to get to a decision once we've gone through the process around divorce. But I am conscious that, as much as I think it would be great to try and settle the whole issue of Brexit this afternoon in this debate on this SI, it is probably time for me to return to the substance of the SI, which is the geo-blocking regulation. Now, some people listening, I hear a shout of joy from the shadow front bench that I'm going to do that. But in terms of what people want, geo-blocking sounds like something might be something to do with a map, or something that you might, when you're going rambling, you might find that your geo-signal is being blocked. It's actually quite clear about one of the parts of making sure we have a single market online in the way we may have in terms of physical goods. And it's about, for example, we all remember when we were growing up, I'm not sure if the member for Solihull is old enough to remember, I'm certain the minister won't be, that you go back to the late 1980s, and there'd always be this debate about this CD or this tape. This is how much it costs in the UK. This is how much it costs in the United States, Canada, Germany, and other countries. And you'd 9 times out of 10 find that for some reason a CD produced in exactly the same factory, exactly the same copyright, exactly the same company, was for some reason more expensive. I must say that's excluding, those comparisons would exclude differing rates of VAT, because that might actually change the price actually in the shop. But you'd actually look at what the actual base cost that the consumer was paying, excluding the taxes that may be applied. And it was, again, trying to bring a sense that you couldn't have different prices in different markets by charging and supplying different. This sort of grey market idea was one of the things that those of us who studied European law, that the European Commission very much tried to eliminate, the idea that you try and restrict or increase prices in particular markets, a single market across the whole European Union. Again, we will continue as part of that single market for some time in terms of the implementation period, if again the withdrawal agreement goes through. But about making sure that consumers have the full opportunities, and therefore it's why these sorts of regulations do actually make a difference. And one of the things, whilst I think it is eminently sensible that we look to revoke this, I agree with the Minister's reasoning, as I've said in my own speech so far, it would be rather bizarre to have British businesses under an obligation that EU businesses aren't, but EU businesses could enforce against us, them, under our own law, that actually having something that's appropriate does make a difference. And I would hope that we could look at how we may, either in future trade agreements, look to, not just actually with the European Union. The example I've just given was about the United States. And let's be blunt, with increasing online commerce and trading, looking at how we could open up, particularly into other jurisdictions that fundamentally have English as their language, have very similar commercial standards to ourselves, have similar sorts of consumer protection, similar sort of quality standards, how we can make sure that actually perhaps there is, by future trade agreements, an ability not just to larger businesses buying stuff in across our borders, benefiting from free trade arrangements, but also smaller customers. I will in a moment, but also having that ability to really benefit from a sort of single market online, given that actually, to be blunt, it doesn't matter whether you're buying from Tewkesbury or Texas, or for that matter, North Dorset, if you're sat on your computer, and as long as the delivery charges are there, that actual principle of giving consumers that access to the best prices where we possibly can. But with that, I'll give way to the member for North Dorset.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He mentioned there the English language. Does he share with me my concern that we often forget that as actually being a key part of our armoury? That international language, it's the language of the internet, it's the language of the skies, and it is now really the lingua franca of the world, and we should never forget that as one of our great tools of soft power.
I thank the honourable member for North Dorset, and I hope he'll forgive me. I will need to turn this back to him because I need to address the House in responding rather than face him directly. But it is one of the great tools. And actually, of course, looking at anything to do with regulations in relation to online businesses, of course, the actual base code of computers is effectively English, because of the history of computer development in between ourselves and the United States. Of course, the first computer of such being developed here, and of course the amazing theoretical work done by Alan Turing, who sadly was treated abysmally after World War II by this nation for matters that were never a crime, to be blunt. And he came up, of course, with the revolutionary 01, how that and set the very philosophical basis of what would then come to resulting in us having the very trading systems that this piece of legislation seeks to address. But it is one of our key goals, and again, it's why it's important we have, say to the member for North Dorset, an effective and I'd say competent system of law relating to online transactions, because if we don't, then actually we would be losing one of our biggest opportunities. And as he touches on, many people go online and happily be accessing information, services, opportunities, finding out about things, and actually able to compare prices as well in a way that they just could not have done pre the internet era, and able to do that because, yes, pretty much the common currency language on many internet platforms is English, although of course it's worth noting, given this relates to online shopping opportunities, that the vast majority of online shopping retailers now give the opportunity for you to literally interact with it in whichever language is your language of choice, along with the well-known the providers' translation services that we can now use, and which I used to take some slight fun with the former Wales Office Minister when I was texted to ask if I was here, then sending her a response in Welsh, courtesy of Google Translate. But in terms of briefly starting to move on, because I'm conscious that honourable members may wish to contribute to the debate, I'm conscious it is a time-limited one. One of the other things, I think, and perhaps whether the Minister in summing up may wish to reflect on it, is the issues around where we come to Ireland. We've had a lot of discussions, obviously, around the backstop, around how we keep the Northern Ireland land border open. But, of course, clearly, in this instance, with a unique circumstance where someone purchasing online, for example, in County Fermanagh, can be literally only a couple of miles away from the online business, or the business that's actually behind the online entity, is based, for example, in County Donegal. And that would then, of course, be a different boundary, particularly again in the no-deal scenario where this is intended for, how we would see some sort of interaction way. Because I think it's safe to say it'd be rather controversial if we didn't give clear access to Irish websites and ensure that that would have to be done. And actually, I think, to be honest, it makes eminent sense. There are businesses, there are cultural links across, and supply chains and delivery networks that clearly work across that border. I think there's one road that crosses the border 15 times in 2 miles. So if I ordered something online and it was being delivered using that road, there's literally farms where the farmhouse is in the United Kingdom and the hay barn is in the Irish Republic. Again, how should perhaps see some appropriate regulations which might potentially deal with the uniqueness of the situation in Ireland near the Irish land border. I do note, and it's worth noting, that obviously the Minister rightly referred to the consent being given of the Scottish and the Welsh Assembly, as parliaments and assemblies, in terms of this piece of legislation going forward. But of course, clearly Northern Ireland is beset with the fact that it does not have the assembly up and running and giving what actually ultimately the people elected by Northern Ireland do what they should do. In a moment, I'll just finish the point I'm making. And whilst I think it's right that we are moving to make sure that Northern Ireland's statute book is in order in terms of a no-deal Brexit, I'd be interested to know what thoughts have been given to this particular aspect, given that the Northern Ireland Assembly isn't working. I think very sadly we're not likely to see it up and running within the next couple of months, when we may see a nodal exit. What thought might be being given in terms of here at Westminster ensuring there's appropriate legislation that covers online shopping and bluntly making sure that there is still some sort of requirement that there's fairness between websites and online shopping between the Irish Republic and that. I'll briefly give
I thank one for giving way. I have to say it's really interesting to put the perspective of Northern Ireland into this, and I just think as well, just to add to the point that he has made, is does he not agree with me that it would be perverse if we had these sort of barriers in the way, if you consider the fact that many of these major internet retailers are actually domiciled in the Republic of Ireland for tax reasons?
Yes. I thank the honourable member for his, as always, thoughtful intervention. I suspect many of us would think that helping them, shall we say, pay a lower rate of tax in the Irish Republic is not something we particularly want to rush to do. I remember my time on the Public Accounts Committee, where I got the joy of discovering that a double Irish was nothing to do with a whiskey order, and a Dutch sandwich wasn't something I'd have to eat with it in terms of tax avoidance work. But for me, it is about, yes, how we sensibly have something that reflects the unique positions on the island of Ireland. And of course, with the current geo-blocking regulation, then of course there's no difference, and that protects, and there's reciprocity between the two jurisdictions to ensure that each side's shopping outlets and businesses are able to deal with it and trade with no problem, with no discrimination. Of course, the purpose of the legislation is that you can't set something up that either, in using my CD's example, charges a different price, or for example, just blocks you from buying if you're from a particular country, or adds different terms and conditions if you're buying from a different country. Although it is worth noting, I understand there are some exemptions around, for example, items that are not permitted for sale. For example, in Germany and Austria, there's very strict denazification laws that are still in place, and therefore selling certain historical items or certain items that may seem quite strange. For example, a toy train set of a train from the era, if it's being sold into the German and Austrian market, must not include certain symbolage from the disastrous Nazi regime that devastated those countries back in the 1940s, along with most of Western Europe. So again, there are some tweaks to it that rightly reflect the law in those nations. This is about making sure that actually you don't get something unfair. And as I go back to the point I was making a few moments ago, for me it's about being clear that we can have a system in Ireland that does allow this trade across the whole island of Ireland, where I think we'd want to see this type of system in place. I think not just for sensible economic reasons, but I think we'd also look at the ongoing peace process, that actually making sure this single market online across the whole of Ireland is able to continue. It would be rather bizarre if we agreed a workable or set of alternative arrangements that released the backstop in years to come, but then online had a sort of barrier around goods as well. Services may differ. We may well look to move on and move our position to exploit our huge advantage, particularly in financial services across the world with trade deals. Particularly excited about the prospect of a trade deal with the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, where very much the demand there. And again, we may need to look at how, in terms of with geo-blocking regulations, and again, I hope the Minister's thinking in her own mind how that might be able to be done in future, that if we're revoking this type of arrangement with the European Union on the basis of a potential no deal, but if we don't have a no deal, then actually in terms of how we could look at that type of regulation that might be of benefit and might actually allow, for example, insurance products and other areas to be continued. Now, I am conscious, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been speaking for a little while. I must say, to reassure people, I don't intend to try and break one of my records in terms of my length of contribution. But so I will obviously recognise that the Scottish National Party spokesperson does want to come in, so I've no intention of attempting to talk him out. But as I say, there is, I think, a few reasons why I think this is something that we do need to look at approving today. And as I say again, I'm someone who's very much a fan of free trade. I think it does bring prosperity, it does bring down barriers, interlinking economies. Let's be candid, the very reason why the European coal and steel community was established was to interlink economies, and the geo-blocking regulations were part of doing that online, as much as we've done it using coal and steel back in the 1950s. The idea there was that if the German steelworks was dependent on French coal, then there'd be an obvious issue if a conflict broke out. And again, the theory of creating a single market, having these types of regulation, was to ensure that that then continued online. And again, making sure that consumers actually got the benefit. Being able to buy from the best source, the most efficient, the cheapest, the one that provided, or perhaps the one that provided the best quality, rather than find that because of some price differentials in markets that they would be blocked out from doing so. And actually, in many ways, a slightly unfair practice that we'd all think, well, as I say, my example of CDs, why did this CD produced in the same factory cost more just because it happened to be in a different place, taking out any distribution cost because they were very, very similar. And actually it was clear that it was just being done to try and milk more out of consumers where choices were more limited. So in terms of my overall, perhaps winding up my contribution, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a statutory instrument that is necessary. And I say again, it's sad that it is necessary. You know, those who keep saying that they don't want a no deal, that then seem to not want many of the deals that are on offer, or want to propose a deal that's reliant on something they keep voting against, which I don't think is a logical position. But this statutory instrument is a logical position. It would be an absolute nonsense to impose a burden on British companies that is not shared by the other countries in the European Union. It would be bizarre to have a position where, you know, I'm having to make sure I comply with a piece of legislation to make sure my website is open and my online shopping offer is open, and my online shopping offer is open across 27 countries that are no longer obliged, businesses that are no longer obliged to do it themselves. But this still comes back to the better option isn't to just say, come along and say that I don't like no-deal SIs because I don't like no deal, but it's to come up with, if you don't like no deal, it's to come up with either, one, a clear alternative that actually doesn't require the withdrawal agreement, which the European Union said there, and I hear the usual cheer from the Scottish National Party bench that, yes, they'd like to revoke, because that's what they see as the way round, and they are correct in the sense that you don't need the withdrawal agreement. You can be consistent and vote against the withdrawal agreement if you think, say you don't want no deal, if it's no Brexit is your outcome. But what you can't keep doing, can't really keep doing, is turning up each day in the chamber for a Groundhog Day debate saying that you don't want no deal, you definitely don't want no deal. The minister should do everything in her power to avoid no deal, and then not do the one thing in your own power to vote to stop no deal, which is to walk through an eye lobby the next time the withdrawal agreement is put. And that's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, why I will support this SI, because I do, at the end, if it came to it, we're prepared to accept no deal rather than no Brexit. I do hope that actually in the very near future we can have an agreement through this House that provides the basis for a future relationship that makes sense and can be taken forward. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Torbay. And actually, a large percentage of some of the detail he was discussing there, it was very detailed indeed, I would be in agreement with in terms of some of the protections that are going to be lost. Before I get started in substance, can I draw the House's attention to my registered member's interest in my shareholding in digital marketing company Techplan? Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm amazed at how blasé the government front bench and the Labour front bench have been about this SI. This is one of the instruments that's going to directly affect consumers across the nations of the UK almost immediately, as well as business owners. Geo-blocking legislation is there for a purpose to make sure that there is fairness for those companies. Instituting this SI without any other provisions causes unfairness anyway. Having it in place is unfair, removing it is unfair too. So it is one of those consequences of Brexit that just highlights the foolishness of this whole process. And of course, there is a way to avoid this SI, there is a way to avoid a hard Brexit, which is to understand that this place has failed, that Westminster has failed to come to any kind of decision on this and revoke Article 50 and get to the point where we can bring this to the people with the option to remain. But back to the substance. The EU have introduced this geo-blocking, of which we were in partnership in terms of doing this legislation, in order to balance the growth of online platforms with the need to protect small and medium enterprise businesses and consumers. And it's focused on transparency and new options for redress. In short, it treats EU citizens, currently us, and other end users in the same manner. It doesn't take account of nationality, place of residence, or the place of establishment. In the European Union's note to stakeholders, withdrawal of the United Kingdom and EU legislation in the field of geo-blocking, it says, in terms of customers, from its date of application, It prohibits discrimination based on customers' nationality, as I said, place of residence or place of establishment, including unjustified geo-blocking in certain cross-border transactions between a trader and a customer in relation to the sales of goods and the provision of services within the EU. In particular, it provides for the following measures in protecting customers. A ban on discriminatory blocking or limiting customers' access to traders' online interfaces, for example, websites, and redirecting them to another online interface without the customer's prior consent. A simple right of getting what you're looking for there. It has prohibition on traders applying in certain defined situations on a discriminatory basis different conditions of access for customers to goods and services, informally known as the ability to shop like a local across the EU, and non-discrimination for reasons related to payment. As of the withdrawal date, natural persons residing in the United Kingdom, unless they have the nationality of a member state, or undertakings established in the United Kingdom, will not be able to benefit from the regulation, the EU 2018-3 or 302. Of course, there are no undertakings established by this UK government, so again it leaves that direct inequity. Such persons or undertakings who wish to access websites in the EU will not benefit from the aforementioned ban related to access to traders' online interfaces. This means that a trader could block, limit or redirect those customers to specific versions of his or her website which might be different from the one that the customer initially sought to access. Again, a clear removal of a right that we currently enjoy. Secondly, such persons or undertakings will not have the guarantee to be able to shop like a local in the EU in the situations covered by the Article 4 of the regulation, including benefiting from the same practices and conditions relating to the delivery of goods and services as the locals, for example, the customers of the trader's home member state. For example, the offline and online sales of goods and services, such as goods delivered or picked up in the EU territory, tickets for sports events or amusement parks in member states, and the sale of electronically supplied services, such as hosting services, are areas where customers will be affected. Thirdly, such persons or undertakings using payment means from the United Kingdom will not be protected against traders applying different conditions for a payment transaction from the ones offered to EU customers, or refuse to complete the purchase for reasons related to payment when wanting to pay electronically for goods or services. And it goes on to list the rights that we will be losing as a result of not being able to participate in that legislation on geo-blocking. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend and Romanian Knight for giving way on that point, but he's outlined some of the dangers that are involved with pursuing this Brexit nonsense. Does he agree with me that none of this was written on the side of buses, whether it was in Inverness or anybody else in the United Kingdom, and actually the only thing we can do now is just revoke Article 50 and stop this madness?
Well, my honourable friend is directly right. I mean, the only way to really get out of this hole that's been dug because of infighting and the Tory party trying to settle a dispute that's been going on for decades through this ham-fisted approach has left us down this girdle of Brexit and put people in their houses, people in their homes, at risk of losing out and paying more and being ripped off because of the fact that we're losing these protections. Now, as I said, the regulations as they stand ban the blocking of access to websites and rerouting without the user's consent. It ends payment discrimination, and that also means that it has revised payment services directive, through the revised payment services directive. People across the nations of the UK are using online marketplaces like eBay and Amazon on a daily basis. I'd be surprised if there was a member in this chamber just now who hasn't received the parcel from one of those companies. And certainly all of our constituents out there, bar a very few, will have also received something from these online marketplaces. So both third-party traders and the marketplace itself were subject to this regulation. That now means that loopholes will open to allow people to exploit consumers across the nations of the UK. This legislation was about treating customers the same way across the EU and being able to enforce that legislation so that people weren't affected in that way. The Minister says in her opening remarks that this can't be replicated, very directly say this is impossible to replicate, or it can't be replaced. Well, isn't the truth of the matter, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is no interest in doing this? This is a government hell-bent on trying to persuade their own members and failing, and the rest of the House to support a deal that nobody wants to support, and therefore avoiding the responsibility of doing anything that would protect the people who are going to be affected by this nonsensical situation. Now, the abdication, as I've said, is leaving loopholes all over the place, a loss of right for citizens, and as my honourable friend has said, any promises to make that up are about as good as a Brexit handout or what's written on the side of a bus, because there is nothing here that will give comfort to any of our consumers or our small and medium-sized enterprises, the ones who are most likely to be directly affected by the removal of this legislation. Now, I want to talk about the issue that the EU have put in terms of cross-border delivery, and I'll come on to explain why this is important. Based on this regulation, from 2019, the Commission will publish certain tariffs for parcel delivery services on a website so that consumers and e-retailers can easily compare domestic and cross-border tariffs between member states and between providers. The website will highlight the highest tariffs to encourage consumers and small e-retailers to look for a better deal, and national regulatory authorities will be required to assess certain tariffs that seem unreasonably high. Regulatory oversight of the growing number of parcel delivery service providers will also be increased. Now, why do I mention that, Madam Deputy Speaker? Because I mention that because Scotland already suffers from geo-blocking under this Westminster system. I've lost count of the number of times that I and other members in rural communities, but this directly affects communities in Scotland, have brought up the postcode discrimination that happens for both online and distance selling deliveries to Scotland. There is some £33 million a year which is paid extra in unfair surcharges in Scotland for deliveries. Citizens Advice Scotland say that this particularly affects consumers in Scotland, with 1 million Scottish residents paying, on average, an extra £19 for deliveries in Scotland. That's 72% of the extra charges for delivery directly affecting Scotland. This is a long-standing discrimination, and the removal of these regulations, which protect people, can only make matters worse for people living, particularly those affected in rural communities. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I say rural communities, believe it or not, I'm talking about cities in Scotland. I'm talking about areas of high population density, because, as I said, this is a postcode discrimination that we suffer from. So, for example, if I can give you a couple of examples, one of my constituents was asked to pay an extra £90 for delivery of a mobile phone to Nairn. Now, these protections aren't being delivered by the UK government at the moment. What hope can we have with this regulation disappearing? There's another good example, a crash helmet. And this is a good example of where the EU has been able to protect internally. A crash helmet delivered from London to Inverness had a £29 delivery charge. The same item from London to Croatia or Astoria, £9.99. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, others across the nations of the UK will, I hope they won't, but I fear they will, begin to see some of this discrimination that we've experienced, not just in the Highlands, but in the borders of Scotland and across quite a large part of mainland Scotland, as well as the islands, over a number of years, because they'll now be subject to these inequities, which have been admitted in this debate so far by the other contributors here. This is a reprehensible situation This SI brings forward no replacement protections and doesn't even address the issue. It is solely predicated on getting through the Prime Minister's dodgy, duff, dead duck deal. That is the sole reason for bringing this through without any attention to detail. More rights sacrificed on the altar of Brexit. Now, this government must now make this and the postcode injustices right, especially for Scotland, but also to protect those other people across the other nations of the UK who are now going to be affected. What they should do, Madam Deputy Speaker, just now is do what is sensible to do, which is agree that it is a disaster. As this instrument shows, as this removal of this regulation shows, that there is no good, no deal Brexit, it is just a calamity. That should be ruled out. They should then go on to revoke Article 50 until we can get an opportunity to take this back to the public and give them the choice about whether or not they want to remain in the EU with these protections that they currently enjoy before they are sacrificed for this wonky ambition of the infighting that's happened across the Tory party. But of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is one way for the people of Scotland to enjoy these protections in the future, and it's an absolute guaranteed way for us to be able to get those vital European protections. It means that we will no longer suffer from geo-blocking in that instance, and that is for Scotland to take its place as a full independent member, as an independent country of the European Union.
Minister Kelly Tolhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable members for their contributions. Just to recap, the geo-blocking regulation is an EU regulation that came into effect on the 3rd of December 2018, and up to the end of February, no claims had come forward to the CMA. And I think it's quite important to identify that. It also does not apply to transactions that take place entirely within one EU member state. It prohibits certain forms of discrimination in the single market, specifically blocking access to or forced redirection away from a website on the basis of an internet user's location in the EU. Discriminatory terms of access, which include, but is not limited to, price offered, on the basis of a customer's location in the EU when selling goods delivered across a border, but still within the EU. Wholly online services, excluding copyright materials such as e-books, streamed movies, music and video games, or services delivered in a specific location, such as hotels and theme parks. Discrimination in payment terms on the basis of a customer's location. The geo-blocking regulation cannot properly function on a unilateral basis in a no-deal scenario. Effective enforcement outside of the UK would be very difficult. This is because the UK would no longer operate within the EU Consumer Protection Cooperation Network of enforcement agencies. EU regulators would no longer be obliged to bring actions against businesses through EU mechanisms for cross-border cooperation. UK civil and commercial judgments, which my honourable friend alluded to, would no longer be automatically enforced in the EU Member States Court, and the UK Government cannot unilaterally enforce the geo-blocking regulations across the EU without help from regulators in other Member States. Even if the geo-blocking regulations were not revoked, a no-deal exit from the EU would lead to a loss of protection for UK customers, whilst imposing the same level of obligation for UK traders. The provisions of the geo-blocking regulation do not apply, again, to transactions occurring solely within one country. Therefore, there is no benefit to retaining the version of the geo-blocking regulation which applies to the UK. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to also outline further concerns around not revoking this piece of this regulation from EU. EU consumers would receive preferential treatment for UK traders, while UK consumers are unlikely to receive any reciprocal benefits from EU traders. Therefore, that is why we are proposing revoking. It will preserve UK rights. Revoking does not strip consumer rights. They will be lost in an event of a no deal. But it would continue to impose obligation on UK traders with no benefits for UK consumers. Now, to answer some questions of the honourable member opposite, he is concerned around this statutory instrument in a no-deal situation. Well, I would quite simply say to the honourable gentleman, please support the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement. And the reason I would say such thing is because we have been extremely clear in that we would like to uphold and maintain the highest standards of consumer protection in the UK. And by agreeing to the Prime Minister's withdrawal agreement, we will be in a situation where we will be able to satisfy our ambition as a government to maintain those high consumer protections, to be able to enter into agreements and negotiations with the European Union to be able to maintain that cross-border cooperation. And that is what I very much would like to do. But not only engage in mutual exchange of information and evidence, but also work on a framework where we could work collectively with the European Union on the wider detriment to consumers. Now, the honourable member spoke and asked questions in regards to the impact assessment, and I know that impact assessments are an area which he quite rightly has expressed concerns about throughout the no-deal SI process. And I have, on many occasions, tried to explain to him the reasoning behind what the government had been doing in relation to some of these SIs. Now, on this particular SI, we have looked at the assessment, and it was de minimis because it was below the £5 million impact. And so he will know that we have not needed, in relation to the Better Regulation Framework, to carry out a full impact assessment, because the assessment was that the maximum impact could be £1.2 million based on around 75,000 businesses having to familiarise themselves with the new rules. Also, the honourable gentleman asked around consultation and who we had spoken to and who we had engaged with in regards to bringing forward this regulation. So we have indeed, as he did allude to, we had consulted and had conversations and spoke to the business representative organisations, the CBI, the FSB, the British Retail Consortium, the Association of Interactive Entertainment, and the feedback that we had from those organisations was that they had no strong views on this particular piece of revoking no-deal regulation. But I would also like to point out that we did publish a technical notice on the 12th of October 2018, which laid out clearly our plans for geo-blocking in the event of a no-deal. Now, I will just like to re-emphasise the point. We've heard a lot today about the lack and the potential loss of rights for consumers. I have always been clear in any committee that I have in regards to bringing forward no-deal legislation that whatever the outcome, we are prepared and committed to delivering on the high standard of consumer protections that we already have in the UK. And also, one of the things I want to outline is that we do have a track record for consumer protection in this country. We do have a good track record for going above and beyond. In actual fact, in many of our consumer protections in this country, we go further than in the European Union. I will give way.
This is saying that this government goes further than many others. Why can she therefore answer the conundrum that I raised from earlier of why consumers in Scotland are paying so much more for delivery and being treated so badly compared to other consumers? Why is that still happening if what she's saying is a fact?
Well, I was actually going to come on to that. But I thank the honourable member for raising this issue, and he will know that him and many of his colleagues, and also many of my colleagues, my honourable friends on this side of the House, have raised the issue around Scotland's surcharges for parcels delivery. And he will know that I have been working with the Consumer Protection Partnership to see where we can go in regards to making sure there is fairness across the British Isles. We are talking, though, I would have to remind the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we are referring to individual parcel organisations that are using these surcharges as opposed to Royal Mail. But it is quite right, there are many organisations that are unable to use Royal Mail to distribute their products throughout the country. And I do remain committed to working with colleagues across the House in relation to this particular issue to resolve it, to enable fairness for consumers across the UK. And he's right to raise it, and I do take his point. But I just want to go back to the point I was making about consumers. And if we want to make sure that we are able to enter into good agreements in regards to cross-border participation in regards to consumer protection and work with the European Union, my view is, and I'll be clear, is vote for the withdrawal agreement. You are objecting to the honourable gentlemen are objecting a no deal, but yet they're not prepared to support something that is on the table that would enable us to immediately be able to go and have those conversations in regards to protection. I will give way.
When might we have the opportunity to vote for the withdrawal agreement again?
Well, I hope the honourable gentleman is asking me that question because he's hoping to support myself and the colleagues on this side of the House. It is quite right that any responsible government does prepare for a no deal, and that's exactly what we are doing. And I must remind the colleagues that I started my summing up on this, is that this regulation came into force in December last year. There have yet to be any complaints against this regulation where we have had to enforce. And as I have said, and yes, I will.
She's demonstrating that she and I are in agreement about the benefits of geo-blocking and the current arrangements that we have as members of the EU. Now, this regulation is about no-deal preparation, and we will lose those benefits if we leave with no deal. But perhaps she can tell the House what preparations she and her department have been doing to ensure that if we do manage to avoid no deal, there is a mutual recognition agreement that keeps these provisions in place.
Well, I hope the honourable gentleman's question suggests that he is considering supporting the withdrawal agreement, because he's asking me about what conversations we've already had in the event of that happening. And I think we've been quite clear that we have to we have to agree the withdrawal agreement. So we are able to, and we have been very clear, and we've said it in our technical notices, and we've said it, and I've said it in many, many, many SI committees, that we will be working with our neighbours to make sure, if that agreement is passed, to make sure that we are able to enter in mutual cooperation agreements. Yes, I will give way.
I was mulling over as she was speaking the point made by the SNP members opposite about the clearly greater charges for having things delivered to Scotland. And it does seem a little unfair. I can understand that. But has her department had a chance to do the maths? And is it clear that my constituents, who are contributing to the Barnett formula, are actually paying more than people who are receiving goodies from Amazon or eBay or any of the other excellent retailers?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I'm grateful for him to raising or highlighting his particular point. But I would like to carry on the point that I have made clear that we need to get into a situation where we can enter into a close cooperation with regards to consumer enforcement, and obviously the geo-blocking and what will happen in the future will be in the context of that if we were to leave the European Union with a deal. But we are, Madam Deputy Speaker, here today talking about a no-deal SI. And also, I would say that the honourable gentleman has disappointed me today in saying that he won't be supporting the SI this afternoon. Because as I've outlined in my speech today, if it is by the very action of leaving the European Union without a deal that would make these regulations redundant. So therefore, it would be perverse for us to keep a piece of regulation which would disadvantage UK customers over UK traders over EU traders. So for me, that is an extremely perverse situation. So I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I just want to ask her, she's talking about not disadvantaging UK consumers, and that's very laudable, and that's what we all want to see. Does that mean that she's then going to align with the European Union when it brings in a standard minimum 5 years for gift cards?
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her intervention, but I would like to also remind the honourable lady that on many things we are already going above and beyond what the European Union are doing in regards to consumer protection, and the UK are already working on further protections. So we will always be mindful of what is coming from the European Union, and we will always be minded to go further. So I will absolutely be looking to make sure that UK consumers are protected as far as they can, and I will also be looking at many things that will be coming forward in the near future in regards to how we can continue to strengthen. Because I will give way.
Being very generous with her time. Can I take from what the Minister has just said that she is indeed going to bring in a 5-year statutory expiration time for all gift cards? Because I've been urging her to do this and I've not quite had a yes, but is that a yes today?
Honourable lady will know that we're actually discussing the SI for geo-blocking as opposed to gift cards. But as I have answered her intervention, and as I will say to her, I'm happy to talk to her any time in the future around gift cards and make her aware of when we decide to move forward with any kind of changes or improvements in that area. But I would like to assure her I'm absolutely committed to protecting consumers in this country, and this government will be working hard to make sure we do that in a no-deal situation or indeed with a deal. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to conclude that this statutory instrument simply recognises the practical effect of a no-deal exit from the EU. It is important to ensure UK traders are not unfairly subject to the rules. Therefore, that's why I'm very disappointed with the honourable gentleman for saying he won't support this SI this afternoon. Failure to revoke the geo-blocking regulations would not preserve UK consumer rights. These rights will effectively be lost if the UK leaves the EU without a deal. The only effect would be to continue to impose obligations on UK traders while providing no benefits to UK customers. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would commend these regulations to the House.
The question is motion number 5, as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is number 5, as on the order paper. As many as are of the opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Wendy Morton and Ian Stewart. Tellers for the noes, Patrick Grady and Marion Fellows. Lock the doors. Order. Could the sergeant investigate the delay in the eye lobby, please? Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 277. The noes to the left, 41.
Thank you. Order. The ayes to the right, 277. The noes to the left, 41. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Thank you. With the leave of the House, I would like to take motions 6 and 10 together. Motion number 6 to 10, Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye!
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am very grateful to you and to Mr. Speaker for affording me this opportunity to have a long dilation on the subject of business rates. And I'm under no illusion. I don't think it's my popularity that so many people are present at this debate. It's all to do, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the popularity and the worrying of business rates and their effect on our high streets up and down the country of this country. And I'm sure that lots of members here will have infinite number of examples of how their high streets have been disadvantaged by the impact of business rates. I'll of course give way to my
I'm most grateful, and I think he has misled the House, albeit unwittingly. He is very popular, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is his natural humbleness and modesty that prevails upon us today. But in Ledbury, one of the finest high streets in Christendom, there is only 2 shops that are part of any chain that you would see in ordinary high streets. And yet, like everywhere else, the shops in my constituency are under tremendous pressure, and more are turning to become charity shops, which, whilst none of us have anything against that, surely is a sign of a deep unhealthiness in our high streets.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. The first thing I would say that Ledbury comes second in criticism after Cirencester, because no high street town in this country beats Cirencester. But he is right, of course. The 80% rate relief that charitable shops get does encourage a large number, and I have a substantial number in Cirencester, although it has to be said in the secondary streets rather than the main square. I think I can perhaps beat Ledbury. I only had one major chain in my constituency, and that was the House of Fraser, and it's recently gone bust. So as far as I know, I have no major high street chain in my constituency. I can wait to my own friend.
I'm grateful. And I think, however modest we may be about each other, it is both the subject and the popularity of the Member of Parliament which has drawn the crowd. As well as the shops, could my honourable friend talk a bit about the rating imposition on automatic cash machines? Because in many places where the banks have gone, cash machines are needed, and if the rates go up on them, we're going to start losing those as well.
My honourable friend reads my mind. A long way further into my speech, I have a little section on ATMs. ATMs and public loos get a good allowance under the rating system, so I will be talking about that. I happily give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I'm sure he remembers well, a long time ago, 1997, I used to live in Young Members constituency. And in fact, we worked on his election campaign together. And at the time, the Cotswolds constituency, where I used to live, was booming with pubs and businesses, and the high street in Chipping Campden and other villages were doing incredibly well. But now what we see as a result in his constituency, where I had the pleasure to visit recently, that there has been a churn in businesses, because many businesses, due to the high rates and high rents of those properties in his beautiful constituency, small and medium businesses find it incredibly difficult to sustain the cost of both a high rent and high business rates. And this is a problem which just now isn't in his constituency, but is due to a high rateable value of properties, is across the UK. And would he agree with me that what we need actually is complete reform of the business rating system?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I well remember meeting my honourable friend for the first time in the Eight Bells pub in 1997, when we were both a little younger. She, in parenthesis, from a sedentary position, Madam Deputy Speaker, says better looking. I was not going to say that in case I came within the bounds of the code, which I think might well touch on such a sort of remark that I might make. But nevertheless, I wholly concur with her sedentary...
Would my friend give way?
Yes, of course.
If I may just put on record my actions that I've been trying to do for a number of years of exempting public conveniences from the business rate. Because, especially in towns that I have in my constituency, Ramsgate, Broadstairs, Cliftonville, tourist areas, I've always said public loos are often the first thing people use and the last thing that they remember, and they should be thus exempted.
Well, I'm sure the tourists in my constituency will be greatly relieved to hear what my honourable friend has to say. And indeed, in my own constituency, which is very dependent on tourism, I've been having a big battle with the local council to keep public conveniences open, because it is really important. If you come for a day's outing to the Cotswolds or to my honourable friend's constituency, I'll give way in a second. You know, you really do need to... You can't last all day. You do need somewhere to go, and I was delighted when the government gave that sort of relief. Oh, my God, I've got competition. I'll give way to the honourable lady first.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, and we've debated the issue of business rates on numerous occasions, because York, which is known for its retail offer, has about 50 empty properties currently. Does he agree with me that the business rate system is broken, and we do need to move forward to a turnover tax or a profit-related tax to enable a much fairer system to be put in place?
Well, I'm particularly pleased to see the honourable lady here in the chamber today, because she was present. She was one of the very few people who were present when I held my adjournment debate on this subject on the 8th of October last year. And I think, from memory, if memory serves me, and she'll correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong, on that occasion she told the House that we had 24 empty shops in York. So if it's gone up to over 50 now, that does demonstrate a quite deteriorating situation. And if I've got the figures right, and she's smiling. Perhaps she would like to give the House the correct figures last year compared to now, if she knows them. If not, I've got it here, and I will look it up sometime during the speech. Clearly, business rates are having a deleterious effect on the high street, and I am coming to that in my speech in a little while. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Honourable gentleman for giving way, because he and I come into the House together, so we know each other pretty well. But to be frank about this, we've had many debates about rates in general terms, whether we talk about the poll tax or business tax or what, and it's about time, quite frankly, and I agree with the honourable lady over there was some sort of inquiry into this to have a good look at the whole system of funding of local government in this country, because what's happening now is that a lot of local government expenditure, because of the reduction in government grants to local authorities, has been shoved on the business rates. And as I said about 18 months ago, we can't go on like this. Something's got to give, and we've got to look at that properly.
I agree with the honourable gentleman. He is quite right. We've known each other and been friends for a long time, and he's had a long interest in this subject. I will certainly come on to this subject of a wholesale reform of the business rating system. Indeed, the British Hospitality Association, which I will refer to later, is calling for a royal commission to look into a wholesale reform of the rates. Indeed, it was a manifesto commitment of my party, but the party seems to have gone slightly cold on a wholesale reform of the business rate system for reasons that I will refer to in a minute about protecting the odd £30 billion worth of revenue that it raises. I'll give way.
Seeing as the manifesto seems to be very popular this week in here, we said we will conduct a full review of the business rate system to make sure it is up to date for a world in which people increasingly shop online. Now, I have the very pretty market town of Alresford in my constituency. I have a very chocolate box row of shops, including a beautiful bookshop. People increasingly, they tell me, use the shop to look, use the shop to view, use the shop to try, and then go online and buy the books. And so the idea that this government has not done anything to help on business rates is totally untrue. You know, we've supported those that have been affected by the revaluation. We brought in the discretionary rate scheme. We've said that we'll introduce more regular evaluations. The very good minister who's in his place has done a lot in this place. But it is probably time to look at a more structural change away from just property, which I understand why Treasury likes property taxes, to a more transaction-based tax, which might help bookstores like the one I refer to in Alresford.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for that thoughtful intervention, and I want to reassure him and the Minister that I have not, I repeat, not called this debate to be critical of the government. I've called it to come up with some helpful and positive suggestions as to how it might be reformed, or a wholesale look at it, as my honourable friend says, but bearing in mind that we still need to somehow raise that £30-odd billion. I'm really sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. Raise that just make this point. Raise that £30 billion, because clearly the revenue can't afford to have any reduction in that amount. I'll give way to my honourable friend from New Forest.
To what extent will he be developing this argument at all? To what extent is this a question of the fundamental problem being one of the taxation system, or the nature of retail and our tastes changing? My view is that the rating system certainly doesn't help and sets high streets at a disadvantage, but fundamentally people have changed the way that they shop, and retail has to respond by coming up with a better offer, a better experience.
And I agree with what my honourable friend is saying, and I have a section in my speech which deals with the changing circumstances of big online companies vis-à-vis the rating system. And perhaps I will just get a little further in my speech and then just accept a few more interventions. Because if I get further in my speech, honourable members might see a little bit where I'm coming from. So the Red Book says that the amount collected by the business rates in 2019-20 is about £30.9 billion. But even this simple proposition is clouded by how much the government has to provide for a loss on appeal, which then alters the multiplier to ensure that the uniform business rate multiplier is allowing rates under legislation to rise by at least RPI each year. So the whole rating amount, that £30.9 billion, whatever happens to appeals or rates or reliefs, my honourable friend and his department has to make that money up elsewhere. But this is the real kernel of what I wanted to say today, and in part addresses both my honourable friend's interventions. The OECD Revenue Statistics database makes it perfectly clear that the UK tops the League of Taxation on immovable property, both as a percentage of taxation and a percentage of GDP, by some margin. The UK pays 9% of rateable taxation in 2016. Our nearest rival, France, pays 7%, Germany pays just 1%, and Luxembourg barely a quarter. And this, Madam Deputy Speaker, must be a major factor why manufacturing business is not as competitive as our nearest European rivals. In order to shore up this 30.9% of revenue, the Treasury have had to increase the complex array of reliefs and allowances to compensate for some of the most damaging consequences of this tax. So every budget, more or less, one's seeing a new allowance or a new relief in order to mitigate some of the worst effects of the tax. And I refer the House, as the Honourable Member for York Central has already referred to, my previous debate at column 117 on the 9th of October 2018, where my right honourable friend, who was on the front bench today, was on the front bench then, and listed some of these many reliefs. Now, we were all pleased when the Chancellor recognised in his budget on the 29th of October last year that many small retail businesses are struggling to cope, and I'm sure that members up and down the chamber here will have examples of the businesses that are struggling to cope with the high fixed costs of business rates. I'll give way firstly to my honourable friend and then to my neighbour from Cheltenham. My neighbour from Cheltenham. Very grateful to the honourable
gentleman. Nurseries in Cheltenham provide an absolutely vital public service for parents to enable them to go to work. But nurseries are a marginal business. It's very hard for them to make money. They've indicated, or Circus Day Nursery has written to me saying that they are struggling with the impact of business rates and that the government's great intentions to allow local dispensations to be provided by local councils is not happening in practice. Does he have any views on the impact of business rates on the viability of local nurseries, which is so vital to our communities?
I do have a view on that matter, as it happens. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady. Later in my speech, I have a section, Madam Deputy Speaker, on hardship discretionary relief by local authorities, one of which could go towards his struggling nurseries. The problem is that hard cash-strapped local authorities are very reluctant to give any discretionary reliefs at all. And as I will come on to say in my speech, when we get to rates retention, as being one of their really only sources of income for the small borough and district councils, they will be even less willing to give this hardship relief.
I wonder if my good friend would
My goodness, my golly. Actually, I think my honourable friend was first.
The lady comes in. Just 2 points. The first is, I think it's quite important that Sir Geoffrey is allowed to finish one point of order before he's intervened with another. And I know it's very tempting to look at the person who has asked, not in a point of order, intervention, who has asked an intervention. But the reason why it's quite good to face this way is because the microphones and people wouldn't want to miss a word, obviously, of this debate. Helen Wakely.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would say the reason for my enthusiasm at that particular point to intervene was that it was very much on a remarkably similar, if not the same point, to my honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, that just a couple of weeks ago I visited a nursery in my constituency who told me of exactly this problem, that their business rates are a huge challenge for them being a successful business, though also providing a very important service to local parents and particularly mums, but also dads, and how they had a particular challenge, but because of the regulations require them to have a certain amount of floor space, they have to have a certain area, which means that they are hit pretty hard by business rates. So I'm very keen to hear the section of my honourable friend's speech on cases maybe for extra support, and I hope that nurseries will be looked at for this.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do apologise for not facing you. Of course I would like to face you all the time. It's just that my honourable friends have been tempting me that way, and I will try not to be tempted in that way. My honourable friend is absolutely right. But the problem for nursery is partly the business rates problem, but it is also our pledge in our manifesto to grant free nursery spaces for an extra number of hours, which is necessitating those nurseries employing extra staff, which they are finding hard to do. So nurseries, and I visit some in my constituencies, are facing some difficulties of all sorts, and we must, where we can, help them. And I'm sure my honourable friend, right honourable friend on the front bench, will have heard my honourable friend's intervention in this matter, and maybe we can perhaps help in some way. I will give way, yes, of course.
For giving way. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. The High Street he has identified as a very important issue in regard to business rates. In the last few years, the saviour of many high streets has been casual dining and high-quality bars and restaurants. And in many places, the rateable values are so high, above 100,000 rateable value in many cases, that none of those businesses have benefited from all of the very generous allowances and discretionary release provided by the government. Does my honourable friend think we need to really make sure that we don't kill the golden goose that lays the eggs?
My honourable friend has touched on another subject which is coming later in my speech. He will know that the British Pub and Beer Association have made some specific recommendations on pubs, which I will come to later in my speech. Just suffice it to say that in all of our constituency, so the hospitality industry is one of the few very bright lights on the high street. The numerous restaurants, bed and breakfasts and hotels are the one thing that is keeping most of our high streets going. So, as I was saying, I welcome very much my right honourable friend's the Chancellor's statement in his budget that small retailers in England with a rateable value below 51,000 will get a third discount to their bills. I know that that will have been a great deal of help to a lot of small businesses in this country, and a lot of small businesses have said to me in my constituency how grateful they are for that relief. So I do congratulate my right honourable friend's department on that. Yes, I will give way.
I'm very grateful for giving way. He's been very generous. I entirely commend the government for the package of business rates relief that have been given, although I also recognise, as he does, the pressures that high streets are under with the business rate system, and I also would be interested in a thorough reform of that system. But would you agree that there's a number of things in the meantime that local authorities can be doing to drive footfall and to help the high street? And I'm thinking particularly of my West Oxfordshire District Council, his neighbouring authority, of course, and they work very closely together. They have a flagship policy of free car parking, which has done a great deal to drive footfall and to help particularly the high streets I'm thinking of Witney and Chipping Norton, where we have a plethora of great independent shops, and in many ways those high streets are thriving. Would you agree that local authorities such as West Oxfordshire should be commended for that, and that we could see that practice spread throughout the country, and that will help the high street?
I totally agree with my neighbour's intervention, Madam Deputy Speaker. His towns are much the same as mine. They are small market towns with a lot of independent retailers, and he's certainly right that anything that our local district councils can do to encourage those local independent retailers is helpful. And in Cirencester, for example, they've got a scheme whereby parking after 3 o'clock is free, just the sort of time where perhaps the high street was beginning to slow down, to try and encourage more people to come in a later afternoon and do their shopping. These are precisely the sort of interventions that a local authority can do to help struggling retailers in our constituencies. Of course I give way. Yes, of course I give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do thank the honourable member for giving way. He's not without friends on this side of the House. The honourable member knows my constituency well because he pursues sporting interest in it, and his aunt and uncle, very nice people, really constituents of mine. When he goes about his sporting interest, one of the things one has to do is to give the gilly a tip. And if I can just draw the honourable member's attention to his future remarks about ATMs, the distance between ATMs mitigates against easy access. You have to travel a very, very long way indeed to get to a cash machine where I come from, and I would suggest that that is not at all good for local businesses at all.
I've known the honourable gentleman has also been a friend of mine for many years, and my family and his family have been friends for even longer. So I do know his area very well indeed, and particularly his family town of Tain very well indeed. It is only a relatively recent phenomena that the Valuation Office has actually started rating ATMs, and there's a particular quirk in the system that if an ATM is situated within the inside of a bank or a post office, it's not rated. If it's situated just literally on the wall of the bank or the post office, it is rated. And when he and others, particularly in Scotland, because of the distances that you have to travel, they have to travel, have had numerous adjournment debates on the various banks closing the one ATM, for example, in the town, I'm sure a factor in the bank's decision in closing those ATMs must be the fact that they are now rated where hitherto they weren't. So I think perhaps my right honourable friend might look at that, particularly for all of our market towns. Up and down my constituency, all my market towns have lost ATMs in the last few years, and in some of those market towns there is only the post office left that actually has an ATM facility. And now we're finding that even the post office in some of those market towns is coming under threat. So this is becoming a real problem for my constituents, and particularly constituents' businesses that need to withdraw cash. It is a problem. Yes, I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and many of the ATMs that he talks about are in garage, car, petrol forecourts and convenience stores. Many of those places are situated in some of the most deprived communities where people live day to day, and as a result of the business rate being levied on those machines, quite often those machines are therefore put into those stores on the basis that people have to pay to withdraw their cash, and people that are withdrawing £10 or £20 quite often end up paying £1.50, £2.50 to get their money. So in that sense, wouldn't it be helpful if the ATMs or the business rates on ATMs could be looked at, so that more people could hopefully access their money without paying an exorbitant charge?
I entirely agree with my honourable friend, and I'm sure that my right honourable friend on the front bench will have heard the plea from those of us that represent very rural areas where the one or two ATMs in a market town play a very significant part. I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my honourable friend have any idea of the logic of an ATM on an outside wall of a bank having to pay business rates but not inside? Because it beats me. Perhaps there is a reason, but I don't understand what it would be.
Well, I suspect there are two reasons for this. One, that the Valuation Office can get away with saying that the ATM on the outside of a building is, in the jargon, a different hereditamент to the main building on which it sits. The second argument, which is given in the official explanation, is that very often these ATMs are not run by the same company as the building on which they sit, and therefore, as it's a different company, it can be rated as such. But that's the official definition. I'm sure my right honourable friend, who's far more expert in these matters than I am, will be able to give a better definition than I can. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, get back to where I was about this 51,000 and the whole discretionary relief as opposed to allowances, which is, as my right honourable friend knows, the core of my speech. It was the core of the speech last October, and it's the core of the speech today. This 51,000 is still a discretionary relief. Whilst the majority of councils have now pledged to provide the resources for their local businesses to benefit from this charge, there regrettably are some that have not been forthcoming with their support for this measure. That means the businesses in those areas are being disadvantaged. This delays a decision in implementing it or puts a system in place that require businesses to apply for the relief, firmly putting the onus on businesses to work out the time of their day job to claim back the money which, under legislation, is rightfully theirs. Of course, this still doesn't resolve the complexity, and I believe simplicity is always the key.
Would my honourable friend give...
Can I just make one more little progress on this, because this is a really important point. We all know that small businesses are under increasing and unfair pressure from out-of-town retail parks and online retailers. And again, I'm sure members in this chamber will have lots of examples. So, for example, every £1 that a small high street operator is taxed with business rate, the big online out-of-town retailers pay significantly less, averaging around 16 pence. And one can immediately see the competitive disadvantage that the high street retailers have to the out-of-town, big, large retailers and big online organisations. I will happily give way to my friend.
Thank you for giving way and making a very powerful case. Now, one of the areas that has been left out of the discretionary discount, and I wonder if my friend might agree with me that the government ought to relook at the guidance on this, is grassroots music venues. And we have lots of those in our high streets. This was raised with me, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the Creative Innovate Centre in Taunton. And this is not only a place where many of our young musicians find their feet, like Ed Sheeran, that's how he started, but they also then generate money for the local economy, and I would take issue that they ought to be classed with pubs and the discounts, because they also serve food and drink, and I believe a special case should be made for them. And it would only cost £1 million over 2 years in, so say, lost money to the Treasury, but it would generate so much for the economy if we could include them in these discretionary rates.
Well, my honourable friend has made yet another good case for a completely different class of businesses to have a relief.
Would you just let me add one point?
Just let me hear me for a second. I think one, Madam Deputy Speaker, can begin to see the complexity of the rate system, which is probably why it's a good idea that we have, as the British Beer and Pub Association and the British Hospitality Association are calling for, a royal commission to look at the whole of business rates in their entirety to see how they could be made to work better. I'll give way to my friend.
It was only just to clarify, and thank you so much for giving me away. I forgot to say that a lot of the information about this arose through our Culture, Media and Sports Select inquiry into the UK live music industry, and this was one of the things that was highlighted, which is stifling our young talent coming through the chain.
Well, I'm all for anything that encourages our young talent to come through the chain, as my honourable friend puts it. I think one of the great strengths of this country, as I meant to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I opened this speech, is the 5.7 small and medium-sized businesses in this country, and especially the 500,000 new businesses that have been formed in this country in the last 5 years or so. Because this is can I just make this really important point? These are all capitalists. They are all risking their capital, many of them with a mortgage on their own house to support their businesses. They work hard and they succeed, and hopefully those small businesses will become medium-sized businesses that will become large-sized businesses. And if all governments of all colours have always had a temptation to impose more taxation, more bureaucracy on these small and medium-sized businesses because they're easy targets and they don't move, actually what we should be doing is the reverse, and making it easier for them to exist and make profits. I will give way to my honourable friend from...
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, who I'm so pleased was able to secure this debate tonight, is making a really powerful case for the importance of small businesses in our communities. I want to reflect that, isn't it interesting that there are no members at all on the opposite benches, while our benches, even while the House is adjourned, are standing up for small businesses, because as Conservatives, we party for small businesses, and I very much commend his recommendation that we do look in the round at what we can do to simplify taxation on small businesses. It's really important. But while we do that, one thing, a positive thing that I've noticed from business rate retention now is that local authorities, for the first time, are working far more constructively with small businesses, because that income that is raised in that community flows to them. So they actually have to be concerned about small businesses, whereas in the past, when they got cheques from central government, they weren't so focused on small businesses. So in that new scheme, let's think about that link between local authority funding and small businesses.
My honourable friend is, along with most most of my honourable friends, if not every single one here, passionate about defending their small businesses. And I can see my honourable friend has a speech coming up shortly to support her small businesses. Maybe very shortly. I can't possibly foretell this. Yes, I'll give... Yes, because my honourable friend's been very patient.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just as a small factual correction, I think my honourable friend, when he said 5.7 small businesses, you meant 5.7 million small businesses. Just a small point, but I know it was just a slip of the lip.
Grateful to my honourable friend. Indeed, it was a slip of the lip. But the figure of 5.7 small and medium-sized businesses, million small and medium-sized businesses, is a terrific figure. It shows the entrepreneurism in this country. And that is why this country's economy is doing so well, and that is why we have such full employment at the present time. I will certainly give way to my right honourable friend.
My honourable friend, and I'd just like to commend him on the debate, which is incredibly wide-ranging. And I'd like to just touch on the whole point about wholesale reform of business rates. This government has done an awful amount, actually, good work in terms of giving discretionary rate relief and supporting SMEs in constituencies in town like Witham. But does he not agree with me and actually think that wholesale rate reform could also be the gateway, the avenue to getting local authorities in particular to invest in town centre development strategies that could actually help to grow the base of small businesses and have a much more sustainable local economy that meets the local needs, as well as actually helping entrepreneurs and small businesses in towns such as Witham and across the Witham constituency and the country to continue to invest and develop?
Entirely agree with my right honourable friend. We have got to be far more innovative. The world is changing. The digital world is foisting change on us, whether we like it or not. And our local councils and our local individuals have to be far more innovative and entrepreneurial, and that is why I welcome the system that the Treasury has brought in, which allows local authorities to keep a proportion of the, or is going to allow local authorities to keep a bigger proportion of rates of new businesses as opposed to existing businesses, to encourage them to do precisely the sort of schemes that my right honourable friend has mentioned. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful for giving way a second time. It's been incredibly generous. I'd just like to make the point on innovative. That, you know, the High Street, Flitwick High Street in my constituency could not be more different from Chipping Campden High Street in the Honourable Member's constituency. And therefore, rests the case for innovation. There is a case that in some high streets that maybe it is time to look at, given the housing crisis and shortage we have, that maybe it is the case that not all high streets can survive, and maybe we need to do something with our high streets. But that is innovative. But I just want to finish a point that I made in my earlier intervention on a humorous note, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Member mentioned that we met in 1997 in a pub called the Eight Bells in Chipping Campden High Street. For 21 years, the Honourable Member laboured under the impression that I was trying to chat him up. And I had to disabuse him of this notion only recently.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think I'd better comment on that publicly in this debate, for fear it might lead me down to the wrong business rate avenue. But so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I need to make some progress, and this is an important. Very quickly to my honourable friend.
Honourable friend for giving way. My honourable friend has made points about the High Street, and perhaps in some respects the High Street may need to change its use from being entirely retail to more a place to meet and entertain indeed. One of the issues limiting that factor is many of the small business premises within our high streets are owned within SIPs, the self-invested pension schemes, and as such these need to remain commercial properties in order to remain in those pension schemes. And I wonder if the Honourable Member, or in fact the Minister when he's summing up, may have comment on whether these properties, where they're being changed from commercial to residential in line with a slightly shrinking high street and change of use, may be able to stay within those invested pension schemes perhaps for a period to enable that change to not be hampered by these SIP rules.
very good point that my honourable friend makes, and I'm sure it will have been heard by the front bench. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am being urged to hurry up. I've taken an awful long time. So I'm going to not take too many more interventions, and I'm going to try and make one or two of the points that I wanted to make originally. So the rates on Amazon's 9 distribution centres have fallen by an average of 1.3%, and ASOS saw their bill fall by 0.8%. Because whilst Amazon owns 20 million square feet of warehousing from which to supply customers, they do not have to occupy premium premises in the high street in order to get footfall that a high street retailer needs. This provides those large businesses with an automatic advantage, making it easier for them to slash prices while maintaining a profitable margin. And I've already demonstrated, Madam Deputy Speaker, how they pay much lower business rates per square foot. So although the government have introduced a diverted profits tax and a new digital services tax, which will raise $400 million, the fact is that I don't believe a number of these very large digital platforms are actually paying the just amount of tax on their turnover in this country that a British business would pay. I have mentioned before that the British Independent Retail Association has long advocated charging the current threshold or discretionary relief to an allowance. Now, the difference being one is discretionary and allowance is automatic. And this would cut the red tape for both local and national government. It could be applied at source as opposed to being dependent on the local council, and I've already explained the difficulties with different councils applying different criteria, reducing the need for the £3.7 billion spend on mandatory and discretionary allowances, and reducing the government's current compliance costs for processing small business rate relief claims. Now, paradoxically, unknown to me at the time of my debate on the 8th of October in 2018, the day before that debate, my right honourable friend had answered a question, reference 176219, in which he said the government is committed to considering the feasibility of replacing small business rate relief with a business rates allowance. So the government had actually conceded the point for small businesses once the local authority and HMRC systems are linked in line with our planned digitalisation of business rates. So I would be grateful if my honourable friend can update the House as to where we've got on that matter at the moment. So, no, I really want to make some progress just at the moment. The government want to make tax digital, citing that it will be a transforming tax administration so that it is much more effective and more efficient. Would it not be worth investing to see how the tax could become truly joined up, ensuring that the allowances on rates would be automatically applied, maybe at the point where the valuation office makes the valuation, it comes up to $51,000, this would automatically trigger the allowance that a business would be able to get, and it would simply be deducted off their bills. What a great simplicity of government that would be. There is, of course, precedence for this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Income tax is a personal allowance for all, but the top 5% of earners. And this is automated. This is the same principle that I am advocating for rates. I believe that this could get cross-party support after the HCLG committee report on, as my honourable friend I'm sure will know well, says high streets and town centres in 2030 remarked that they recommend that the complexity surrounding rate release and the administrative burden they create for retailers should be addressed and simplified. All this needs joined-up thinking, a plan of action to allow the Treasury to adopt the current operational systems for the benefit of businesses up and down this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am really grateful for you allowing me this long opportunity to debate this important subject, and I hope as a result of my speech we can see some action from the front bench to make sure that it is reformed. Thank you very much indeed.
Minister Mellstrand.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we've had a very good debate this evening on an extremely important matter, that of business rates. And I should reiterate right at the start, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this is a government that wants to see taxes as low as possible. And we have made a number of advances in that respect, as the House will know, on areas like income tax and corporation tax. But equally, we wish to see the burden of business rates to be as low as possible on our businesses up and down the country. And for that reason, as several honourable and right honourable members have highlighted, We have brought in the doubling, for example, of the small business rates relief from 6 to 12,000 as a rateable value threshold, taking 655,000 businesses out of business rates altogether. We made the switch from the upright rating of the multiplier, Madam Deputy Speaker, from RPI to CPI, so that's further reducing the burden by some £5 billion over the next 5 years. We have introduced in 2016 £300 million for hard cases, which is there for local authorities to use at their discretion. We doubled the rural relief on rates. This was 50%, but to 100% to help those small communities where perhaps there's just one pub or post office or petrol station within that particular community. And of course, a number of honourable and right honourable members have also mentioned the 1/3 discount we brought in at the time of the last budget. My honourable and gallant friend, the member for Cotswold, who I congratulate on bringing forward this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, asked a number of very relevant and sensible questions about the whole way in which we structure our business rates, and specifically raised the issue of the allowance that I know that he and I have discussed in the past. That is something that we are seriously looking at, but it does depend to a large degree on us getting into place the digital arrangements as between local authorities, so we can transfer information on business premises owned by the same entity, and that programme will come in around 2024. But I'm very happy to have further discussions with my honourable friend on that particular issue. I will briefly, yes.
One of the things that I was going to say, but I truncated the last bit of my speech, is the existing IT platform is regarded by professionals having to work it as being very clunky and difficult to work. Does the redesign that my honourable friend is talking about by 2024 include an entirely new programme?
Okay, in terms of that very specific technical question, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I will have to come back to the honourable gentleman with an answer to that, but I will gladly do so. A number of members rightly raised our High Streets package, and I think the honourable member for New Forest West actually made reference to the fact that, of course, it's not just all about business rates, it's about how we design and evolve our high streets in order to face the changing nature of retailing, which, of course, includes rapid advance of online retailing. And a number of members also mentioned the digital service tax that we are committed to bringing in by 2020, unilaterally in the absence of a multilateral move on the behalf of other countries. But perhaps I could, yes, give way to the honourable...
To my right honourable friend, and I do congratulate my honourable friend for Cotswold for this excellent debate. But all these very welcome measures that the government introduces they do not really address the fundamental flaw in this tax. Take the economically unlucky town of Harwich, which I represent, where a very capable family business has developed the Pier Hotel over the years to make it a real jewel in the crown of an otherwise rather economically depressed town. But what is their reward? They get clobbered for extra business rates, so that the less successful hotel businesses carry on paying less rates, but the most successful hotel and restaurant gets clobbered for a very big increase in rates. How is this rewarding success in depressed economic areas if this tax operates in this way?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've gone through at length the large number of reliefs that we've brought in to make sure that across the piece we are bearing down wherever we can, particularly on those smaller businesses that might find these kind of expenses particularly arduous. But I think I will, given that we've had a rather lengthy debate preceding my remarks, I won't give away at this particular moment, just to say that we have listened very carefully as a government. We will continue to bear down on business rates. I look forward to having further discussions with my honourable friend in that respect, and welcome the very full and comprehensive debate we've had this evening.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.